Yo, how's it going? Let me know if I have to balance my audio at all. I think my mic might be a little bit loud compared to the music, but let me know. Cool, thank you. Now let's see, let me try to rearrange my windows a little bit to make it easier to read chat or whatever. That should be good. Okay, my view count is still showing up to 0. Oh, there it goes. Wow, that's a lot of people. Cool. Let's hope this goes well. Yeah, thank you everybody for joining the stream. My name is Dan Salvato. You probably know that. I think this is my first time actually like publicly playing DDLC, but I figured that given that, you know, the game's been out for a year now, it'd be good for me to kind of just, you know, give it a little playthrough, talk about, you know, how shitty the game is, whatever. I don't know. I don't really like have many plans. You can probably tell just by, I don't know, me not really doing anything cool for the anniversary and me being late to the stream, that I don't really like have much shit together right now in general. I don't know. You know, I guess things have been like pretty stressful in general. Like my mental health hasn't really been so great the past few months probably. But you know, I just I don't know, there's so many amazing and supportive people in the community, and I don't know, I love seeing all the cool stuff that you do and make every day, and I figured that, you know, I would kind of owe it to everybody to just do something small at least, so, you know, I'm here to have fun with everyone, and, that's what we're gonna do. Let me see, my mouse cursor isn't appearing, so let me turn that on real quick. That's better. Okay. I should also warn you that, like, it's, you know, I wasn't lying when I said that. I'm not, like, you know, there's nothing super special that's going to be happening. I really don't have anything to, like, announce or anything like that right now. You know, I'm, like, you know, I'm, like, you know, I'm like, moving forward with everything, and, when the time comes, it will be here, but unfortunately I was just not able to like coincide it with this day or anything like that, so I don't know, I apologize for that. I'm gonna like have probably like write a blog post about this stuff as well a little bit, you know, just to give everyone kind of the update they deserve, because, you know, I know everyone's like waiting for new content and stuff like that, but you know, I'm doing my best, so that's what I have to say on that. So I apologize if you were like here or waiting around hoping for something like that, but you know, feel free to leave. I won't be offended. Let's see. Thank you for all of your kind words. Yo, Yami Amarillo. I completely butchered that name, but that's awesome. I haven't seen you in so long. You were like around for my Yoshi Story speedruns. I really want to get back on that again, man. I don't know. Once I like have like a proper like kind of schedule for myself, I really want to start kind of doing more regular streams, like a couple times a week or something like that, and just, you know, to do my normal stuff like speedrunning and like, you know, Stepmania, maybe some Smash. Yeah, I definitely want to get back on that stuff again. I've been pretty involved recently in like the Yoshi Story speedrun community. It's been like really active, which is great. You know, there's like several active runners, more than there has been in years, and it's just so amazing to like just see people improving their times and like, you know, me being able to help out and stuff like that. It's really amazing. So you know, if you like Yoshi's Story, then feel free to check us out. Hello, Bijou Mike. I don't actually know how to pronounce your name, but I hope that was close enough. Thank you so much for, and all of the other content creators out there, thank you so much for like doing DDLC stuff like on YouTube and Twitch and stuff like that. I've had like so much fun, like watching playthroughs and things like that. You know, probably the first like month after the game came out, that's literally just like all I spent my days doing, was just like watching people play through the game, and it was just like so enjoyable. And I mostly have you to thank for, I think, the community, like, you know, kind of being like getting to where it has been. So I'm just tremendously grateful for that. So thank you so much. I'm super hyped for Ultimate. I think Ultimate is going to get me back into competitive Smash. Like, I actually want to like start traveling to tournaments and stuff again after Ultimate comes out. It looks like the Smash game that I've been waiting for. I'm like so excited. I'm just going to get started. I don't know why I'm like kind of delaying. Yeah, so I just want to have some fun kind of, you know, talking through the game as I play it. Let's speed up the text a little bit. Yeah, just, I don't know, some developer commentary would be fun, right? Yeah, for like, the first chapter of this game, like, I wrote the first chapter before anything else, because I was like, okay, this is like, you know, I need to kind of like lay the groundwork for like the most generic, tropey, like dating sim that I can think of. And literally just starting off in the first scene, it's like, I don't know, the trope of like the childhood friend like wanting to walk to school together, and like the, you know, the kind of asshole guy like not really, you know, kind of being sarcastic and like not really wanting to be with her. And it's like, I don't know, I feel like you just see that come up all the time, and I thought it was just a really fun way of starting off the game. I think Sayuri had like a few character inspirations throughout like various, you know, various shows and stuff like that. You know, naturally the characters were inspired by just like you know, like oftentimes like really tropey dating sims or visual novels, but they probably took some inspiration from like other shows that I've watched and enjoy, you know. Sayuri probably has a little bit of Yui from K-On!, for instance, you know, how she's kind of like, you know, very bubbly and like clumsy, and but when she's being goofy, it's like it's like half being clumsy, but half like she's doing it on purpose just to kind of, you know, lift everyone's spirits. But it's not like they're a complete match. I just think like her general goofiness, I feel like that's kind of what I had in mind when I was like writing some of those scenes, you know. But you know, the whole like childhood friend thing is where she gets like really, really tropey, in my opinion. And also there are so many freaking shows and like where and Count is one of them, where it's like it starts off where it's like there's the club and they like kind of need one more member for the club, and then there's like the members coming in and they're like reluctant, and you know, they have to like take some convincing. I don't know, you see it like so many times, and half of them are probably like those, I don't know, really crappy shows that get like a you know, like a 4 on my anime list, but they just like kind of recycle those same tropes to try to make like the, you know, appealing slice of life characters. And so it like, I don't know, it worked out like, it felt so natural like writing that as the first chapter. I'm just like, I kind of just like, I mean the first draft anyway, I sort of like plowed through this and I'm like why is this so easy to write? You know, probably because I've read it like so many times. I tried to balance out the dialogue between each of the characters so you can kind of like get a good introduction to each of them. But you know, then it's like the MC is just like, I never said I would join the club, and then all the girls get dejected, and he's like, all right, fine, I'll join the club, and then they're all happy. You know, I think like it came together pretty well, but like it's, you know, it's so completely unoriginal. But I think that's a big reason I like it. When I like started writing this, I was like, why am I having so much fun just like writing this like moe garbage? It was like a lot of fun to write. I'm just like, you know, because I was like, I had like done other writing in the past that's normally like really like serious stuff, you know, and so like kind of when I was like, you know, put that aside and like started writing this, I'm like, this is such like a breath of fresh air to just like, you know, write like the dumbest thing I possibly can. I mean, like, you know, when talking about like the first couple chapters of this game, for instance, it just made it like really easy to start off writing this. Let's see. I love this line. This club is full of incredibly cute girls. It's so like, I don't know. I like to think like, for people who like pick up this game and they like don't really know what it's about, and people are like, oh, just play it, and then like they start playing and they see this, they're just like, this is probably the first point where they're just like, oh my freaking god, like what am I getting into right now? Another interesting observation for like, you know, because a lot of people play this game who like don't play visual novels or like haven't like seen much anime, you know, and they don't see Natsuki as like, oh, she's like the tsundere type, you know, like that's cute or whatever, you know, like all the weeaboos like Natsuki, like her shirts sell the best, for instance, because only weeaboos are gonna like plaster an anime girl on their body, but I'm just kidding. Half the stuff I say don't take completely seriously, but you know, but people who like don't watch anime, they're just like, wow, Natsuki is like a jerk, you know, like, you know, I want to stay away from her. They don't understand the appeal, man. They don't understand the tsundere. Meanwhile, they're like all about Yuri. They're like, oh my god, she's so like shy and cute, you know. You know, that's obviously the first thing that you notice about her. I really liked kind of writing the little banter like between the characters and like seeing their different personalities like interact with each other. I always felt that when you have like slice of life, it shines the most when you take like characters with clashing personalities and you have them, you know, you give them like interesting interactions between each other. That's the sort that I've like always preferred, and you know, ones that you just like sit through and you just like feel charmed the whole time because you just like spending time with the characters. I think it's when like you know, when there's a lot of focus on kind of their interpersonal relationships and banter and interactions, you know. I prefer that over the types of slice of life that use the tropes to set up like one-liners and punchlines the whole time, if you know what I'm talking about. There's a lot that do that as well. It's like their personality or like their trope becomes like the punchline over and over. I like that less than just seeing like interesting interactions between all the characters, and that always makes me like spending time with the characters. And so you know, I think I try to focus on that more than just like yes, like setting up for those punchlines, if that makes sense. It's not like I made it for you or anything. I had to put like this in here, which you know, obviously people who are familiar with anime and dating sims understand that. But a lot of other people actually like didn't really get it, you know, because the quote, "It's not like I made them for you or anything," is like not you know, they're not like familiar with that meme or whatever you want to call it. Dummy. Baka. Oh, another thing that I really tried to do with this dialogue, which I don't really mention all that much, but I deliberately wrote the sentence structure and the phrases to make it feel like it was like a poorly translated Japanese visual novel. Like, there's just certain phrases that are like you hear in like Japanese, but you don't really hear in English. Like when someone is like, "That's," like dash, like cut or ellipses, you know, like "sore wa," and they like trail off. You don't really hear that in like English, but I like tried to put those things in here to like make it feel just that much more cheesy, if that makes sense. Like, right, this is a good example. That's not... Which makes me think, like, when it's translated back into Japanese, like for the Japanese fan translation, it's like, you know, I wonder if that like little aspect of it gets maintained, you know? I guess it does, because that's the way that like anime and manga and visual novels are written anyway, so it's still like tropey in that regard. But I think there's like that kind of extra layer, you know, like that meta element, this sort of satire of like, you know, being an English visual novel that's like pretended to be translated from Japanese. You know, and I also thought about like, you know, like what would like you know, if someone is like, you know, like a super like into anime, just like a teenager, and they're like making their first visual novel, and they like are like piling in all the tropes because that's kind of just like what they have to play with and what they know how to write, where it's sort of in like the fake Japan, and they like use the phrases that anime characters use. I try to like kind of think from that perspective and build like the world and the writing around that, at least initially. I think it was a challenge to take that approach, but at the same time make it feel like professional enough that like it just doesn't feel like total garbage when you first pick it up, you know? Like between you know, just like the art and the menus and the music. I spent like a lot of time on the menus, just making it feel like, you know, like I was thinking about actual like more professional like visual novels that are made by studios, and like kind of how the menus are like animated and have like, you know, a nice like life and theme to them. You know, how the title screen is like animated and stuff. So I like played around with that a lot pretty early on, and I was like, once I started like, you know, animating the title screen and stuff like that, I just like, I felt I was like so proud of it. I'm like, because I didn't really know my abilities, or like there's some things that I can like do, but I don't feel confident in them because I've only like touched upon them, and that sort of thing, like UI or animation was one of those things. So when I like when I kind of did that, and I actually like I looked at it and I'm like, I was like happy with the way it looked. It was like such a great feeling, So that's one of the things early on that I just like felt really good about for this game. Yeah, I'll probably be archiving this. I'm probably gonna like go go back and skim through it and be like, wow, I shouldn't have said that. But if I don't archive it, then someone else is probably going to, so it might as well be me. Oh, this is interesting. This line, when Yuri says, I've been reading a lot of horror lately, she used to say, I've been reading a lot of Stephen King. But like just a couple months before I released the game, I changed that line because I watched the anime School Live, Gakko Godashi, and one of the characters like is reading like a Stephen King book, and that's also like starts off as like a cute show and then like turns into like a kind of horror. And I was like, oh my god, like I watched that show and I'm like, oh my god, people are gonna think I copied this show. So I actually like removed the Stephen King line because like I was afraid of being accused of like copying that show. That was a really good show though. It's like every episode was like so sad. That's like just what I felt throughout the whole show. So it like really captivated me for that, I think. Because it's just like every episode focused on like what was lost, you know what I mean? And sometimes it's just like, something really severe or like, really heartbreaking. Gotta get a little physical in the first episode to, hook the audience. Get them to, buy your merch. She comes up along behind Natsuki and, like, I don't know. That's what I was thinking of. It's not like fan service, but it's sort of like, I don't know. It's, already giving you, like, I don't know. It's like putting one foot in the door, saying like, "Oh, like this is okay," Oh yeah, sorry for like sniffling a lot. Maybe I'm a little bit sick. I think I've had like a minor cold recently. How do I feel about having impacted the anime culture of this generation, or having so impacted? I don't think... Well, the funny thing is, I don't think DDLC, like, had much... It didn't, like, influence the culture, or, like, push it in a specific direction. DDLC is based on, like, Western anime culture. Or at least, like, how it's been the past couple of years, where, like, people kind of make fun of anime, but they love it at the same time. They just like love poking fun at themselves, and how it's become like very kind of meme centric. I think the game is satire because of its place in Western anime culture. Like on the surface, if you look at like the first act of the game, it's not literally satire. It's just like a generic dating sim, but it becomes satire in the context of the existing culture. Or that's kind of the way that I see it anyway. So I like to think that the game is more based on the culture and not really like the other way around. I know that like there's now like a lot of like DDLC memes and stuff like that like in you know, a lot of anime communities online, and that's still like pretty crazy for me to see. It always has been, you know. I'm just still not used to it. But I think that's just because it fits right in with the existing culture, if that makes sense. Was I inspired by Giffany from Gravity Falls? That was another instance where I saw that episode like after DDLC was kind of underway, and that probably happened with several things where I'm like, you know, I saw it, I'm like, oh man, now people are gonna think I like copied this or whatever. Actually, the same thing happened with Undertale, because I explained the plot of DDLC to some people, and they're like, oh, like Undertale, and I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about because I haven't played the game yet, but maybe I should not play the game so I can do my own thing with DDLC instead of like accidentally taking too much influence from it or something like that. So that was like, that also happened with Totino. I forget the full name of that visual novel, but the same thing happened. I was working on DDLC, and some people are like, oh, that, you know, that's like Totino, where like the girl, I don't know, kind of like there's one like route or ending where she like breaks the fourth wall or whatever, and I'm like, okay, you know, let me try to like avoid that so I don't take like too much of a direct inspiration from it. But it just goes to show that like the core concept behind DDLC is like not that original, you know. It's been like done a lot of times. I think that's the case with a lot of media, you know. Like how many, you know, like how much anime is just like the same basic plot, especially like slice of life, but then there's probably one or two that you just like so much more for some reason because you know, that's how I feel anyway with like certain types of media, because oftentimes it's like something you more personally relate to, or something you like about the execution or the characters or whatever. You know, that's the case with games with like, you know, DDLC, Undertale, Totino. People have their preferences on which they like more. I after DDLC came out, I think people were comparing certain aspects of the game to Totino, and a lot of like visual novel enthusiasts felt that it was like a I guess like I'm trying to remember because I still haven't played Totino, so like I can't draw any direct comparisons, but I think people were saying it was like a less fleshed out version where you like don't get to know the characters as much, and it seems more like it's just for like the one thing, whereas Totino like tells a more complete story. I could be wrong because again I'm just trying to remember what people were saying about it, but the point is that like yeah, it can be the same core concepts, and people just have different preferences on the execution. And there are a lot of people who like the way that DDLC was executed, despite it, you know, other types of media having done it as well. And that's something that I, of course, can't help but be very happy with. I'm really glad to have provided that concept in a way that people enjoyed that much. Yeah, that was it. Kimi to Kanojo no Koi. When I say Totino, I think that's, people also refer to it as that, right? If I'm recalling correctly. But when I was saying Totino, I meant that game. Yeah, I still don't play DDLC mods myself, and there's a couple of reasons. I think I only like, you know, I haven't really talked about that too much, but I'll just, you know, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people asking like what my opinion is on like certain mods and things like that. Yeah, I decided pretty much like not to, you know, not to like start seeking out and like playing those mods because I think it would be just unfair for a couple of reasons. One, it's guaranteed that I'd only get the chance to play some mods and not play some others, and it would be really unfair for creators of certain mods to find out that like, you know, oh, like the creator played it, so, and they put that as kind of like a stamp of approval on the mod or something like that, or try to put it like above other mods because of that. You know, I think it's like it's not an even playing field like when the original developer starts getting involved with like the fan community. So I try to remain separate from that. The second reason is my experience playing mods would be just fundamentally different from other fans of the game because you know, like since I originally wrote the characters, I feel like the perspective that I would be going in, like playing mods, is just very different. You know, I would be in the same way I was when I was writing and playtesting the game. I would just kind of be like more critically evaluating like the character dialogue and thinking about like what they should say in this situation, and like, you know, sort of play it out more in my head. And so like it would be so much harder for me to like enjoy it because I just see the characters differently in that way, you know. And I think that's another reason it would be unfair. But yeah, in general, I think it's just you know, I love looking at the fan community from my perspective. You know, it's something I enjoy tremendously, but I think it's just not, you know, it's not something that I want to become too personally involved in, if that makes sense. Okay, what character should I go for? I'll let chat decide. Natsuki, Yuri, Monica, Yuri. There's Mythos, can you make like a straw poll or something? And just like spam the straw poll in the chat? I think that's probably the best way of doing this, because I'm not able to read it like from the actual chat. And I'll just do that, you know, make a new one every poem minigame. I think this is one of my favorite tracks in the game. I had so much fun writing this track. It shifted directions like several times until it got to the point where it is now. But like, I just feel like it's so, I don't know. For some people who like spend a lot of time on the poem minigame, like, I feel like it's a good track to kind of have on loop. Thank you, Mythos. Yeah, go ahead. Vote in the straw poll. Let's see which character comes out on top. Oh my god. I opened the straw poll and I'm like, wait, where's Monica? I forgot. Oh my god. That's so terrible. Wow, Sayuri's actually in the lead. That's actually pretty surprising, because, I mean, like, you know, in the most non-mean way possible, and, like, when I've done polls in the past, or, like, other analyses, Sayuri is, like, almost never on top, so I'm always glad to see her, get some love. It also, like, depends on the demographic and stuff, but, alright. That's enough time. You can stop spamming Mythos. Let's go for Sayuri. So, oh man, let's hope I remember which words to pick. Well, this one's pretty obvious. That one's pretty obvious. Okay. Probably this one. There are probably like people who are better at this than me. It's 8 out of 8 so far. Oh, I messed up. That's alright. Messed up again. Oh, I actually knew that one was Yuri. Oh well. That's Sayuri. That's Sayuri. Well, that's enough Sayuri to like be on her route anyway, so. Okay. We are back. Whoa, where did all these save files come from? Those must be from like playtesting in the past. That's funny. How is creating the 20XX Tournament Edition for Super Smash Bros. Melee? Thank you for asking. I love when I'm like at conventions or like, you know, like doing autographs or whatever, and people are like, yo, I love the stuff that you've done in Melee. I'm like, yes, boy. Like, you are part of the club, the real club, not the literature club. You're part of the real club. I love my Smash Boys. Yeah, it was so much fun making 20XXTE initially. Fixing bugs and stuff was incredibly stressful though, because, you know, I like took pre-orders for the memory cards, and then like all of a sudden, like, you know, I'm like responsible for all these people's money to like get the memory card to them and make sure it's like relatively bug free, and like, I don't know, that was like an incredibly stressful period in my life. That was like horrible, like going through that. I like definitely could have done that better, but that was like years ago at this point, and like after that it was so much fun for me to like add new features and stuff like that. Yeah, I'm going to be getting Ultimate. I'm probably going to try playing it competitively as well. Yeah, I do want to talk a little bit more about the music in this game. I would say that, like, let me think. You know, the reason that I wanted to make the music myself as opposed to, like, hiring someone, for instance, was, you know, I feel like it's just the type of game where most of it's going to be like this really generic, upbeat, like dating sim music. And although my music production skills and composition skills are like not really at a professional level yet, like I'm able to make like simple sounding stuff with simple notes, you know, and kind of the repetitive melodies. And that's really what I wanted to do in this game. Just like, I don't know, make, I wanted to like get the tunes kind of stuck in your head, like make them hummable, you know. I think theme songs are like in games are so great when it's like a very memorable and hummable tune, you know. Like especially after you're like done with the whole thing, and then like you're kind of reminded of it, and you hear like the first few notes, and it just like kind of like brings all the feelings back, you know. That's happened to me with like certain movies and certain games, you know. And so I was like, I thought that with my kind of, you know, very simple writing, I would be able to do that, and like repeating motifs throughout the game. So that's kind of what I had in mind for that. I'm like, okay, well, I have that kind of approach that I want to do with it, and since my skills are at least good enough to do that, like, you know, I feel like I should be able to do that myself. And I have like a lot of scrapped, you know, like tried to start certain songs, and like they just didn't really happen because either I wasn't good enough or like the idea wasn't good enough. So it took me like a lot of tries to like get the songs in the game that I have now. But I'm overall happy with the way that they turned out. MC throwing some shade at Sayori. Of course, because she's like the ditzy childhood friend, and he's like, oh, you can't do anything right. And she's like, hee hee hee, I love you even though you're an asshole. And Sayori is trying to be like, I don't know, trying to like hook up MC with like the other club members. Not literally hook up, but she's trying to like kind of like bring them together a little bit, because she's just like, I want everyone to be friends with each other and not care about me. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that in such like a making fun of her lighthearted way. Yeah, I mean, I wanted to go to Otakuthon this year, but it just, Unfortunately, I was not able to. But yeah, I would definitely love to go to it next year. And here's MC just like smooth talking his way through every situation. His personality just changes depending on the girl he's talking to, because that's another thing where it's like in, you know, in like these dating sims, the MC is like a total blank slate who like sort of has his own personality, but like he just, he says whatever is like appropriate for the trope of the character he's like talking to, you know? So it's like, oh, the childhood friend he's like kind of mean to, the shy girl he's just like really like encouraging and like, you know, like, I don't know, compliments him and stuff. And then like the tsundere he like teases, and then of course like the class star, that's when he gets like all like nervous and awkward. When I was like working on the early stages of the game, I decided on the overall chapter structure pretty early on. I was like, okay, let's have the base chapters, and then you get the exclusive scene depending on like which girl you select in the minigame, because that's the way a lot of like dating sims work anyway, where it's like at the end of the chapter, it's like you pick the girl that you want to like pursue, like especially like the like kind of the lower budget ones, or like the eroge. It just like literally lets you pick the girl. So I was like, you know, let's make that a little more interactive and do like the poem minigame, you know, and just kind of integrate it a little bit more into the linear story. So I had like, you know, base chapter, and then like put the exclusive scene in there, and then the poem responses, and then like the chapter ending, you know. And I was like, okay, let's do this a few times. So the poem responses was something that I was actually like, you know, that I was working on completely separately from like the rest of the storyline. I had like the poem responses like files, and just every now and then I would like add some more poem responses for the characters, and like just get those, you know, where I wanted them. And it was easy to do it that way because I can like reference their responses from previous chapters and make sure that like, you know, they're like, oh, this is better than yesterday's. That like, you know, was easy to have that all self-contained and like work on that individually. To like make sure it had that sort of continuity. And then as I fleshed out like the main story more, I was able to go back into the poem responses and like make some changes to make it a little more coherent with the main story as well. I never considered having voice acting in this game, because that was beyond the scope of like what I wanted to do. I decided pretty early on like what this game was going to be and like how much effort it would take, which I think is really important when you work on these projects. Like you need to realistically assess everything that goes into it and make sure that like it's something that's feasible to do within your budget, within your skill level, and can be like released in a reasonable amount of time. And that's what I did with DDLC, because, you know, it could have been, you know, you can come up with like a million things that could have been done either differently or could have been added to the game, you know, and there's certain things that, you know, if I decided to work another year on the game, for instance, I'd probably come up with more content that I would, you know, feel like adding in there, but that's just not what I decided the scope of the game to be, and I focused on like doing the things that I just wanted to do with it. So that was a little bit of a tangent, but kind of voice acting sort of falls under that, because finding voice actors and like, you know, suitable ones, and doing auditions and hiring them and like recording all the lines and like re-recording them, and then like mixing them into the game properly, that is all stuff that takes so much work, you know, like an incredible amount. And I decided it was just like, you know, beyond the scope of this game. Aside from that, another important thing to note is that this game is not written in a way that's designed to be spoken out loud, because as I was saying before, it's written as if it's kind of like poorly translated into English from like, you know, the original Japanese or, you know, original, like, you know, taking like Japanese phrases and stuff like that. It's like stuff that, especially in English, just sounds really awkward when spoken out loud, like in a literal sense. You know, I think that when you're writing like dialogue, it's written differently if you write it for the purpose of being spoken out loud versus for the purpose of being read on a screen. So that's one thing I considered as well. And it's just, you know, I don't call voice acting like something that's missing from the game, because based on that, it probably just wouldn't fit properly with the way the dialogue is right now. And you get a different experience when voice acting is not there, because hearing the voices in your head is a different experience in itself versus hearing it out loud. That is why at the end of the game, when you hear Monica talk, and of course like sing Your Reality, I like, my first thought when I decided to do that was like, this might not work well, because people are going to have their own voice for Monica through the entire game, like in their head, you know, or just not have a voice for her. And then they finally hear her talk, and they're like, oh wow, she sounds like so different from what I imagined, you know? And there's sort of like a disconnect there. And I was afraid that would kind of like ruin the moment. And for some people, like they definitely experienced that. But I was like, you know, I was thinking like, okay, like I understand that downside, but it's a sacrifice that I feel that I need to make in order to like kind of make the ending the way that I want to make it. So that's definitely something that I thought about. Do I have tissues down here? I do. Sorry. I'm going to mute my mic while I blow my nose so you don't have to hear that nastiness. Alright, we're back. Oh yeah, and also like hearing all the content creators like silly voices, or not always silly, but sometimes they actually brought in like their own like kind of friends to do the voice acting, or if it was like multiple people playing through it, they like did different voices for each of the characters. That was like so much fun, you know. That wouldn't have been there if you know, again, if the game had voices. And it's you know, I'm not trying to make any justification. I'm just saying it's like a different experience based on like which you choose, and it's not like one is strictly better than the other. Maybe I should be talking more about like the actual content of the game. I keep getting like sidetracked because it's like all this random stuff that comes to my mind. With the exclusive scenes, I think Sayori's was probably the most challenging, because Sayori's one-on-one interactions with MC have to be in the context of them having like been best friends since childhood, or at least like good friends since childhood, you know. And you know, it kind of implies that they like lost touch a little bit recently, but the point is that like they have this whole history together, and so they fundamentally treat each other differently, and they make references to like things they already know about each other, you know, and like past events, and like a lot of that stuff was like, you know, kind of difficult to come up with, even though it's all like pretty simple stuff. It's like when you're thinking about their dialogue interactions, like you can't just kind of do as much of whatever you want as you can with like Natsuki and Yuri, who are like who are completely fresh to MC. You have to like put a lot of thought into how to make them feel like they've known each other for a long time. And you know, with this scene here, you know, I sort of wanted to like, I mean, like you're going for Sayori because you picked her in the poem minigame, or maybe that's just like the result that you happened to get. But the point is that instead of like, you know, MC just being strictly mean to her, like I tried to kind of show that like they're a good balance for each other, you know, where like, you know, Sayori like looks out for him and he looks out for her, and they both like complement each other in different ways, if that makes sense, you know. Let's just click through this booby talk. We don't need that on my stream. This is a PG stream. I didn't like it was actually really funny because that CG specifically, what is it? Before the game came out, I like printed some CGs on like some postcards and like handed them out at like a local convention, and I just completely didn't realize that out of context it looks like he's like unbuttoning her shirt. And I'm like, oh my god. And that was the one that people took the least of, most likely because they don't want to have like a, you know, such a lewd scene on display. In context, it's like obviously not as bad, but it's still like sort of, you know, the imagery is like, you know, a little bit fan servicey, I guess. I don't know. I wasn't really like going for that, I don't think. I was just like, I don't know. I was like, let's do the thing that like anime does, or like that dating sims do, where they have to sneak some kind of like, you know, some kind of boobs joke in there. And like make everyone feel awkward. I love when Monica just like flies into the scene and like just interrupts whatever's going on. You know, and of course in some of the later exclusive scenes she like does it on purpose to basically like, I don't know, break the romance between MC and the other character. It's just, I don't know. It was always fun like kind of throwing that in there because the reader is like, yes, it's happening, and then she just like swoops in from the side and they're like, oh my god, come on, Monica. Monica, no, I mean, yeah, Monica never had like a route because the whole point of the game is that she doesn't, you know? That's the reason that the game has a plot. The plot is centered around the fact that she is not obtainable. I think in the same way that I mentioned that like dialogue in the exclusives with Sayori was difficult, her poem responses were also pretty difficult because her I don't know, her trope makes it a little harder for her to like overtly crush on the protagonist, because they already have their system, or they already have their like dynamic, and it's hard to like, I don't know. Natsuki and Yuri, like, I don't know, their tropes lend themselves so well to you just like doing stupidly cute stuff with them, but I feel like it was a little more difficult with Sayori, you know, with like the established friendship, and you know, I can't rely on her just like, you know, getting all like shy or whatever, like, and blushy like with Natsuki and Yuri. I had to like, you know, I guess come up with a couple other ways of showing her kind of like, you know, falling for you a little bit more. Hive Nightly, if you're looking for shirts, we recently launched a bunch of t-shirts with for fans by fans, which is basically like like licensed fan art that's being provided on merchandise. There's some like really awesome designs that they do, and then the official online store is like fairly soon getting like an overhaul, and that's going to include some nice shirts as well. And these are things where I'm like, you know, supervising and like approving all the designs. And I'm like very happy with them. And then finally, there's like, you know, one or two other things for the future as well. That's like a few months away or whatever. But those are the things that are most immediately happening. If you want, you know, if you're looking for shirts like right now, then definitely check out For Fans by Fans. They have some like really great stuff. Another one of the things that, like, you know, I was talking about before, how like I felt like really good and, you know, like proud about how I was able to like put enough effort, or I was able to get the UI and like the general aesthetic of the game to the point where like it you know, felt like fairly professional, I guess, or at least not like totally crappy. There were a couple like little touches that I added here and there, and like, you know, after I managed to pull them off, I was just like, I felt so good about it. And the music change for the poem games was one of those. I was like so excited to do that. You know, I was thinking like, oh, it'd be really cool if like the poem sharing song like changed as you're reading each character's poems, like to kind of suit the personality or the mood of the poem. But I wasn't sure like if or how I was going to be able to pull it off. And so after I kind of like composed them and like figured it out in the code, like I was just like really happy with the way it turned out. And you know, that's just like something about the game that you know, I'm just very glad that I did. Just those like little nice touches, I guess. So I think, yeah, from Sayori's first poem, there's already like the poem is basically about her depression, you know. You don't really, you're not gonna see it that way until I guess you really understand that about her, but it's about her, like, you know, finding the motivation to get out of bed in the morning. If it wasn't for you, I could sleep forever. Or maybe she's talking about the protagonist. Maybe the protagonist is the sunshine. Who knows? And it's open to interpretation, or whatever. Yeah. And then the I want breakfast line at the end, you know, that's just a little bit of silliness that I had to put in there for her. The music transitions were hard-coded, but they were coded in the Ren'Py engine, like with the music playback tools that Ren'Py provides in the SDK. So it was like during the showing of the poem, I used Ren'Py to take the current music position, and I fade that song out on one channel and start another channel with the poem song and fade it in, and take the same position that it like noted at the start of the fade out, and then the other channel like fades in at the same position as its starting point. So that's something that like Ren'Py made fairly easy to do. By easy, I mean like it did a pretty good amount of the work for me. But I still had to like figure out some logistics surrounding it. It ultimately wasn't that difficult to do. Yeah. Now the protagonist is like accidentally says something mean, and he's like, "Oh, I didn't mean it like that." It was actually nice. He's like, I don't know. I like when he catches himself like being too mean, or like he like has trouble like really complimenting her, I guess. I don't know why, because like sometimes you just develop like a dynamic like in your friendship that you've had for like a long time, and then like you know, it kind of dictates like the way that you speak to them. It's like if you know, certain friendships, this especially goes, I think a lot of guys experience this where, you know, you make guy friends and you just like, you can't really be too emotionally open to each other, you know what I mean? So it's like, you know, it's like can be harder to like compliment them on something, or like I don't know, something along those lines, and you sort of like beat around the bush, or you turn it into like a way of like, you know, teasing them in some way, or like joking about it, just to like kind of get out like what you're trying to say, you know. I think that is how the protagonist is with Sayori. It's like he can't just be direct with her because he already has this like established way that he is with her, and it takes him a long time to change that and start like really saying what he wants to say. Oh my god, it's Cedric. Yo, thank you for stopping by. Cedric's like a friend of mine from college. I haven't seen you in forever, man. I'm heading back to the East Coast like in November, and then again around Christmas time. So like if you're around either of those times, then please hit me up. Like I'll probably be in the New Brunswick area too, so. Okay. A lot of Natsuki's poem responses are like the shortest. Because she's just kind of like, you know, she's sort of like blunt anyway. So, and then, you know, Yuri kind of like, a lot of her dialogue sort of like drags on a little bit. Alright, I think we need to talk about this poem a little bit. I like, you know, I wrote this and I was so hesitant about it. I was like, this is way too like simple kind of, and like, I don't know, like too easy, if that makes sense. Like, Natsuki is definitely a better writer than this, and so like, do I really want it to be like that? I don't know, like bad, if that's what you want to put it. And so many people like made fun of this poem so much when they read it for the first time. Oh my god. And that made me feel like even more self-conscious about it. In the end, though, I think I think because of that, it ended up like standing out a little bit more, and people remember it because of its simplicity, like its rhythm, and it's like kind of the quotes used in it. Like I see them like resurface here and there, and so I guess in the end it sort of worked out. But like I felt bad that like, especially a lot of people who like aren't like into the tsundere type, like they already think Natsuki's like a jerk, and then they see like this ridiculously simple poem from him and like, oh my god, like, you know, just like I should have given, like, I shouldn't say it, I should have, because I just talked about how like this ended up sort of working out in a way, but I feel bad that I didn't give her a little bit more credibility for, like, you know, I should have, you know, especially since you find out that she's like already a writer, and it's like, I don't know, it would be nice if she kind of like blew everyone away with like some, you know, like redeeming quality after she's kind of like this off-putting or like unappealing personality or whatever. I don't know. That's only from like one perspective, you know, the type of people who experience the game or the characters in that way. But like that was definitely on my mind. That's all I'm saying. But you can tell she's not confident in it. I don't know. Maybe like she didn't put much effort into it because she wasn't really feeling it. I mean, like the poem itself is like about like, you know, giving up in the first place, or how she like, you know, doesn't feel confident in it. So in that way, it's sort of like a self-fulfilling prophecy. So that's you know, that might be one way to look at it. Mr. Protagonist has to like sugarcoat, be like, oh, I liked it. But there's like, you know, I mean, there's truth to that. Like, the protagonist is saying that, like, you know, he gets to the point, which is that like it's, the point is for someone to express themselves, and that immediately like gets Natsuki out of like sulk mode, and she's like, yes, like I'm glad you understand, and now I can like kind of talk about it in like a more serious way. I like when Natsuki so often gets like the short end of the stick, no pun intended there. But when she kind of has like redeeming moments, it's like, I like that. It's like, I feel like she deserves it, The whole point of her character was that like she, you can tell she's in like probably a really bad friend group for her, where like, it's one of those friend groups in like high school or like, I don't know. A lot of people like they have a friend group in middle school or high school where the dynamic of the friend group is just like they just like make fun of each other all the time, and they like pull pranks on each other, and like they're like mean, and it's like funny, it's just like their dynamic. But when it gets to somebody a little too much, there's like no one there to really stop it, and that person can't like express that because it's not part of the dynamic, and so like things go a little bit too far. And I think that's the way it is for Natsuki, where she's like an insecure person, and like people probably make fun of her for her hobbies, and like that she likes manga and stuff like that, probably in jest, again, because that's just like how the friend group is. But like Natsuki really takes it to heart, and like it like really lowers her confidence, and feels like she is just always insecure around people. It's like that's how she thinks it has to be, and so she carries that personality like into the club, because that's just that's like what she knows, if that makes sense. And so she constantly feels the need to like find this sort of self-validation or like prove herself, and her like kind of general meanness to other people is probably stems from that dynamic that she had in the friend group too. And so that's just like it's an unfortunate situation, but a big part of her character development, I think, is like learning how to be comfortable with the other members of the club who are as interested in really being friends with her, in like a nice way as she probably is with them. So that's kind of like something I really wanted to do there with her character. It's like, if I'm gonna make like this tsundere this tsundere girl, like there has to be like if I want to personally, I guess, care about the character and not literally just have them be like a one-dimensional trope, then there has to be like, it's like, why is she behaving that way? You know what I mean? And I think through high school, like I was friends with so many people who like had these insecurities, or were like in those kinds of friend groups, and I had so many of my own insecurities, and like thinking back to like high school and in some cases middle school, like I was really thinking about like all these characters are probably just going through so many of those same things, and I really wanted to like convey that in their personalities. It's like a tough time for a lot of people. I think that's how it is for most of the characters in this game. Oh, Yuri. That's some shade right there. Yuri's it's interesting the contrast with Yuri, like as opposed to Natsuki. Yuri has a ton of insecurities as well, and she's like so afraid of being disliked for her interests, and she's so afraid of like speaking her mind or putting her thoughts into words because she like doesn't want to come off a certain way. But there are other things where she thinks like really highly of herself, or she tries to anyway. You know, I think she wants to convince herself that these certain things about her are like better than everyone else, and like the people who make fun of her are just like, you know, like immature and like childish, and she's like better than that. But I think that in itself is also like a defense mechanism, you know? And that's another angle that I also experienced kind of through middle and high school, that some people would take if they had those sorts of insecurities regarding other people, you know? I was probably guilty of that like in middle school, you know? I was like a, you know, kind of like a arrogant asshole. Probably more in my own head, I mean, you know, because like outwardly I was like a super like awkward weirdo who like didn't understand like social situations and stuff like that. You know, but in my, you know, so like when I didn't fit in to social situations, in my head I was like, oh, that's all beneath me, that's like immature garbage, you know. It was like, I don't know. It was, you know, it's like some pretty strong chunibyo. But I think I took some inspiration from that, like for Yuri. Because she's like in her head so much. But outwardly is like actually so afraid of being disliked. And of course, you know, like her sort of chunibyo nature, she's like, oh, I have to be like, you know, all sophisticated and like highbrow and intellectual. So her poems are like super metaphorical and like, I don't know, has some like more advanced vocabulary than the others. You know, but sometimes like getting too abstract and metaphorical is like, I think Natsuki actually says this too at the end of this chapter when she's like arguing with Yuri. She's like, oh, making the meaning all cryptic is just an excuse to not have any meaning at all. You know, you could just like kind of pull it out of your ass or whatever. You know, Yuri's like probably not doing that, but I think like being like, you know, the point is that being abstract and metaphorical doesn't directly equate to like being more skilled, if that makes sense, even if that's like what Yuri wants to believe, you know. If she like has that idea of like the more intellectual type of writing, it like has to be that, then that's just kind of like what she's pigeonholing herself into. Ooh, the poem was too hard for you to understand, because I'm such a good writer. Oh, it's nothing. Monica was really fun to write during the poem responses because her responses are like, they are, once again, like at this point in the game, like with Monica being like, she's supposed to come across as like the guide character, you know, or like kind of the mascot of the game who helps you along, like to, you know, pick the girl that you want or whatever. And so she like talks more about the other girls and is like, oh, this is what those characters like, you know? So, you know, you seem to be getting along with them and stuff like that. So she's kind of like the tutorial character, if that makes sense. And that's like the way that her dialogue is framed through this. You know, so she's like, oh, this is something Sayuri would like. So it's like, in case you're not picking up on like the way the poem minigame works, or like how to go for your character, she like, or you want to go for a different character, she like kind of explains like what each character likes in the vocabulary. And she teases you a little bit. She's like, oh, do you like her, and stuff like that. And she gets like more intense with that, like if you keep going for the same character, you know, because she's like starting to get jealous. It's almost like she understands her role as club president, and thus being like the person who's like leading you through the game, but she's like also having a hard time like holding back her jealousy or her envy of the player getting so many scenes with all the other characters. It's not like you have to worry about impressing them or anything. Already like breaking the fourth wall a little bit. It's so much fun to just like sneak those tiny little things in there that could be like taken in proper context, but also like thinking about it in that context is like, I don't know. And of course it's obvious enough that like all of Monica's poems are about you know, her like epiphany or the situation that she's in. She says that directly to you, I think, in Act 3 as well. Yeah, I thought that would be really interesting, where like she never really talks about what her poems are about. Like the other characters, like, you know, it's kind of more obvious what they're about, or they at least explain it, but Monica's like, you know, when the protagonist is like, oh, what's it about? She's like, oh, well, you know, it's just like kind of about this feeling that I had or whatever. He's like, what's the inspiration? And she's like, you know, I had some kind of epiphany. You know, that's pretty literal, but she obviously like doesn't go into more detail than that. And she kind of hides it behind like, oh yeah, like, you know, I don't want to get like too dramatic, because when you just make friends with someone, you want to ease into that sort of thing. You don't want to like dump all of your emotions onto them like right after you meet them. You know, because it's not like the mutual rapport that can be good for building friendships, and Monica's conscious of that. Or that's the way that she's framing it anyway. Really, she probably just like understands that her best chance at getting, you know, what she wants or needs is to play along with the game a little bit more and like kind of find her chance and like just learn a little bit more about what's going on. So she doesn't want to like jump right into like, you know, breaking the fourth wall and like ruining the player's experience along the way. Here's something that's very interesting. So Monica's writing tip of the day. That's something that, first of all, I had like a lot of fun with, because once again, you know, this game is full of setting up rules for itself that can later just be exploited and like do things that the player doesn't expect. But Monica's writing tip of the day originated because this particular one, when she's like, you know, giving you the tip where she's like, you know, just don't get stuck on like the one word. You know, if you keep your pen in the same spot, you get like a big dark puddle of ink. So just move your hand. You know, that is a direct reference to, of course, in your reality, the line, the ink flows down into a dark puddle. Just move your hand right the way into his heart. I was, like, when I came up with that line, I liked the line. But I was like, I need to make sure that, like, the metaphor that Monica is explaining, which is like her pen is in the same spot and she like can't decide like what to write next or like what choice to make next. But it's like, you know, causing more problems for her because it's like creating the dark puddle of ink and she needs to like, you know, just, you know, go with the flow. I felt the need to like just explain that a little bit better, because I felt like that was a little bit too much. Like the line in the song I felt wasn't quite clear enough to get all of that context in there. So I was like, let's let's like include this as, like a writing tip in the game. And that's when I first decided to have like Monica's writing tip of the day, and have it like a recurring thing that I could like do other fun things with as well. So that's just a little interesting fact. And it's not like, when I say that, I'm not like trying to not give people enough credit, but I was just saying that, like, because that line could probably be like interpreted in various ways and stuff like that, but like that was one particular one where I wanted to like the picture, the image that I had in mind for it, like I wanted to be able to better share that a little bit, and a cheap way of doing that was to just kind of like explain it a little bit better in the game itself, and then allude to that in the song. This scene was so much fun to write. The little argument scene, and it's like, oh, like pick the girl that you care about more, that you want to like, have a better chance with or whatever. But it was like, I really liked the dynamic between Natsuki and Yuri throughout the game, because they are both they both have like these flaws or insecurities, but in just like different ways. And I always felt like they could like learn something from each other, if that makes sense. That already started from this chapter where they like get into this argument where I wanted them to both be making valid points, but neither of them like actually agree with each other, because again, they're sort of pigeonholed into that one mentality about poems. I think it was a good way of like more outwardly expressing like characters like having flaws, Like they can't be like just the perfect cute trope that they represent. I mean, they could be, but like if a character, fundamentally, if a character has insecurities, then that's going to manifest in ways that turn it like that, cause I think these sorts of scenarios, or cause like flaws in their outward personality in certain ways. Oh, this song was also like so much fun to write. I think I didn't have this scene written yet when I came up with the song. I think I was in like a coffee shop with my sister, and I just heard a song that was playing on like their Spotify playlist or whatever, and it's like the music was like really quiet, like oftentimes in coffee shops you like can't really hear the music unless it's like empty in there, but like I was able to hear like the bass and like the bass line of the song, and it sort of had that like a similar feel to like what's in this song, and so like that was like playing in my head like on the way home, and I ended up kind of just like extrapolating that into like more of a song, and I'm like, oh, this is such like a silly sounding like bouncy song that is like it would be really good if there's like something something frantic happening or panicky, or like something's not going quite right, like or like there's this argument, and so like I was like working on the song and like knew that it would be like a really good fit for something like this. So I'm really happy with the way that this song turned out as well. No, the name wasn't based on Doki Doki Panic. It was just based, I don't know. I came up with the name like long before I even started the game's development, because like it was just such an easy like generic name for the game, you know, like Doki Doki being like, you know, the obvious onomatopoeia for heart beating that like you hear so much in like anime and stuff like that, you know. That's more where it came from. And it was this Doki Doki Literature Club. Yeah, so of course, like all of a sudden for the argument, they like talk to they like turn to the protagonist, because they're both like trying to, I don't know. They're both like, well, he's, you know, he was like flattering me earlier, and he understands me, so let's like make him decide. It's like you gotta pick your girl, because they're like fighting over you. Not literally, but that's almost like that's like the way the scene is set up. It's like the two girls are like fighting over you, and you have to like pick who to go with, and then you have like Sayori as your cop out. So I guess we haven't decided who to go for yet for the next chapter. But I guess since we picked Sayori for the last chapter, I'll pick Sayori here. What a complete non-resolution. He's like, stop making Sayori uncomfortable. He's literally just like shifting the burden from him to her. She's like, oh, everyone like, you know, well, I don't know. He's just like needlessly involving her because he's like, doesn't want to deal with it himself. Kind of a crappy thing to do, but of course it magically works out in the end because it's a romance game and the protagonist can't do anything wrong. And she like tells it how it is. She's like, oh, there's redeeming qualities in both your poems, and like, you know, stop like getting so worked up over it. Stop like feeding into your insecurities, and you know, just learn to respect each other for your differences. That's like it's so funny because well, ignoring the boobs comment, which conveniently like diffuses the scene. It's so funny because there's a really ironic theme that I tried to incorporate into the game, and especially between Natsuki and Yuri and their own interests and like their insecurities, which is that if there's something that makes somebody happy, then like who are you to like, you know, be an elitist and say that like their taste is bad, for instance, you know? It's like, yeah, respecting, you know, even if it's something that you don't like, or even if you want to look down upon, if it is bringing joy to certain people, like you should respect that it does that for them, and let them experience that, and let them be happy with that. The reason I said it's ironic is here you are playing this like super generic like moe dating sim, and it's almost implying that that there's like you're most likely playing this game to make fun of it, or at least that was like half kind of half the audience coming in, like you know, that was the satire of the game, to make fun of it. And here's this theme that's kind of like telling you that that the people who actually enjoy those sorts of dating sims, you know, or spending time with fictional characters or watching anime or whatever, like, if they are enjoying that, then like, don't put them down because you think that it's because you have like a low opinion of it, you know, like, let them be happy with it and respect them for it. And there must be something about it that they're getting that enjoyment out of, and that should be enough for you to give it some, at the very least, some respect, even if you have no interest in it yourself. So that's sort of like the meta theme that goes on there, and that kind of recurs throughout the game when it comes to like Natsuki and Yuri, as they, you know, by the time we reach the epilogue, they sort of like decide to finally like respect each other's interests and, you know, see what makes the other person so happy about it, even if it's like not their thing. It's just, you know, it's I can't help but think back at like, you know, when I was in like middle school was around the time where like, I grew up playing Nintendo and I loved Nintendo, you know. There was just, there was like so much charm and magic behind like all these Nintendo games, and that continues to this day, where like a lot of their games, like, it's hard to not like just smile while I'm playing through, because there's like, I don't know, there's some kind of amazing charm to me behind them. But it was around middle school that like people started like being like, oh, you're like still playing that, like that baby shit, you know, like it's so like cartoony and it's like for babies. You gotta play like Call of Duty and like, you know, Madden, and I don't know. They were like, you know, it's when guys were hitting adolescence and they started becoming like probably more protective of their masculinity. And there's this disconnect because I loved Nintendo, and, you know, I had a GameCube and I just loved, like, you know, Nintendo games and Mario and all of that. And people were like, oh, that, like, you know, that stuff sucks. That's for babies. And that's obviously like a really direct example of that sort of thing. But it's like, you know, it's just like, come on, like, it, you know, makes me happy. Just like, let me enjoy it. But of course, I wasn't any better back then. I thought that I was better for liking Nintendo, and that they, like, you know, they had bad taste and they didn't understand, like, you know, what good games are or whatever, you know. So I was just as elitist as they were, but I didn't have that sort of ammo to use against them, I guess, in the same way. But that's just like looking back at my interests versus other people's interests, and the way that it made me feel when people like put down my interests. I think that, like, you know, trying to like thinking about it from multiple perspectives like that, I think it made me realize that I was probably doing the same thing to other people, and it was just like, you know, not fair. Like, if I'm entitled to my happiness for my interest, then, like, you know, they're entitled to what they want as well. That was like I guess a really long monologue about that, but it's just like, I guess something that I cared enough about to like put as like a recurring theme in this game, and so that's just why I wanted to like talk about it a good amount. Thank you, Mythos, for that straw poll. Who are we doing next? Best Girl 2 actress again, current code. Oh my god, that's so good. You know, today is Akiha's birthday. Akiha was my OG waifu. Tsukihime was the first visual novel that I played. And Akiha, like, like meant so much to me. You know, or I've always had like a lot of empathy when it comes to like fictional characters, and so like I don't know, like her story just like hit me so freaking hard, and like she was you know, she felt like a motivational person to me. And it is 100% complete coincidence that DDLC came out on her birthday. Let's see. I'll be right back. I gotta show you something cool. Yeah, boy. Check it out. Pretty sweet, right? I think I dropped the stand on the floor. Hold on. I actually kind of wanted to troll everybody today and just tweet out "Happy Birthday, Akiha." But I guess I didn't get around to it. It would have been hilarious, though. There we are. That doesn't look good. Just keep the camera up here. Alright, let's see what the poll came out as. Ooh, Sayori's on top again. Okay. Peace is a Natsu keyword? That's weird. I think the modding scene is great, or the fact that it, exists as a community in general. Like, I care so much about people having the opportunity to get more out of, the games that they enjoy, or media in general. I mean, I did a lot of modding work for Smash games. I was a Project M developer, and I made 20XX Tournament Edition for Melee. And that went along the same lines, was to help people enjoy Smash more. So it's something that I think is, like, something that's amazing to have. There are, there are some stipulations. Like, I mean, just if you own an intellectual property, then you can't really give like 100% free reign, or at least it's like, unwise to do so. And so I wanted to do everything I can to like allow the modding community to do their own thing, while still have some like some basic guidelines to make sure that you're like, not doing anything extremely wrong with copyrighted material, if that makes sense. Or in some cases, things that like I'm, not comfortable with. I have no rules about the content of mods, of course, because I believe in creative expression and, getting what you as a fan want out of the content that you're writing or consuming. So the guidelines that I have are more about like copyright related stuff. But I love the fact that, there's like a strong modding community for the game. Oh, what's up, Walsk? I didn't see you earlier. This was fun for like a few of the chapters of the game. Like, I just had to come up with like an intro to the chapter and like, an ending to the chapter. I had to think about like, what sort of silly little situation can I put the characters in, or like how can you get to know the characters a little bit more. And so it was actually sometimes a little bit challenging to come up with this stuff, but I think after, because it's kind of like, for instance, the beginning of this chapter is kind of like a little mini plot in itself with like the whole cookie thing. But it was like, ultimately, once I set down the foundation for it, just the dynamic between the characters felt really natural writing it, I think at this point, I had a pretty good understanding of the intricacies of each character and how they would like behave in the given situation, and it made writing their interpersonal dialogue just feel quite natural. I'll talk more about like the horror stuff, I guess, once I actually reach that point. I guess I'm going through the game like fairly slowly. How long have I been streaming? Like an hour and 45 minutes. It's because I keep like pausing to go on like these tangents and other monologues and stuff like that. I'm most likely going to find eventually tonight find like a stopping point and then continue tomorrow as well. Because it would be nice to like get through the whole game, you know what I mean? I think this was something that I actually like never got around to, but I wanted to animate the cookie flying through and like hitting Sayuri in the face, because without having that context, until like 3 lines later, this is something that I didn't think about when I was developing the game, that ended up happening a couple of times, where when you're given an onomatopoeia or a sound effect and then it's only explained in the next line, that's totally fine for people who are just like, reading through it. But for people who are like narrating the game or like live streaming it or whatever, they oftentimes, you know, they analyze the lines as they come up, and they don't have the context until like the next line. And so like when that happens, people stop there, and they're like, did he just like slap her or something like that, you know? And that's only the next line that they like understand what happened. That's you know, that's something that I did not consider when developing the game. You know, that sort of style of reading that people would have. Yeah, I would say tonight is probably going to stop around the end of Act 1, and then tomorrow will be like, you know, Acts 2 and 3. Just play through the rest of the game. Yeah, Rocker, it is interesting that you bring that up. That's something that I thought about for a while, like after I released the game, like whether or not it was necessary to have the noise when you enter Sayori's bedroom, because looking back at the type of horror or like disturbing content that I wanted to do with the game, it made me sort of feel like the noise didn't need to be there, if that makes sense. You know, I think I didn't want the noise to be like literally a jump scare. I wanted it to just, I think, be an introduction to the jarring scene that you're placed into. But like I was thinking about it afterward, and that would possibly be one thing that I wouldn't mind like reevaluating and doing in a different way. I don't want that to be taken as like that it's like bad the way that it's being done, or that like I wish that I did it differently, because naturally, like, there are a lot of people who, I mean, that's like in general, like a powerful scene in the game, and different people are going to have different experiences just depending on how you frame it. And the way that it's currently framed, that's like how, you know, a lot of people had a powerful experience that way. And if it was framed differently, then for some people it'd be less powerful, for others it'd be more powerful. So it's all like very subjective, you know. In the very first version of the game, there was actually a point during Act 3 where there was like one of Monica's like monologues was actually non-existent in the code, and so if it was like if like it randomly picked that monologue item, the game would crash, right? And every time you restarted the game, it would try to pick that same monologue item, and the game would just keep crashing, and you just could not talk to Monica anymore. And I saw that as like a pretty glaring error, because I wanted people who wanted to like spend time in Act 3, I wanted them to be able to keep doing that. But I fixed that, or maybe announced that I was going to fix it, and I received this email from someone who, and it was like they were asking me to not fix that bug, because they said that bug happens to me, and it was a really important part of my experience when playing through the game, because it felt like just an additional piece of the futility of what Monica's trying to do, and a way of you know, forcing her away, like, you know, just another force that prevents her from achieving her dream, and tells the player that they need to move on and do what they need to do. They said it was like a really important thing for them to experience, that they like couldn't be forever with her, because that's like not how things are supposed to turn out. And I was just like, wow, like, you know, this completely unintentional, you know, like bug that actually like interrupted play for a lot of people, like that like gave this one person like a completely different experience with the game. And, you know, and they were asking me like not to change it, because they didn't want that experience to be ruined, and they wanted other people to experience to have that same sort of moment that they had where the game crashed. I thought that was like so interesting, and it helped me more strongly realize just the total subjective nature of like design choices. And that's why I don't want to say that I should have done something differently, or like that, you know, one way is like better than another way, because it just, you know, there's so much subjectiveness around it. And when you're fundamentally changing certain things about the experience, like, you can't say one is like strictly worse or strictly better. It's just different people are gonna experience it in different ways. So that's how I feel about that. That was once again a long-winded answer, but you know, I wanted to talk about that lesson that one person taught me about design choices and the way that people experience games. I loved putting a little bit of focus on like Sayori's overall like silliness in this scene, you know? You didn't fully get to experience that side of her yet, I don't think. But she's just like, I don't know, she loves being a little goofball, kind of making people laugh. And I think, you know, Natsuki like gets a little mad at her because she did that, but Natsuki probably thinks it's funny too. And like, oh, Monica has a boyfriend. They don't like say it outright, but it's implied. It was nice to kind of have that scene without like Monica being directly involved, because Monica is, you know, she's sort of, you know, she's like the leader, and she like kind of wants people to be on track, and I think that sort of goofing off between all the other four characters is like not quite as possible when like Monica's there, because she's always like, you know, she always takes things like a little bit seriously, and you know, doesn't you know, tries to keep things on track or whatever. Oh yeah, that was very deliberate. It's so convenient to not have parents. And it's also kind of like a little nod at anime that does the same thing. Because yeah, like, you know, what purpose would they serve? They just get in the way. I do a lot of things like that in DDLC that's just like intentionally convenient for like setting stuff up, you know? Where like the setup comes first and then everything else like happens around it, if that makes sense, you know? Like the scene with Natsuki on the chair and she like falls on the protagonist or whatever, like about how she has to like use a swiveling computer chair to like reach the shelf, despite the fact that like in the background you see like all these normal chairs. It's like, you know, just come up with whatever is necessary to set up for the scene, and like it doesn't matter how much sense it makes. Why are most visual novel backgrounds so devoid of life? Depends on what you mean by life. Do you mean like background characters and stuff? Probably just because they would be like not only like a pain to draw, but it would make no sense to like have them just lingering back there for like the whole duration of a given scene, I guess, you know? Well, like the main characters are moving. I don't know. That's just the way that I see it. Oh yeah, regarding ports of the game to like novel platforms like 3DS and I don't know, someone did like a PSP port, I think. Like those are more like I see them more as just like fun tech projects for that person / proof of concept. Like people like it is so unlikely that someone's gonna like pick up the 3DS homebrew port of the game before they play the actual game. You know, or that's the way that I see it. I don't think it's like stealing downloads or something like that. It's just like I see it more as just like a fun personal project that someone's trying to do. And since homebrew communities are like their own thing, you know, between like the homebrew developers and like the homebrew users who are also often kind of like tech inclined because they want to like install homebrew on their hardware. Like a lot of that stuff is just like enjoying it for the technical reasons or the feat or the proof of concept, something like that, you know, or just for the idea of like, you know, a fan of DDLC just saying that they have it on their novel, on their like PSP or whatever, like, you know, that's the way that I see it. Just as like, you know, once again, just additional ways that people are enjoying DDLC just from a more technical standpoint. I think I've like talked a little bit about Natsuki in the past, or like, you know, kind of the way she's done in Act 2. You know, I think I did it in like a Reddit AMA a while back, but the main gist of it is that Act 2 is not really about the club anymore. It's not about like Natsuki and Yuri. It's a lot more about Monika and Monika's desperate attempts to get you, the player, to dislike everything about the game except for her. And Yuri is one of the best vehicles for that, because she's like so, you know, she can like get obsessive and has more of a potential to like just be like make you like really uncomfortable with the club than like Natsuki, I guess. And so like Yuri is more Monika's chosen vehicle for making you feel that way. And what is it, like, you know, again, if I wasn't like, if I didn't decide upon the scope of the game or specifically what I wanted to do with it early on, like I could have added a lot more content with all the characters, with like, you know, a dynamic Act 1, like where it could be any of the characters, and a dynamic Act 2 where it could be any of the characters, but like that just like exponentially increases, you know, the amount of work and decreases focus on the specific thing that I wanted to like do well with the game, you know. At what point in Act 1 does Monika start like making changes to the game? It's really hard to say. I think the turning point is basically like the chapter after this one, where Sayori is like noticeably feeling down, or like something is wrong, you know. That's probably around the point where like Monika is realizing that like what is it? The protagonist is only going to get into a deeper like romance with the other character, and that like she kind of needs to try to do something about it to like steer you away from that. So I think it's probably around the next chapter that like Monika starts feeling that way. But I mean, the entire game, she's like, we don't really know the exact influence or amount of influence that she has on certain things. because you know, the whole point is that this universe is like an ever-changing universe where like the reality is just whatever it currently is at the time. And so you can't say like it's this way because Monica's making it this way, you know? I don't know. I'm probably like rambling and not making much sense. All right, thank you for joining, Phil Borgen. Hope to see you back tomorrow. I did mention for those who weren't at the beginning of the stream that I'm not going to like be making like any announcements tonight or anything like that. Unfortunately, I was just not able to like coincide things with this specific day regarding like you know, announcing like, I don't know, future plans or like stuff I'm working on or whatever. So I apologize for that, but you know, when I talk about things when I'm ready to talk about them. Do I feel like knowing that I made the characters prevents me from being attached to them in the same way fans are? Well, yeah. I think that's kind of a given because, yeah, having like, you know, having written them from start to finish, like my perspective on them. I mentioned this a little bit earlier too, but yeah, like my perspective on them is just kind of fundamentally different. Because a lot of the feelings that fans have surrounding the characters are based on them experiencing the dialogue and the scenes in real time, and that like kind of shaping the character for them and coming up with their own, you know, feelings and interpretations. And of course, like none of that is there for me because you know, I was making those decisions and writing those things in the first place. So yeah, naturally, like the way that I view the characters is very different. But I feel like I like care about the characters, if that makes sense. Like it was you know, like it was painful to write certain scenes. I was like, you know, I reached a point where like I was you know, especially when writing like more about like Natsuki and Yuri's insecurities and like, you know, how they feel like so sad and hopeless sometimes. Like, you know, I just I couldn't help but feel really bad that that I, you know, like wasn't giving them like the happiness that like they deserved as human beings. But like, you know, that's not the game that I set out to create. And I just, you know, I accepted that. Life doesn't always have happy endings. sometimes there's just you know, things that are out of our control. And I don't think it's bad to experience that in fiction sometimes. You know, it's a part of life. And what matters is that you care about the character. And you see them in your own way, and you, and that they, you know, they give you those feelings, or they teach you something, or, I don't know, they provide a unique experience for you in some way. And yeah, I think the way that things turn out in the end is going to shape that in some way or another. I can't decide what Monika's name would have been if it was Japanese, because I wanted it to be Monika. Thank you for joining, VidGray. This poem response in particular was quite hard to write because, like, you know, this is when, like, you're clearly going after Sayuri and she has to, like, you know, get a little bit Doki Doki for you. But she has to go about it in, like, her same sort of, like, you know, ditzy manner, or however you want to put it. Oh yeah, Sayuri's like shock face, or like this face where she's like just the tiniest bit cross-eyed, like she's looking at something in front of her instead of like looking at, you know, the player or whatever. I loved that face. It's like it's one of those things that I kind of like envision as like, let's just like just very slightly like do that, you know, because it's so perfect for her character. Like she's trying to process the situation, and it's so, like, you know, silly and innocent looking. That was something I was pretty particular about. Yeah, Sayuri's not literally dumb, you know? But, you know, when people have, like, like a ditzy sort of personality. It's not like they're literally faking it. It's just like I don't know. It's sort of the way that they outwardly express themselves, I guess. You know, they like, you know, I guess they like having that sort of silliness about them. Because it can add like a positive energy to, you know, to their interactions. I'm trying to think what to say about this poem. It's probably one of my favorite poems in the game. It's so like, I don't know. For one, it's like such a strong contrast to the previous poem that you wrote. But it was at this point where it's like, you know, I had some of the other writing done like after this, I think. You know, kind of the scene where she like reveals her depression and stuff, and so I wanted to think about like just what's a really good way to start introducing the seriousness of it without like, you know, while still sort of saving most of it for like the big, you know, the big talk that you have with her. And so I you know, I came up with like, you know, the idea that like she you know, that she's like trying to give so much happiness to all of her friends and doesn't have any for herself. Yeah, and how it gets like, you know, it starts off like, I guess, kind of whimsical and sort of slowly transitions into something that's like kind of, you know, very uncomfortable or like creepy, you know, like the way I phrase this here, like digging and digging, scraping and scraping. I think that's like what I had in mind. I wanted to like sort of transform it into like something that sounds a little bit, you know, a little bit creepier. Yeah, so I think, you know, I'm really happy with the way the poem turned out in representing the way that Sayori experiences her depression, I think. And even the protagonist is like, holy crap. This is like, you know, I didn't expect something this like, you know, he doesn't see that side of her because she just like, she hides it, of course. She doesn't want to bring her sadness into, she doesn't want to burden other people with her sadness, but like when the point of writing is to like express your feelings, she, you know, I think that's just like, she started to, after joining the club, like she started to find like writing as this like magical outlet for expressing herself. And you know, despite the fact that she is in fact sharing that with people, like it's still more for herself than it is for other people. And she might just kind of be hoping that like you know, that like the protagonist or other people aren't gonna like, you know, unearth her darkest secrets just by like, you know, reading into the poem a little bit, you know. She's probably hoping that they're just like, oh, it's like it's a nice poem, it's sad or whatever, and like that's about it. But yeah, I think it's a lot more for herself than it is for other people. Yeah, even the protagonist is like, yeah, never mind. I'm like thinking too hard about it, you know. Like I know you're just like, you know, a bundle of sunshine, and he kind of just like dismisses it. Ding ding, foreshadow. So much fun to like sneak a couple of these in here, here and there. There's another one where Yuri's like, this club is seriously going to be the death of me. I think that's coming up in a little bit. And even during one of Natsuki's exclusive scenes, she's like, Monica, are you trying to kill your club members or something? And I was like, oh my god, like, I don't know. This is so much fun. Oh yeah, even Natsuki's like, oh, this kind of reminds me of Sayori, because Natsuki's like, I don't know, I guess noticing that you're like spending more time with her, and maybe she's like getting kind of insecure about it. Yeah. So what I was talking about before about like the themes of like respecting, respecting like people's interests or whatever. Natsuki like wrote a very literal story of, this girl named Amy who seems like just such a nice person, and like, like the writer, very clearly like wants to, likes everything about this person, except like she's so repulsed by like this one interest that she has that like, she just kind of lets it, I don't know, lets it like ruin everything about her. And it's very clear that like Natsuki is, she's taking out her feelings on people not respecting Natsuki's interests, like, her friends. It's like, like I think I'm, it's like I think I'm a pretty good person. I just happen to have this interest, and like, why are you letting it, why are you forming an opinion of me based on that? Just let me enjoy it and, see me for who I am. So, this part right here is like she's getting so literal about it. It doesn't matter if she has other hobbies. It doesn't matter if she keeps it private. It doesn't matter if it doesn't hurt anyone. She's just obviously talking about herself, but it's kind of the way Natsuki writes. It's like more blunt and literal, and something that kind of anyone can probably take a message from. So. Yeah, just use these simple analogies, and it helps people realize how stupid they're being. And of course, what she means by that is, helps people evaluate their own behaviors, that maybe they're being judgmental or something like that. But she like says it in her own defensive way, of course. I think if you go for Sayori, then both Natsuki and Yuri, like the poem responses are always neutral. They never dislike your poem, because Sayori, like, her words are mostly in between each of their like appeal points, which is like fine. It's only like if you go for Natsuki, then Yuri heavily dislikes it. And if you go for Yuri, Natsuki heavily dislikes it. Sorry, but yeah, I think it like makes sense that it works out that way. But it's so sad when you when you go for one of them and the other one like doesn't want to talk to you anymore, because they're like, oh, you're just like writing to impress that person. Yeah, this poem was pretty fun to write. Without getting into it too much, it's it's about a metaphor of the raccoon being a physical manifestation of like maybe an obsession that like Yuri has, or like an addiction of some sort, and how the more she feeds the raccoon, like the more it wants to be around her, and it causes that sort of vicious cycle. The point of the poem is that Yuri likes bread. Who doesn't like bread? Like Natsuki probably read it and she's like, yeah, I like bread. Good job. It's quite relatable, Yuri. Have I personally met Sakurai? I have not. It would certainly be cool to, but like, I don't know. There are people who are so much more involved in the Smash community who are like more deserving of that, I guess, And thankfully, many of them have gotten the chance to meet him, But it's like, if I met him, it's like, I don't know, like what I would say, or like, like it would be cool, but I can't see it as like some life-changing experience, if that makes sense, because it would just like I don't know, just someone whose work I tremendously appreciate. So it'd be nice to like shake his hand, and let him know that he's done a lot for my career and my life in general. His games have given me a lot. Oh yeah, this is where, I have that privilege. I can roll back because I'm in developer mode. But this is where, Natsuki and Yuri, like, protagonist is like, like maybe you're not so different because you both just kind of, want to be respected. And Yuri's like, oh, she seemed like the kind of person who would make fun of my hobbies, but that's my fault for judging. So it's like, oh, +1 respect point for Natsuki. Oh, but don't tell her I said that because I'm, I don't want her to, to know I was like thinking poorly of her or whatever. If I hadn't learned to embrace my own weirdness, I'd probably hate myself. Let's see what Monica has to say. It's like number 2 for Sayori. The more you write about the same character, like the more critical Monica gets. Or like she starts to like tease you a little bit, or she's like, you should really try a different style because I don't want you to like get closer to this character. In college, I studied IT. It didn't have much to do with like my, like what I ended up doing in my career, but it was like a really good fallback. I already had skills in IT, just because I always tinkered with computers throughout my life, and like in high school, I did like a freelance kind of computer repair business. So it was very natural for me to like do it in college, and then ideally sort of like just get a steady job in IT, like as I was, doing my own hobbies on the side, for instance. It seems like a pretty risk like not you know, not too risky, and would give me like multiple possibilities. I'm not like unapproachable or anything, am I? You are literally unapproachable. I literally cannot approach you. This poem was fun to write. It's like, I don't know, obviously a little more directly breaking the fourth wall, but it's still easy to not think about it like that, unless you like revisit it. I think what she is describing here is what she experiences when you quit the game, or like when you're not playing. She talks about that a little bit in Act 3, if you let her. Because I was thinking about when, what is it? From a technical standpoint, when the operating system frees the memory that was allocated to that process, you know, the memory is not deleted instantly. But now that it's considered free memory, other processes start to allocate bits and pieces of it, and so like her world just starts to like get these like random pieces of noise like inserted into it until it just like completely fills her universe, and it's like screeching, you know, and it's like this horrible experience, you know, because it's basically like she's dying, or like her universe is dying and being replaced with like random noise. So that's kind of like, I think, what my inspiration was. Windows never frees up memory. Once again, she just like beats around the bush and is like, oh yeah, it's just abstract. Just like, you know, I was just like playing with words. Go S2J, what a boss. This was so much fun. Once I started doing like the Monica's writing tip of the day, I'm like, I have to do some like really fun stuff with this. So like, you know, Monica's like the tutorial character or whatever. So she's like, oh, don't forget to save your game when you're like making a difficult decision. So aside from the hilarious like fourth wall breaking that like the player doesn't actually think about until later, because they're just like, oh, you know, it's like when you play like Zelda and they're like, you know, like press B to swing your sword or whatever. like in the game, you know, they just like don't acknowledge their fourth wall breaking or whatever. Like, I was just thinking like the same thing with Monica, even though she just like, just as comic relief, she just like does acknowledge it. She's like, wait, what am I even talking about? But she does that like a few times, and it's just like just innocent like comedy in the game until later on you realize that it's like a lot different. I also like how I ended each tip in "That's my advice for today, thanks for listening," because no matter how like bizarre or off the wall like her tip gets, she always like ends with that. Probably gonna go pretty quickly through this part because it's like fairly long and there's not all that much to talk about, you know. Just kind of like lead up to the festival, and you like get to know each of the characters a little bit more by seeing how they react to a public speaking scenario. You know, and like, I guess kind of indicates that they all like they all care enough about the club to do this, you know, for the sake of the club. It was pretty interesting to frame it a little differently in Act 2, for there to be like, you know, that additional bit of strife there, because things are getting like extra tense and weird. One, because of you know, Monika's meddling, and two, like, Sayori is not around to make the club like a more comfortable environment, I guess. So, you know, these sorts of situations just end up being approached differently. Oh, it was really fun for like, you know, after like, after Monika goes and she's like, you know, oh, so it's like, Sayori going next, and Yuri's like, I'll go next, because she like, she like, what is it? She like gets in her own head so much that like she like saw Monika doing it, and she's like, oh my god, like that's so, like, I have to do this, you know? Because she like gets so into the idea of like expressing herself, so she's just like so intense. She's like, I'll go next, and then like it's only after she gets up there that she like realizes what she just put herself into. Now everyone wants to go home with the protagonist. It's hard for me to pick like a favorite song, but there are like a couple that I don't know, that definitely really stand out to me, because I really like just either how I compose them or how they work in the game, you know. Composition wise, I really love the Poem minigame song. I was just like so happy with the way that it turned out in the end. Despite it like taking a while to get to that point. And then I really like the My Confession song, when you're in Sayori's room. That was a song that I had low confidence in my like composition abilities to be able to do, even though that's like a really simple composition as well, just like the rest of the music. I think like I don't know. I didn't really want it to be like generic, like sad piano song, if that makes sense. I wanted it to still be like a song where you at least like remember the notes being played, and throw a few motifs in there from the other song, you know, from the other songs. You know, there's like a little piece of the melody is like from just the theme song of the game, and then there's a little bit from the poem minigame music as well. Sayori's like, oh, why are you spending so much time caring about me? You should, you know, spend time with everyone else or whatever. Alright, it's straw poll time. My music background is just like, I don't know, something that I've like done for fun over the years. Just like messing around with music production software and like making, you know, like mostly bad stuff, because I was like just a kid who didn't know anything about music composition. But I had done it for long enough that I think I picked up like just the amount that I needed to make like this game's soundtrack. But if it was like any other game, then I would never make the soundtrack for it, because I only have the skills to do just like something that can use like really basic composition knowledge and like simple instruments and simple mastering. Thank you, Mythos. Monica's memories of like the way the club was, like, you know, before you played the game, or in general, like memories that the characters have. You know, like what is the context of them? I guess is sort of what you're asking. Like, did the club exist or whatever? I like, you know, that's something that's like, I don't know, weirdly philosophical, because it's like, you know, if you like, you know, at any point in our existence, like, for all we know, like, our universe could have just like blipped into existence, you know, 5 minutes ago, and all of our memories and everything that happened in the past could have just been fabricated at that creation point of the universe. You never know. So I guess it would be the same for the game. Tournament edition. I like your like meta memes, Mythos. The Dan Salvato meta memes. Of course, it's Sayuri once again. People want to go Sayuri all the way. Give her the love she deserves before we have to say goodbye. Oh yeah, the poem minigame song. An early version of that song, like before I was finished mastering it, I used in one of my Melee videos. It was a trailer for a 20xxte update. I was like, you know, this song would work pretty well, and it'll be hilarious. Like after I eventually release the game, to be like, yo, like look what I did like a year ago, and it was hilarious. People like went back to that video and they're like, oh my god. Like there's like comments about it and stuff. It's so funny. I think when I released that video, at least one person was like, yo, where can I find this song? And I'm like, you'll find it eventually. No, I never heard from Game Grumps. That's kind of sad. I watched like their whole playthrough, and he's like, I gotta send this guy a strongly worded email. I'm like, I'll be waiting for that because I want to hear from these guys. I spent a lot of time watching them back in like the old Ego Raptor and Jontron days. Like the Sonic 06 playthroughs and stuff like that. That's when I watched them the most. And then I sort of like fell out of it for a while. Then I watched some stuff here and there, and then like I don't know. I respect those guys a lot, and like their playthrough was freaking hilarious. I loved it. I felt so stupid like setting up for this pun. I'm like, all right, like stupid Japanese pun, awesome. Monica breaking the fourth wall, like I don't know. I wanted a place in the game where Monica alludes to the fact that the game is written as if it was translated from Japanese. So I thought that would be like a funny place to put it, It's such a weird like back and forth between like Japanese versus English. It's like you're making a Japanese pun, which implies that you're like speaking Japanese, but it's like in English and it was originally in English, and Monica's saying it was translated, but it's like, I don't know. I just thought it was a funny thing to do. And when Monica's like, that's not how you say my name, it's because, I don't know. I was thinking about Japanese character sets and how her name would be Monika, but the way Natsuki is framing the joke, she's saying Mo-N-Ika, using like different syllables there, and so when she's like, that's not how you pronounce my name, like, it's it's such a dumb thing that you can't really like convey in text unless you like actually have I guess understand like the Japanese character set or whatever. But like, I don't know, it was so perfectly stupid for this game that I wanted to include it. Yeah, I've seen Madoka Magica. I really like that show. I named her Monica because like I wanted her name to stand out in a way, because she like obviously serves a different purpose in the game. That's the first reason. Monica is like a good kind of typical like popular girl name, if that makes sense, or that's like the way that I thought about it. I feel like in a lot of media you hear like, I don't know, the popular girl, they're always named like, I don't know, Monica or like Becky. I don't know. Like it was just something I like decided pretty easily early on, and it just always felt right to me. I didn't have to deliberate over it that much. That just like really felt like her name. Karen. Yeah, this is a chapter where it's like Sayori's like, you know, getting really sad. Something is clearly up with Monica. Like, even if you don't, you don't know about the fourth wall breaking yet, but like, it's sort of implied that Monica is having some weird back and forth with Sayori. Because she's like, oh, like, I'll go talk to her, and then it's like, you never find out what she talked to her about. And that's always kept, like, ambiguous, you know, because, like, it just, not knowing the full picture with Monica's involvement just, like, gives you this kind of anxiety surrounding it, you know? Oh, I'm just tired. You ever say that where you're like feeling down and someone's like, oh, like, you know, what's wrong? And you're like, I'm just tired. I feel like that happens to everyone at least once. Sometimes like you don't want to make a big deal if you're about it if you're feeling down. And of course the protagonist like doesn't understand that him like you know, just like being nicer to her is you know, like not having the effect that he's hoping it will. You know, I don't know, like just visual novels or dating sims or whatever, it's like, you know, being nice to a character is often like your ticket to getting them to like fall in love with you or whatever. I don't think you're used to just like it having a more multi-dimensional effect, I guess, but I don't know. I was trying to think about it from a more realistic standpoint regarding depression and like what Sayori wants. I didn't mean to say like, oh, like I'm doing something different and special, but the point I was making was that since I'm framing the game as like a generic one-dimensional dating sim, like up until this point, I was trying to start shifting the tide a little bit, if that makes sense. That needed like a little animation or sound effect there. Natsuki like hits you. Guess I just never got around to adding that, whatever. Oh yeah, this the whole thing with the third poem responses here with first of all, you know, Natsuki and Yuri both writing about the beach. I thought that was I thought that was fun to do, how both of them are like, oh yeah, it was her idea, you know, I just like went along with it. But it was like, you don't really know how it came up or who came up with it, but it's very clear that like they are becoming more interested in each other's writing styles and beginning to respect each other a little bit more. So that was fun. But the other interesting thing is you know, if you pursue either Natsuki or Yuri the whole time and you get like their little secret poem, which is, you know, sort of like a confession letter or whatever, there are so many variables on like, because you read it and like, you know, say you read Natsuki's confession letter and then you go to Yuri and Yuri shows you the beach poem and she's like, oh yeah, Natsuki wrote about the same thing, and then the protagonist is like, wait, but you know, the poem I read of Natsuki's was totally different. And then, so it's like, the protagonist has to acknowledge that for the scene to make sense, but then it has to work the other way around, and it has to work like if you read them in different orders, like there's just different like pieces of dialogue. The continuity with all of that was actually quite a pain to do, and I think I like messed it up a few times before I actually got it right. And I believe I'm trying to remember, but I think there was still like an error in there somewhere that I had to change in a patch later on. But yeah, that was pretty difficult to work out. And aside from that, the 2 beach poems from the characters, I definitely like the way that those turned out as well. Probably some of the poems I more enjoy in this game. Yeah, Natsuki's is just, it's, you know, it's like cute and romantic, and she, I don't know. You don't really hear her like longing to be a positive force in someone else's life, but like I think this poem gives you like a good clue of like the kinds of close friendships that she really wants to have with other people. You can really see Yuri doing that, making us both write something so she can show off her writing. Then like Yuri says the same thing, but the other way around. It's like they don't want to admit that their relationship is changing with each other. What do I imagine MC as? I mean, I literally don't imagine MC as like a... I don't imagine him as a character in the same way that I imagine the other characters, because he's just like, I don't know, like the blank slate that says whatever's convenient. You know? Like, just deliberate self-insertion or whatever. No, that doesn't mean I see him as myself. God. My point is just that, like, yeah, he's just like this weird other, like, incomplete thing sort of character that's like just says whatever's convenient. I don't know. It's like probably pretty like similar feeling when you play like other like I don't know. I think probably certain eroge does that a lot, because like obviously the whole point is just to like, you know, have sex with the other characters or whatever. So like you probably see that a lot in eroge, where the protagonist is literally just like barely exists as a person even, and is just like these pockets of like convenient interaction with the other characters. This poem was like a lot of fun to write too. Yuri was, I think, trying to like sneak in a lot of like metaphors of how she feels about life regarding the beach. And Yuri like doesn't rhyme in her poems. But I don't know. I felt so good, like a well-placed rhyme, I don't know, can be so good. It can like feel so good, like when kind of wrapping up a piece of writing or something like that. I don't know. So this like rhyme that I put in at the end, like, sorry, I don't mean to like the rhyme that Yuri put in at the end. I apologize. Don't want to break the immersion. Not like I've been doing that for this entire stream, but yeah. I guess the I don't know, the dichotomy between the two choices, where it's like, you know, she's like finding finding some kind of peace. It's like, you know, she can either return to the melancholy of life, or like let go of it and find peace or whatever. I don't know. It's like super edgy, but I think like the way that it's framed, and like, I don't know, I like the way that it rhymes. How they're, yeah, you know what I'm talking about. But yeah, that might be the only time that Yuri actually rhymes in one of her poems. I'm aware that the beach is kind of an inane thing to write about. Shots fired. Oh yeah, this too. Even if you don't get the special, like, you know, confession poem from one of the characters, the order still matters in like which one you talk to first. So that was yet another layer of like variables that I had to figure out. It's like, yeah, Natsuki already told me about it. Spaghetti code. Yeah, Mythos probably knows better than anyone else. There's so much spaghetti in the DDLC's code. It's like so freaking disorganized, but that's what happens when you just like, I don't know, with these sort of like smaller projects that you just kind of like build, like keep kind of piling on more stuff over time. And you're like learning as you go, I guess. That like happened a lot with like the Ren'Py engine and, you know, other random stuff that I had to do. Cuphead is awesome. Just the direct call out at this point, because you go with like a character all 3 times, and Monica's like, you know, she was like, something's going on, like, are you like, you know, flirting with her, like, what are you doing to my club? It'd be terrible if something bad happened to her. Monica was like playing innocent. What could have happened? This one was pretty fun to write too. Just tells a little story about Monica's futility and finding happiness through seeking answers, I guess. It's like, you know, knowledge and omnipotence does not bring happiness, I guess. Don't have all that much in particular to say about that one. About this one, I guess it's fairly straightforward, but it was fun to like kind of frame it as like, you know, like a little storytelling poem. Ahead in Time is also great. I'm really, what is it? It's so great to see collectathons like kind of back on the map. You know what I mean? Because it took such a long time they took such like a long hiatus. Because you know, the ones that stood out the most were like, you know, Super Mario 64 and like Sunshine and I guess Banjo-Kazooie. And there were like, you know, plenty of others here and there, but those are like the ones that really stood out to people. And as as the industry leaders like shift away from certain genres, like they kind of fade out, because a lot of the smaller studios, I think they find inspiration from and oftentimes want to follow what the industry leaders are doing, because that's like what people are playing, you know. So it took a long time for collectathons to come back, and you know, A Hat in Time was like, I mean, it was very clear. They're like, on Kickstarter, they're like, we want to bring collectathons back because these are actually like genuinely fun games. Like the exploration, the little missions that you do throughout, the power-ups that you collect that like allow you to access more of the world. You know, like collectathons did not, it's not like they became out of date. They just became like out of style. You could still make like a modern collectathon. It was so great to see them come back. And then freaking Mario Odyssey, just like, I don't know. It's like A Hat in Time was like in development and stuff, and then all of a sudden Nintendo was like, yo, like, it just like came out of nowhere. It's like the next Mario game, it's like, yo, we're a collectathon again. And it's just like, oh my god, it's just like so awesome. So I really love seeing like genres come back like that, you know what I mean? Same with what is it? Yeah, collectathons came back. Space Combat like sort of came back. I don't know. Star Citizen like is sort of happening. I don't really know where that is. But there was also like Elite Dangerous and stuff, you know. The last like Space Combat sim I played was Free Space 2, which came out in like 1999. And I'm just like, what the heck happened to that genre? It just like disappeared, you know? People just like stopped making it. But then like, I don't know. Kickstarter has given certain people the ability to like bring these genres back, because you know, you go to a publisher and they're like, no, like no one's doing that right now. People aren't going to play it. But then like there's clear interest through crowdfunding, so that's great. So that happened, and then the other one is what is it? First person or point and click puzzle adventures. You know, like Myst. Myst and Ribbon were like hugely impactful games for me. And all of a sudden those came back with The Witness, made by John Blow, and then later Abduction, made you know, by Cyan, the creators of Myst. And I'm just like, I don't know. I'm going on a complete like tangent here, but I'm just saying it just feels so good to see like genres make a comeback, like these types of games that I enjoyed so much when I was younger, that I haven't been able to like experience fresh in such a long time. Why the heck are people just saying the DK rap in chat? Where did that start? Did I say something? I don't know. Okay, you three. They like poke fun at like Monica's catchphrase of "Okay, everyone." I wanted to give the characters just like these little quotes that stand out. And Monica's like the type of person where she would like have like the little phrase that she uses. You know, like in school, like you have one of those teachers who just really likes to use a certain phrase. You know, or it happens like in the workplace, like, I don't know, like your boss, like they like using a certain phrase or a certain word a lot, and like it just stands out to you and it becomes like kind of their thing or their catchphrase. I think that's what I had in mind for Monica's "Okay, everyone." And a couple other decent quotes that like summarize the other characters too, that come up here and there. I don't have like solid physical voices that I play for the characters, you know? It's like when you read stuff, it's like you have I don't know, like your imagination, it has sort of like a half-formed idea of a voice for the character as you're reading, but you're not like literally hearing them talk in your head, like every word, for instance. That's sort of how it is, I think, with the characters for me. It's almost like I can hear the inflection in my head of the dialogue, but I can't hear the voice itself. I gotta blow my nose again, so I'm gonna mute my mic real quick. Alright, we're good. What advice do I have for new coders who want to make their own projects? The best answer I have for that, you know, after having been asked it here and there over time, is it's like so easy to get like all these awesome ideas for things that you want to make, you know, just these, you know, really ambitious, like I don't know, like if you have the drive to like create stuff, then it's so easy to get like all these amazing ideas, but oftentimes those ideas are too far into the future, based on where you currently are with like your skills or the time that you have, or like your budget depending on the project, you know, if you like need to hire other people, things like that. So these are all things that you need to take into account in order to realistically determine like what's possible to create at the given moment. I think that the best way to successfully complete projects and as a result learn skills and learn from the projects is to limit the scope as much as possible to something that is within your capacity to do at the given time. You know, those amazing grand ideas, like you can put those off for like, you know, you never have to give up on them or let them go. You can just, you know, put them off and wait for when the time is right, you know. But it's the small ideas where you just have to learn like a few new things to make it happen, you know, and that can be finished within a realistic amount of time, or every piece, every time you work on it, you feel like you're actually making substantial progress instead of it just like always feeling like there's an infinite more amount to do. Limiting the scope like that, or picking a project that is just like very small in size that like almost guarantees your chance of completing it, makes such a tremendous difference and really gets you somewhere, because it allows you to maintain your drive and passion while learning the skills you need in order to get it done, if that makes sense. You know, I've always learned skills as a means to an end. I get an idea, and the idea is like small and simple enough that I can learn just what it takes to like finish it, you know, and it's probably going to be pretty crappy because I'd like just learn these skills, but it gives me a foundation to just, you know, start the next thing, which is like slightly larger, and build on that and get better over time, you know. It's a great way to learn and build your skills while remaining passionate and driven and actually like, you know, putting things out the whole time. That's something I feel very strongly about, and I think you know, for aspiring developers who like don't have much experience, being able to like realistically assess the scope of their project in order to make sure that they remain passionate and can like achieve things one step at a time, I think that's a really great approach to take. I feel so bad for Yuri here. Monika's like, okay, well, Natsuki is good at baking, but like, I don't know what to like, like, what can Yuri do? It's not like she thinks that Yuri actually has no talent, but like in the context of the festival, it's like she doesn't know like everything Yuri is good at. So it's like she just can't come up with something. He was like, I'm useless. Which is funny because in Act 2, it's the other way around. Like here, Monika's trying to come up with something, and she like feels bad, and Yuri's like, oh, I'm useless. In Act 2, Monika's literally like, Yuri, just do whatever you want. And Yuri's like, I'm not useless, you know. Monika's actually like the most talented person here and makes Natsuki upset. Yeah. Yeah, it was interesting, like, changing the environment with Sayuri not being there, if that makes sense. You know, Monika has to actually kind of hold her own, but she's not perfect either. She's just a very normal person. You know, aside from her, like, destroying the world. I have not yet read Higurashi. Yeah, I've heard fan-made DDLC songs, like, you know, whether it's like certain remixes or just inspired songs, you know, in the same way that I have seen like a lot of other fan content in general. It's something that I tremendously enjoy experiencing, like people's interpretations and seeing their own creative talent, and like, I guess, being inspired by DDLC. It's something that I just that I really love, and makes me happy on a daily basis to see people producing DDLC content. So there's no way I can't, like, sometimes go out of my way to enjoy things like that, you know? And, like, you know, a lot of it is being made by people who are just way more skilled than me when it comes to, like, music or art or whatever else, you know? So it's just, like, in some ways it's inspiring to me, too. To, like, see something DDLC related, like, come to life in that way that I hadn't imagined before would be possible. Now everyone's trying to come up with excuses for the protagonist to spend time with them. Especially Monika. Monika's more straightforward. She's like, he hasn't gotten the chance to spend time with me, so... This same scene in Act 2 was also, like, really fun to make. It's like, you know, toward the end of Act 2, where, like, just nothing is nice anymore, and, like, everyone's just being horrible to each other. Oh, man. You know, it was, I mean, I'm laughing about it now, but yeah, it was, like, sad for, I don't know, in some ways for me to be writing that, because, I really like when the characters get along, and, you know, Natsuki and Yuri toward, like, around this chapter, them, like, kind of learning to respect each other a little bit more. You know, having to, like, throw some of that out the window in Act 2 was definitely like, dang it. I just want everybody to get along. I'm like Sayori, I want everyone to be happy. Yeah, if you pick Sayori and Monika here, it just, like, doesn't work, obviously. Because they're like, Sayori's already helping Monika. And then if you pick Monika, then Natsuki and Yuri, like, throw a fit, like, oh, she needs the least help, and Sayori's already helping her. They, like, guilt her so badly. You're like, you're the club president, like, you know, you're supposed to be, like, the most neutral, and, you know. So manipulative. But with it. Again, it's a nice change for the other characters to be manipulated for once instead of Monica. Oh wait, this deserves a vote, actually. Just gonna undo that. Let's get a straw poll going if you're still around, Mythos. I'm sure you're getting very tired, it's quite late there. You don't have to stick around till the end, you could just warn me if you have to head out. I don't know. It might be around a good time for me to like stop anyway, because it's been over 3 hours. It's getting like really late here too. But I mean, like after around the end of this chapter, I'll see how I'm feeling in a bit. But either way, like I'm gonna be back tomorrow, and my intention is to get through the whole game, because it would be silly to be like doing this commentary and not go through the whole game. So yeah, I want to give all of you a chance to go to sleep too. I actually forgot to consider that. I'm like, oh, you might not want to miss this, but you also have to like go to sleep. So I don't know. We'll like go a little bit. We'll go a little bit further. Wow, this one is so close. It's almost 50-50. Looks like Yuri has the edge. Haha, get it? That wasn't a knife joke. I'm just, oh my god. I was joking that she's like edgy. Yeah. I think, it's still going. I don't know, man. It's a good place to stop. Yuri had just a slight lead the entire time, and as it's looking now, she's ahead by 3 votes, so we're gonna go with Yuri. I don't know, actually, you know what, maybe if I'm feeling it like tomorrow, maybe I'll just go back and do Natsuki too. I mean, it was so close. I would feel bad like not doing both of them. So yeah, maybe I'll go back and do the other one. But I always feel so bad for the character that's like not picked here, because they're like genuinely feel like dejected, you know? Like they're just like being left alone in this project. It's like there's 2 pairs, and then they're like the 5th, you know, the odd one out. And since Natsuki and Yuri like both have their insecurities about like how they, you know, how much other people like them, it's just like really sad for them to see. Or it's really sad to see. But I'm glad that you know, the other one is like kind of awkwardly trying to support them through it. Well, of course, when I say that, people are like gonna go back and vote Natsuki to like try to push her ahead, you know? But it's not fair like after I make the decision. I love this. It's like, yeah, I got her number, boy. Like, I'm in, boys. Or whatever. But it's not like this was an excuse for them to exchange numbers, because obviously, like, I don't utilize that much in the story. It was more like they literally need a way to be in touch, like, outside of outside of the club room. So it was like a necessity. Yeah, I'm super hyped for Smash Ultimate. That Isabelle reveal was freaking amazing. It was like the last thing I expected. I'm like, you know, and now I'm just thinking, like, who's ever like going to want to play Villager now when you can play as Isabelle? Like, you know, there's just like such an obvious choice there. That's of course just my own opinion, but like. Oh yeah, so about the length of Act 1, that's an interesting point to bring up, and I think I talk about it sometimes, but it doesn't really come up all that much. So, I knew during this game's development that I had to hit like a certain sweet spot for, like, there's like people who have experience with visual novels, and then there's like people who don't really play them, right? The issue is, people who have experience with them, or visual novel enthusiasts, or whatever, they oftentimes enjoy like lengthier exposition because they want to like spend more time with the characters and like get to know them more. However, for people who aren't really into visual novels or like don't play them that much, I think they want it to, like, especially for a game like this where it's just like, you know, so far out of their preferred genre, it's like a tropey dating sim. They want it to get to the point more quickly, you know. It's a situation where I can't please everyone who's going to play the game, and I had to just try my best to like find a balance between it being long enough to lead up to it, but concise enough that it doesn't feel like it really drags on, if that makes sense. That's something that like I, you know, tried to consider regarding the length of Act 1, you know. And then like, you know, a big part of it is like when people stream the game and they like narrate it, it takes so much longer to get through because they're pausing and like commentating on it, and they're like, they have to like speak every single line of dialogue. It takes so much longer that way, and that's again something that I didn't consider as much. I was just thinking about people like playing it solo, where it takes maybe like between 1 hour and 2 hours to get through Act 1, just based on like reading speed or familiarity with visual novels. So, you know, that's kind of around the spot that like I wanted to hit with it, you know, and I think all things considered, it's in a fairly, you know, I always felt like it was in a fairly balanced spot. I felt like it was pretty reasonable. It could always lean more in one direction or the other based on the type of appeal I was trying to give to the story. But I really just wanted to try to balance it for both of those types of players that I had in mind. Yeah, so this is probably like a fairly good stopping point for tonight. You know, because things are about to get a little bit more serious, and so you know, I was like poking fun at a lot of stuff today and talking about sort of a lot of the tropes that went into it, or the basis of the characters. So probably you know, during the next stream, I'll be talking a lot more about like the horror elements, you know, and fun things that I was trying to implement in that regard, and feelings I was trying to elicit, stuff like that. So, yeah, I would say it's a fairly good point to stop for now. So, I don't know. I can't think of a less anticlimactic way to go about this. You can tell I'm just like not very good at this. I'm just like stumbling my way through the stream or whatever, because like I don't know how to like be a public figure or whatever. Oh yeah, I have to like decide on a time for the next stream. Oh man, would it be too bad if I just like set the time tomorrow? I know today I didn't have like a very specific time, but that's actually because I had like other stuff going on today and I wasn't sure when I was going to be done. But I think tomorrow will be like a little bit more open, so I think pretty early in the day I'll be able to like determine a time for the stream, and I'll be like tweeting it out, so you know, I'm not going to make it too ambiguous. Now that you've all like, you know, joined for this one, I want to make sure that you don't miss any of the continuation. I'll be sure to do that. So you know, just I'm sure it's gonna be like sometime in the evening again. So I'm hoping it won't be like this late or as late as it was today that I get started, but it'll probably be in the evening. So don't be worried about just like accidentally missing it. You know, if you sleep in or whatever, I don't know, just keep an eye on my tweets a little bit through the day, and you'll be sure to catch it. So that's the probably the most planning that I can give you for the time being. Yeah, I'll save the VOD as well. So, yeah. I know I like missed a lot of questions and things like that. You know, there are some that I probably like didn't see, and others that you know, I just either didn't have a good answer to, or like didn't feel like answering for whatever reason. So I apologize for that. Let's see what else. It's so tempting to be like, I don't know, just like play some other casual game or something like that while I have like all these people in the stream or whatever. I don't know. Maybe that's just a sign that I should stream more. I really got to do that. I gotta like get my shit together, man, and you know, have like a schedule in my life, so I can like find, you know, time for streaming. Really want to do that. I mentioned that at the beginning too, but yeah, I would love to just kind of stream a couple times a week and just, you know, do the things that I enjoy, like I don't know, speedrunning and Smash and Stepmania, just like the stuff I do on my stream. So I really want to like kind of just get back to that a little bit. So you know, here's hoping that I can make that happen fairly soon. No announcement tomorrow either. I'll be announcing my stream time. Thank you so much for all of your kind words as well. I think a lot of people stopped in just to, you know, say that they enjoyed the game and stuff, and I don't know. That like always like means a lot to me to hear, and it will never stop meaning a lot to me. It like, you know, that above anything else, just hearing like the different ways that people enjoyed the game is like such a great inspiration for like doing the stuff that I do, and it makes me want to always try harder to you know, give people these sorts of nice experiences through, you know, like games or interactive media or whatever other stuff that I do. So I just wanted to say that it always like means a lot to me. So thank you. You know, I'm sorry if I didn't like see all of your individual messages, but just wanted to share my general appreciation for that. No, I don't have anything like, oh, if you donate, you get to ask a question or whatever. I don't know. It's like, I'm not making a career out of streaming where I'm like trying to like get your money or whatever. In fact, like all the stuff in my bio with like the donate link and stuff like that, you can tell that's like super outdated. I probably wrote that like 4 years ago, because that was all like when I just did like speedrunning and Smash and like, yeah. I just think it's, I stream so rarely, I think it's funny just to look at my bio and be like, talking about speedrunning and stuff. I don't think any character was like the easiest to write for, because I tried to, I tried to give them all the nuance that I felt that they deserved in their personality. Oh no, All Melons is screwed again for GDQ. I just, what is it? I wanted to create a new route that was like an abridged version of All Melons, but before I knew it, like submissions were open, and it was just like, dang it, like I didn't have the rap prepared, and then I would have to practice it and get a good recording in. It was just way too much for me to do at the time, when like all of a sudden I just realized submissions were open. So I'm just like, dang it, guess I just gotta submit All Melons again, and hope that there's like, some like a miracle this time around. But I don't know. Once I eventually create the abridged route, like I'm more confident about that, just because it's like short enough for it to be more, I don't know. I think the staff have historically seen like the length of it as an issue. It's kind of a lot to ask for nearly 2 hours. So I don't know. Still something I care very much about. In honor of the roast of Hugo, let's talk about oh my god. I thought you just said talk about hugs, but you're like, talk about beating hugs. Oh my god, come on. Why does this just have to like randomly come up every now and then? I don't know, man. I was never better than him, especially like back then, It was just a clear instance of, I don't know, it being like a friendly, and like, I'm sure he was rusty and I was like some wacky player. I don't even remember, to be honest. It was such a long time ago. But it was a fun little highlight for me, because like, yeah, I think the way Hugs framed it was that like he was always afraid that I like hated him or something like that. But I don't know. That was like one of my, I know this is not relevant to like 90% of the viewers, but fun to talk about the Smash days. That was one of the things that I like distinctly remembered about Apex 2012. Not like I beat Hugs. That wasn't the thing that I remembered, because I was like almost, I was quite new to the community, and I didn't know like the old school players. But I knew who Mango was, right? And so like I was just like sitting in like the seating area in front of the projector, and like, I just hear like a voice behind me, and they're just like, yo, he's like, yo, I lost to some like weird Link player earlier. His name was like Internet Explorer. And I just like heard that in my, and I'm like, I turn around and I'm like, yo, what's up? And he's like, oh, hey, there he is. And I didn't know this at the time, but Hugs was probably thinking, oh shit, he literally just like heard me like shit talking him, like to my friend here. But I was like, oh man, it's Mango. And then this, what happened then was, what is it? Mango said to me, he's like, dude, can I get a picture of you? And I'm like, what? I'm like literally having like a top like famous player asking for a picture of me, and I was just like this brand new like nobody. It was so freaking hilarious to me, and like just like a highlight of my tournament. So that's what I remember out of that. It was just like such a fun memory for me, you know. And the more I learned about the Smash community and you know, Hugs being like an OG player, I, you know, learned to like respect him a whole lot. It's cool that he's like been around for so long. He's like a great player. He's way more skilled than me. I think I eventually faced him in like a tournament like later on, and he just like destroyed me. So yeah, that's you know, that's that little story. That's the memory I have of that. It's just so funny how we had completely different interpretations of it. It was only like a few months ago that I learned about Hugs' side, and I'm like, yeah, I was just so surprised. I'm like, come on, man, like that was literally like a good memory for me. Yeah, I've read other visual novels. I mean, the reason I wanted to make a visual novel was that you know, other visual novels had been so impactful to me, and it inspired me to, you know, be creative in that way, and like let others experience it, I guess. In just like, you know, the way that I felt like doing. So yeah, the visual novels that had a very strong impact on me in some way or another was the first one being Tsukihime, which was the first visual novel that I read, and that was part of the reason it had like such a strong emotional impact, but also like it being very focused on the characters and the kind of the overall story, like evolving based on your understanding of like the tragic backstory of the characters. It was such like a moving story when I read it. Yeah, so I thoroughly enjoyed that. It like meant a lot to me as like a first visual novel, you know. And that story has like, you know, that has its flaws as well, of course. It's not like a perfect story, and it's not like the like I've read other visual novels that are like more cohesive and strongly put together, you know, or just like feel like they have a more expertly put together story in general. But Tsukihime still, you know, holds a very special place in my heart for what it did, both at the time and with the characters. So that was the first one. It also taught me that like something doesn't need to be like super perfect and professional in every way in order to have a strong impact. I think that was important because like what is it, you know, the games that like had the strongest impact on me were like these super professional, you know, like AAA games, like, you know, certain Nintendo games, or like Mist and Riven or Portal, you know, like I guess Braid. You know, Braid was like an indie game, but it was still very beautifully put together. But then Tsukihime, both because of its age and because of its like very small team and you know, limited experience in various fields, it was like you know, it only had like 10 songs in the soundtrack approximately, and for like a 50-hour game or whatever. You know, it was like very a lot of, you know, like the visuals and the resolution and all of it and all that stuff like felt very dated, but you know, but aside from all these factors, it still had like such a strong emotional impact on me, and I'm like, that in itself was inspiring, because I felt like, you know, I don't need to like, I don't need to make like AAA quality stuff in order to like, you know, in order for at least some people to like enjoy my content, you know. So that ended up like being a pretty powerful lesson for me. You know, I think it gave me more courage to just like, you know, make the stuff that I wanted without constantly like, you know, scrapping and redoing and like trying to make like, you know, things that are too great of a quality that I'm not yet capable of doing. Yeah, that was a pretty long explanation of Tsukihime, but that's yeah, that's what it did for me overall. And then I really thoroughly enjoyed Steins Gate as well, and I really thoroughly enjoyed 999. So those are probably the big ones that like I like got the most that like impacted me the most. Yeah, I did read through Fate Stay Night, all three of them actually, because I was like, I don't know, I was like in college and, you know, pretty sucked into the whole visual novel thing, and I'm like, oh, Tsukihime was awesome. I have to read their premiere work, Fate Stay Night, you know, and I also thoroughly enjoyed it. In the end, I ended up liking Tsukihime more, just because of my personal preferences in like, you know, storytelling, or like what I look for in you know, in the stories that I enjoy. But Tsukihime, or sorry, Fate Stay Night was also you know, very like a great read, and I'm very glad that I did read it. And I'm definitely looking forward to the follow-up Heaven's Feel movies. I think those are a fantastic representation of the story in a animated form, or at least like based on the first movie. It's like one of my favorite anime representations. So definitely looking forward to the follow-ups. Thank you so much, Narga. That means a lot to me. I talked a little bit about voice acting earlier. A general summary of it was that it was not something that I considered because, one, it was just out of my scope of development. Like, I didn't have the resources, and two, the way in which I wrote the game is like not suited for voice acting, because you write games, or you write dialogue differently if it's like meant to be read versus spoken out loud, or at least that's what I would do. And since DDLC deliberately reads as though it were like a poorly translated Japanese visual novel, it's not suited to, like, the dialogue is not suited to being spoken out loud, and it would be written very differently if it was. not too sure what you mean by did I enjoy the horror aspect of DDLC. Like, did I enjoy making it? Yeah. I had a ton of fun, you know, like adding horror elements to the game. I felt like it was like such a great canvas to play with, just to like implement all these fun little ideas that I had. You know, just like finding like fun ways to break the rules. Yeah, so the story in Yuri's character file is just a short story that I wrote, you know, quite a long time ago, actually. Yeah, I think in 2015. And, you know, I thought it would just be a fun little thing to include for people to find. Because I had, yeah, I had published the story previously, and it got like a pretty good deal of attention. So, it was, it made me feel confident enough in the story for me to kind of reintroduce it in that way. Just like, oh, here's this like, you know, little past work that I wrote. Check it out. Just for people who are like looking for a little bit more. Because the only other way that story was published online was anonymously. So it was a fun little way to, you know, it otherwise would have been very, very difficult for people to find, like if they were looking for like other writing or whatever that I have done, like they wouldn't have been able to find it probably. Yeah, Monica's socks. Believe it or not, that is something that I've talked about before. I think the decision to give someone different colored stockings came before giving them to Monica. I think I just felt like, you know, I want to give one of the characters black stockings. Just as like a little, I don't know, little personal detail. And it was like, I was thinking about like Yuri, but I was like talking about it with other designers a little bit, and it was like, I don't know, she's not like, it doesn't feel like something she would like deliberately do to like be, you know, to like draw attention to herself in that way, if that makes sense. But I'm like, you know what, like it would make sense for Monica, because like she, you know, she's kind of the differentiated character anyway in various ways, and she's like the confident one. So it like, you know, that's kind of how it worked out. But yeah, I'm not gonna like, you know, talk too much about like the content of the Easter eggs or anything like that, you know. Really, mostly what it came down to was for a game that like encourages you to like manipulate the game files, like how disappointing would it be for there to be like nothing more beyond just like, you know, the bare minimum of like what the game asks of you. I knew that people would like want to do some digging and find more stuff if the game is like practically asking them to do that. So that was my inspiration for like including at least some additional content for people who wanted to do that stuff. From you know, I say that from the developer standpoint of like where I found the inspiration, but you know, I'm not gonna start getting into like the conspiracy theories and all that stuff, simply because you know, if I that's not my space to get involved in, you know. For one, like theories, you know, it's very fun for that to be like a part of the fan community, and two, if people are asking about that content in relation to like future work, then it just comes down to like I'm not ready to talk about future work yet, you know? And when I'm ready to talk about future work, I will. So, on both of those topics, one, like the theories, and two, like future work, that's pretty much like what I have to say about that. How tall am I? I am 5'3". I am a tiny little man. The room conversation. You probably mean like Act 3 when you're alone in the classroom with Monica. I haven't timed it, actually. And it also depends on like reading speed, I guess. But I would say on average it could probably go on for about 2 hours before Monica starts repeating topics. Oh, Irisu Syndrome is a really cool game. It's not even something that I like played through in full, but like the bits and pieces that I've seen, I always thought it was like really cool. I wouldn't be surprised if some of the concepts used in Irisu Syndrome were an inspiration to me in some way, despite me not having spent like very extensive intimate time with the game. It was just a pretty good example of like what's possible to do when messing around with or when games do stuff beyond like following its own rules. Yeah, keep playing if I keep talking. I wasn't thinking about that actually. No, but like I don't know, because I can either like focus on like talking with the chat, or I can focus on like giving commentary on the game. It's like hard for me to do both at the same time. So I think it's like, everyone probably at least deserved for me to have a conversation with all of you, aside from like trying to having like my attention divided. And I already chose this as a stopping point before I like resume tomorrow with commentary on the game. So, DDLC did not receive an update on Steam. If it did receive an update on Steam, then it might have been related to Steam's experimental. I forget what the feature is called, but it was the experimental wrapper for playing Windows games in Linux, which when Valve announced that, and they announced that DDLC was like one of the pilot games for that, like a lot of people like tweeted, they're like what the heck, that's kind of ridiculous, because DDLC like is already compatible with Linux and you just haven't activated it on Steam, Dan. Like, it's kind of embarrassing that like Valve is doing this when it's like already has a Linux port. And I acknowledge that, but when I received the email about DDLC like kind of being a pilot game for that, I was like, I was thinking like, okay, like it makes sense for this to be like a good opportunity for for that sort of like testing to be done, I guess, if that makes sense. Like I was kind of proud that it was a pilot game, and I felt the desire to play my part, if that makes sense. and allow, especially as a game that involves like the files and stuff like that, that was a good opportunity for for like testing of that new feature that Valve is trying to incorporate. So that's why I decided to like let that happen, basically. But if DDLC really receives some kind of update on Steam, then it might have been related to that and had nothing to do with me. I think that's probably where I'm stopping for now. I already definitely went on some serious overtime with the chat here, but I it's getting super late here and everywhere else, and gotta like take care of a couple things before heading to sleep. So yeah, we'll go ahead and end the stream here, but I'll be back tomorrow. Just keep an eye on my tweets to find the time at which I'll be streaming, because I'm not totally sure yet, but it will be sometime in the evening, so we will continue the playthrough then with my commentary, hopefully finishing up tomorrow. So yeah, thank you all very much for joining. I had a lot of fun with you. It was great to just do this fun little thing for the game's anniversary, my first public playthrough and commentary of the game. So yeah, thank you all so much, and have a great night, and I will see you again tomorrow. Hello. Yo, Harpoon Cannon. How's everything been going, man? Haven't seen you in quite a while. I think I stopped by your stream a couple times over the past couple of months. Oh my god, this is impossible to open. Hold on. But yeah, hope everything's been going well with you. That's awesome, I'm happy for you. Oh yeah, I forgot to add, I was gonna add some DDLC FFZ emotes to the channel, but I forgot. Oh well. I should make this a regular thing. I mean, I do want to start streaming like a little more regularly, you know, maybe like a couple times a week or something like that. Not like DDLC related stuff, but you know, just the stuff that I like to do on stream, like speedrunning and stuff like that. My thoughts on Osumania, I tried it out like a while back, probably a couple years ago, and I couldn't get used to it. Like it, for some reason, it felt very different from Stepmania. Felt like the timing like wasn't as good or something like that, and I'm sure that's not the case, but for some reason it just felt different and I couldn't get used to it. That was the first thing. The second thing about it was that my playstyle in Stepmania requires me to bind multiple keys to the same button, and Osumania did not allow me to do that, and so I was not able to start playing Osumania, largely for that reason. But I still love Stepmania, and that I'm going to stick with that as my main client for 4-button rhythm games for the indefinite future. In case you were not here yesterday, or not until the end, we left off on Chapter 4, which is the weekend, where we go hang out with the character of our choice. It was quite difficult to write those scenes because they are much longer than the normal, like, you know, exclusive character scenes, which is usually just like kind of one thing that happens in the scene. But with the weekend scenes, like, I had to come up with enough interesting stuff to, I don't know, just make it a little bit longer, because it's like now you're like spending some quality time with the girl that you picked, and so it's got to be you know, like worth your while or whatever, and has to get like a little more flirty than usual. I think that, like, between like the reveal with Sayori and like the like trying to romance another girl, like, I don't know, if you like go for Sayori, then you don't really care as much about the scene with the other girl. But like, if you're interested in Natsuki or Yuri, then it's like I think I thought it would be pretty interesting to, like, you know, I wanted the heavy-hitting stuff with Sayuri to happen first, so that it's like just in the back of your mind when you're going through this stuff with when you're like spending time with Natsuki or Yuri. And I think this is one of my favorite tracks as well, as far as audio goes. I think I mentioned that yesterday too, that I liked this one a lot, but I'm just happy with the way it turned out based on my, or given my, like, limited skill set as far as music composition goes. I didn't really like trust myself to make like a sad sounding piano song, but the part right here, where it, like, you know, repeats a few notes from that theme song, I liked putting that in too. Just anything that like nods to the theme song that I could do in the various tracks in the game. I think I just wanted that to just be a highly repeated motif. So when like new feelings are introduced, like with this scene right here with Sayori's depression, like I wanted that to stick to the notes of the theme song. And then this part right here with like the little bells. That sounds similar to one of the melodies in the poem minigame music, and it's not the exact same notes, but it follows the same general pattern and rhythm, and so I think that's enough to kind of throw back to that motif and make the two related. I think one thing I was afraid of when I was writing this scene was that the lead up to it was like not good enough, I should say, or like not like it wasn't led up to well enough. I was afraid of it just like coming too far out of left field, where it would just be like you know, just random like made up character development or whatever. So I think after I wrote the scene, I actually tried fairly hard to go back and make sure that there were just minor minor things that like imply her depression, or make sure that it's like sort of gently introduced before this scene actually arrives, because I didn't want it to be like too out of left field and feel like it was just like some conveniently made up thing, if that makes sense. I can see if I can try to make the music a tiny bit louder. Let me see. Or it might just be this track that's low volume, but I don't know. I'll just throw some gain on the track. That should do it. I'll try like a small amount first. Let me know if that's any better. Okay. The thing about like Yuri's tendencies in Act 1, it's like deliberately vague or ambiguous on when or how much Monica starts to like really alter things. I think it's implied that like by the time you're like getting more romantic with a character, Monica is sort of trying to like insert her meddling into the universe. So it's kind of a meaningless question anyway, of like how much of the character is actually that character versus like, you know, what Monica is making of it, because you know, like whatever the universe is presenting at the time, that's just how the character is, and any variable that's changed in the universe would probably change something about the character. So whether that variable is Monica or it's, you know, me developing the game, like it's kind of a meaningless question. It's like the universe is ultimately whatever you want to make of it. Yeah, thinking about it, like I think it was very difficult for me to feel like I was like leading into this scene properly when I was writing it, you know. There's a point here where Sayuri is just like, you know, like giving it to you straight, I have depression, and I was almost afraid of that being like too direct or too easy, and to make it like not really not as like believable, if that makes sense. But I think in the end, this scene had the effect that I was hoping for, just based on how I've seen like other people reacting to it and stuff like that. There were also certain bits of the scene that I revised like several times, after like, you know, as the scenes around it changed, or after like some playtesting to see like how certain people reacted to it. I did have like, you know, some playtesting before I released the game, so I got some feedback based on that. Because another big part of it was the way that the protagonist like responds to her, because I think that in like a lot of, you know, in like dating sims, the protagonist like always knows like exactly what to say in order to make them feel better or whatever. You know, they just like magically say the right thing, and it's like, I don't know, things are like better magically. But this is a scenario where, you know, if she's literally suffering from depression, then he can't really say or do anything that just like makes it better, you know. She's in a situation where like she can at most like be comforted in certain ways, but when the protagonist is like responding to her, speaking to her, he is he is visibly at least a little bit frustrated because he doesn't understand. He doesn't fully understand her feelings and doesn't understand exactly what he can like say or do to make it better. It's kind of like, I can be here for you and give you my support, but like I don't understand why that's not enough, basically. Why are you telling me that like me doing that is like painful in a way? And so like I think I saw some people playing through it and they hated the way that the protagonist like responded to her, because he's like making it about himself, or like saying the wrong things. But I think if you don't like, for someone like him who probably doesn't really understand how she's feeling, it would be like so difficult to figure out the right thing to say, if there is a right thing to say. It was really, really interesting to take the tropes that this character often has of like, like waking up late or caring so much about other people being happy and like giving it that layer. I think that's something I talked about a little bit yesterday as well, how like I wanted to take these one-dimensional character tropes and like have like a reason for them, like a little more depth behind the character that makes you like more actually care about them. Yeah, so like, when the protagonist is like, here when he's like, it feels like I've been betrayed or whatever. That's like a really crappy, it's probably a pretty crappy thing to say, but it's probably what the protagonist is actually feeling, because he wants to be there for her and she's like literally not letting him. It's like if that's what it means to be someone's close friend, to like be there for them, and then she's like literally shutting him off and not letting him share that part of her life or share the burden, like that is almost like a it feels like you're not being trusted with that. So that's probably like what the protagonist is feeling. It's like that level of like frustration. But she's like, I didn't want to tell you, not because I didn't trust you, but because, like, I don't want anyone to have to worry about it. So yeah, she's like in this, I guess in this trap where, like, she wants everyone else to be friends, and that's, like, what gives her happiness in a sense, but then, like, I don't think it's not until you join the club and start making friends with the other girls that she realizes that she like has feelings for you. And so it's like she can't like, it's like either path is painful for her, and she probably like she probably hates the fact that she has feelings for you because it's causing that to happen. But yeah, like this one scene is like such a dramatic like change in tone compared to the rest of it that like Yeah, I was afraid of it just like sounding too, I don't know, like edgy all of a sudden or something like that. Yeah, the stuffed animals. I don't know. Like as soon as I got this background art, like I was like, the stuffed animals are like kind of weird looking, but you know, I guess we'll go with them. I was thinking like, I don't know, maybe some people like comment on it, but it's just like a background element. It's not like really relevant, so you know, it's just like whatever. But like, I don't know, it sort of became like a meme in itself. It took a while, you know. I think it's like after a few months when like, I don't know, people ran out of meme content for the game, they started like finding random stuff like that to start bringing to each other's attention. And I would, what is it? My roommate Alicia, like, she like immediately noticed the weirdness, especially like the bird, how he has that like creepy looking eye that's like staring at you. We joked that there would be memes of like, you know, during like the suicide scene, people might make memes of like the scene would happen and then the camera would just like zoom into the bird like slowly. People never did exactly that, but definitely like in kind of you know, people made memes around it. And as soon as we saw that, Alicia was like, hi, I told you. I told you that people would notice those. Yeah, so the protagonist is like, whatever it takes for you to stop hurting. He's like saying like the visual novel or like the dating sim stuff. It's like, I'm here for you and like I'll do everything for you. And it's literally just like not working because it's not one of those scenarios. So I think this is like the point where it actually starts. I mean, it's obvious that this is a turning point, but it's the point where it's the point where like the tropey stuff really starts to break, because it's the part where like nothing you say is really working, I guess. Where normally you'd be able to say something that at least has a positive effect, but like there's none of that in this conversation really. I think I initially wanted a CG here of them hugging, but I ultimately just decided to do this because I wanted to save a CG of them hugging for if you accept her confession. I felt like it was more appropriate for that to be like, I don't know, the first time that you see that imagery, so. That scene being one of the only times you see the protagonist, it was necessary to show it from that angle in order to like actually show the scene, you know? Everything else could pretty much be done from first person for the most part. But yeah, that one you actually had to like see the back of his head, so I don't know, you see that in like other dating sims where you almost like never see the protagonist unless the scene actually requires that angle, so then you sometimes see the back of their head or something like that. So I didn't really mind doing that. I didn't really think anything of it. Oh, this is one of the things where that I revised later on, where let's see, he like says this, but then I think initially he was pretty much just like you know, like I have to like, it's like, you know, it's about time for me to like meet up with Yuri, and she's like, okay, and they're like bye. Not like that simple, but what is it? He did not initially say like maybe I should cancel, but I think during playtesting we were thinking like, you know, he needs to like outwardly be more sincere about like wanting to spend more time with him, because with her, because he does, you know, he's not like trying to get it over with so he can like you know, get with his true waifu. He wants to like, you know, he's torn. It's like, dang, I have this other obligation. So it made sense to make that more clear. So he's like, maybe I should cancel. And then naturally, because of like the way that Sayuri is, she would like really hate for him to do that, because to interrupt plans with someone else, like for Sayuri's sake, is like the thing that she wants the least. And then it made sense for him to like offer for her to come and help out. But you know, she doesn't want to do that either, probably because she doesn't want to there's like probably a couple of reasons. She doesn't want to get in the way of you being close with Yuri or Natsuki, depending on who you pick. And the other reason is probably like she wouldn't be able to face her feelings of heartbreak of like you seeing the protagonist like close with Yuri. So anyway, yeah, like after that revision, like I felt pretty good about where this scene left off. You know, it felt like there was at least a little bit of closure, because he's like, first he offers to cancel, and then he offers for her to come along, and she basically like in a very natural way like turns down those options, and he pretty much has no choice but to like leave her, you know. And then he like pushes it to the back of his mind so you can like have all the cute moments with your waifu of choice, and forget about that whole thing. It was so fun to write in just like Yuri's tiny little like awkward mannerisms in like her you know, her interacting with you. It's like you know, like you don't really know how long she's been in front of your house. It could have been like, you know, she could have been there for like 15 minutes for all you know. She could have come early, and then she like didn't text you for some reason because maybe like she was like too anxious and it just like didn't cross her mind. I don't know, just like random stuff like that. And like the way she behaves when she's in your room, how she like randomly like pulls open a drawer, like she's just so like I don't know, like absent-minded with certain things. It was like so much fun to write. She like offers to you know, she's like, I could have helped you clean your room. It's like, obviously, like, you wouldn't want to do that. And she like yeah, starts randomly opening a drawer. I don't know. It was yeah, it was really fun to get to show like more of that side of her, just like the, you know, the awkwardness. I find it very endearing. Yeah, so like the length of this segment, I wanted it to feel, what is it? The planning of this segment was pretty separate from like this thinking about the scene before it, where I wanted this segment to be long enough for doing what I wanted to do, like in the segment itself, of like it being longer than an exclusive scene and having like the right amount of like flirty moments to kind of like lead up to the final bit. That's kind of what dictated the length of these scenes. Essential oils. Yuri does MLM, confirmed. I'm just kidding. She's like the exact person who would never do that. I love giving her the chance to like, I don't know, like share more of her interests, you know, because you can tell like how happy it makes her to be able to do that. Why did Yuri lick the blood? That itself is kind of a a trope that you see crop up in I don't know, like dating sims or like anime related content. I've seen it more than once where there's an instance where like someone cuts their finger and the other person like licks the blood off or whatever. I don't know. It's like it's so ridiculous, like from our perspective and probably the perspective of many people in general. Like that scene, it's something that would just literally never happen, but it's still in itself like a trope that I've seen more than once, so I thought it would be just a funny thing to include. It's one of those things that's like it's like satire, not because not because it's like differentiating, or not because it's being more ridiculous than the original content, but the context in which like the game is released or being played, or the culture that it's a part of. Like, it's satire simply because it's like doing that stuff in the first place. I think it's one of those instances. But, you know, I tried to include a fair amount of like those sorts of things. It's just like from the perspective of the people playing it, it's just like so ridiculous that they're just like, oh my god, I can't believe, like what game am I playing right now? Hey JM, thank you for stopping by. I've been doing well. Hope you've been well too. I'm still you've still really set the bar with Anime North as far as like accommodation goes, you know? Like just the like how comfortable you and the other staff like made me feel there. I haven't yet had that level of experience at other conventions. So thank you again for that. How many members does your team consist of? It consists of one person, and that is me. Of course, I hired a couple people to do, you know, like the art and stuff like that for DDLC. But aside from like that contract work, like the actual team itself is just me right now. That will likely change in the near future. It's extremely obvious that that the company needs to grow with everything around it. And that's you know, that's been getting pretty important, and so I'm starting to make that change in order to catch up with things. Yeah, this game I did just about everything except for the art. Here it comes. Delicious. Yeah, I did the music too. In college, I majored in IT. I talked a little bit about that last stream, but the gist of it was that IT was like a really good, since I had a lot of experience in IT already, it like made for a good general career path for me to like get a full-time job and make or save some money while pursuing my own hobbies and interests on the side. Sorry, I had something in my throat. I think that's, you know, for something like game development, which is, especially doing like indie stuff, is extremely like risky and difficult to support yourself. I think having that sort of career path is a really good choice for the sake of stability. Music production is something that I just like messed around with as a hobby for like a really long time. So I learned enough to be like somewhat proficient with like producing. My composing skills have always been like pretty lackluster. But since DDLC just required like really simple composition and simple melodies, like I decided that like I would probably be able to get it done. The main theme, I started off with like the simplest chord progression I can think of, or like the most upbeat chord progression, because, you know, this was early on and I was just like, think about like just really generic like dating sim or visual novel like music and stuff like that. So I started with a really simple chord progression, which, like, I don't know, you hear it a lot in music, the do 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 do. I think I think what I originally had in mind was the song Folding Chair by Regina Spektor when I thought of that chord progression. Obviously, the songs sound nothing like each other, but just like I was thinking about you know, just like the upbeat and ridiculously simple nature of those chords and how it uses all white notes on the piano. So I went with that, and I kind of just came up with like a simple melody that felt like was something that was easy to hum and would like get stuck in your head a little bit. I came up with that, like the theme song of the game, before I came up with Your Reality. It was later on that I decided, like, you know, like putting lyrics to it and like using it as like Monica's, like, you know, end credits song was like a really great way to like kind of wrap up the game and give you know, like more meaning behind the theme song. Oh, baby. I don't play mods for DDLC. I talked more about that last stream, but in summary, it's mostly because it's an area where it's like unfair for me to be involved with the fan community in that sort of way. It could cause some general unfairness. It's something that I really love to see happen, but it's something that I should not have personal involvement in. The game is free because it was more important to me that like certain people who would play it who would never like spend money on a visual novel or a dating sim. You know, I think there are so many people who are just like, it's free and, you know, fairly short, so might as well like check it out. Who just like never play these types of games normally. I knew that like that was going to be like half the audience for this game, so I didn't want any sort of price to be like a barrier, you know? Even if it costs $1, that would be enough to like turn a lot of people away. I made this game because I got the idea for it, and I liked the idea enough for it to kind of like, you know, remain in the back of my mind for a while, until you know, I eventually found like a decent time to start working on it. You know, the game is just a combination of a lot of things I like, you know, like anime and making fun of anime and disturbing people. Now, I'm pretty much done with like working on Melee stuff, you know? The most that I'll probably do is if UCF gets updates in the future, then I will like update 20xXTE to include those, but I don't really plan on doing like new development for the game. I love seeing people's reactions to like this happening. It was the point at which even people who were like making fun of the game the whole time, like as soon as this happens, they were like, "Oh no!" Like after the previous scene with Sayori, it was just like a lot of fun to see like how people reacted to this. It's such like a cliche moment of drama, like the one girl who likes you, like, you know, seeing you in like a steamy situation with another girl, but like, I don't know, it was just fun. Fun to watch people react to that. I love that animation where she just like zooms off the side of the screen. And the music comes back now. Yeah, like this is an instance where like, you know, you probably as the player like wanted to do certain things differently, you know, like if you really care about Sayori, then you wouldn't have let like, you know, Yuri get like so flirty with you or whatever, but you know, the game like doesn't give you a choice. Or maybe maybe like if Sayori didn't interrupt you in that moment, like you could have had the choice to like, you know, push Yuri away or something like that. Like, I already got my waifu. You can't seduce me with like that sweater and luscious purple hair. Yeah, I watched a ton of content creators play this game, especially like the first month after release. It's like what I spent most of my days doing. It was just like so much fun to watch other people play the game and see what they thought about certain things. No, I never thought DDLC would like become as popular as it has. It's something that like is still difficult for me to get a like get a grasp of to this day. It's pretty crazy. I don't think Game Grumps ever like invited me as a guest because they never like reached out to me or anything like that. I think they expressed interest in possibly doing so, but they I ended up not. I guess I don't know. But I would totally be down for that. I talked about yesterday how much I respect them and how much I loved their playthrough. I mean, don't put pressure on them or anything like that. I'm sure, I don't want people to like bug them about it. Like, oh, Dan said this. Like, it's up to them. It's what they feel would be like, what they want to do with their channel. So. Boink. Okay. I said I would go back and do Natsuki, so let's go ahead and do that. No, Mythos, we don't get to that yet. No, it's alright. We can like see how it turns out anyway. I love having like Natsuki or Yuri just like awkwardly trying to cheer the other person up. Oh yeah, like I have periods of time where I'm like watching Twitch like every day, and then other periods where I don't go on Twitch for like a good couple of weeks. I don't know why. I just that's like in and out. But yeah, what is it? Probably like last month or so, I was pretty much watching ZFG's OOT streams on a daily basis. I like watching him a lot. his knowledge of the game is just absolutely mind-boggling to see, you know. Like, it extends so far beyond, like, the run that he's currently doing that, like, I don't know. Like, you see him mess up, like, a wrong warp setup or whatever, and he's like, alright, like, I guess I gotta do this backup strat. I haven't done it in, like, 4 years, but let me go for it. And it's just, like, he just, like, remembers this, like, all this ridiculous stuff that's, like, probably hasn't been relevant for years, but his breadth of knowledge about the game is just unbelievable. I'm not skipping all the dialogue, I'm just, that part was just, I didn't really have much to say about that part. I'm going to be skipping through this because I literally just did this, and we'll get to Natsuki's scene. Okay. Similar to, like, how I said it was a lot of fun to write, like, you know, these bits of, like, awkwardness for Yuri. It was fun to take, like, the parts of Natsuki's, like, rambunctious personality and have her be, like, less defensive because she's not in, like, a group of people, and more just, like, you know, like an overall, like, in a more positive mood, you know? She's, like, poking fun at you and stuff like that, and letting you poke fun at her. So yeah, it was fun to, like, put them in a different environment and see how their, like, the ways in which their demeanor changes. DDLC took about 1.5 years to make. Oh yeah, the sound effects. A lot of the sound effects I got from, like, what is it? Like, public domain or zero attribution sources, you know? They're just people who, like, you know, just record, like, random sounds of, like, household objects and, like, put them online that are, like, free to use. And I found, like, a good deal of those. And in some cases where I needed, like, a more novel sound effect for, like, the horror stuff, sometimes I took, like, several of those sound effects and, like, combined them in an interesting way to, like, get the sound that I wanted, just using basic, like, audio editing software, you know, like Audacity and stuff like that. But, you know, that works because that's oftentimes how people, like, make sound effects for, like, games and movies and stuff like that. They take, like, just sounds of, like, random objects, and that becomes, like, I don't know, that's, like, just how they make those sounds oftentimes. It was such an easy excuse to have, like, the flirting moments with Natsuki have to do with, like, you know, the icing on, like, getting icing on your face and stuff like that. And again, like, the whole, like, you know, licking their finger like I did with Yuri. It's just a very, like, I don't know, easy tropey thing to do. And I thought that like it's pretty appropriate to have like a little, um, you know, like some play roughhousing with Natsuki. She seems like the type of person who would do that. So it was pretty natural for that scene. And like you have the random interruption of the fire alarm. That's an instance where it's like, okay, I have to have something like interrupt them there just because that's how this always plays out. So just like come up with, some dumb excuse for them to be interrupted. I'm not cute. Have I had personal experience with their problems? Probably not to the extent that they experience them. But I think a lot of the inspiration had also come from like me having close friends who have gone through certain similar things. And me like getting an understanding of it, or me wanting to get a better understanding of it based on that. And so a lot of the way that I wrote those aspects of the characters were based on at least based on my indirect experience with those things in those ways. But other various aspects of the characters' personalities, like I drew a good deal of inspiration from my past experiences, or past experiences with friends, and just like understanding like people and their worries and their like the way that their social circles work in like high school and stuff like that. I thought a lot about that. Natsuki like has such a hard time believing that people want to like go out of their way to spend time with her. It's so sad. This is, of course, just about the same as it was with Yuri. And this is the same, so I'll go ahead and skip through this and get to the choice. And no, you don't get to make the choice. Of course I'm going to accept her confession. We went for Sayuri this whole time, and also the other scene is just way too painful, not going through that. I felt so incredibly sad when I was like writing that scene where you turned down her confession. I was like why am I letting people do this? It's like so sad. I just like felt really bad. But of course, like, you know, like the dilemma is, you know, for people who did like Natsuki or Yuri more, it's like, it's arguably even worse if you like, you know, if you like lie to Sayori about like, you know, saying that you love her. So if people really didn't feel that way and they really did like Natsuki or Yuri more, then like they really do have to choose like the lesser of two evils. It's like you either lie to her or you just like, you know, just have to like be honest and turn her down. You know, it sucks. But like one thing I really tried to do was make you feel like you're not really, you know, even if you say you love her, I wanted to like not feel too right, you know, because you know, for the same reasons that like Sayori like doesn't want people to worry about her or care about her, it's painful in that way for her to like accept you as a romantic partner. You know, it's something that she's like, you know, so afraid of doing, but like her jealousy and heartbreak like pushed her to the point where she like had to do it, I think. She's like, I'm supposed to be happy right now. Why won't the rain clouds go away? The other aspect of it is the point at which you make this decision, like Monica is probably also like wants to push Sayori to her limits here, you know? And Monica's like not, you know, also probably not letting her be happy. That's another way to look at it. And she's like, even if I get really sad, this is the best thing for me, right? Like, it's very clear that she's like, has like some horrible feelings right now. And she's just like, you know, she like doesn't have control over it. And she's just like kind of desperately hoping that the protagonist like is able to help her. But of course he's not, because that's the point of this game. The point is that like this is you know, it's not the tropey one-dimensional like dating sim. It's like this is a real thing that this person is experiencing, and it's going to work in like, you know, in a much more real way, where you can't just like, you know, magically make a choice and like fix their problems and give them a happy ending. But I think the realization of that, like, that you can't do that, like, only comes in a little bit later, because I try to frame it as if you made the wrong choice, you know? That's, like, really obvious in the writing. Like, the character's practically like, if only I could go back and make the correct choices. Because that's the way visual novels work. You don't get the ending you want, you, like, load your game and you make different choices to try to change it. But that's kind of when the game, like, laughs in your face and doesn't let you do that. It was very intentional to not have music like through this whole like sequence, because I think like it makes it feel weirdly creepy before it actually gets creepy, if that makes sense. I think it's the very first time in the game um, where there's like no music for like an extended period of time. Instead of just like the music stopping for a dramatic effect, like here and there, like this is where like there's actually ongoing scenes where there's just no music playing. Um, you know, and some people are like, is that like a bug? Like, where's the music or whatever? But I think like this whole thing, it just makes it feel a little bit creepy before anything actually goes down. And actually, let's go back. Let's like pay a little more attention to Monica's dialogue. So, of course, the protagonist says something like extremely dense there, but then he's like, "Oh yeah, like dang it, I'm just used to thinking that way." Like it was actually like terrible for me to say. And he's already second guessing himself. You should take a little responsibility, especially after your exchange with her yesterday. Let's just make our way past that line. Well, I mean, that's actually never mind. It's kind of important, right? Because the whole point of Monica like saying these things is that it's a complete role reversal where Monica is not taking the game seriously because it's just a game. So she's literally like making fun of like all the horrible things that are going on, right? In the way that oftentimes like the player of a game would, like people who like play The Sims and they like, they like kill them off in really funny ways or whatever, and they just like make fun of like this, I don't know, this horrible suffering that happens in video games. When I was a kid and we played The Sims, like I would remember like, like my friends or whatever, like, just like doing these horrible things to them, like trapping them in rooms and like removing the ladder from the swimming pool and like watching them drown, and it was like so funny to them, but I just like I felt so horrible like watching that. It was like really like heartbreaking and like sad to me, despite that game obviously being nothing about like like the characters' emotions. It was just like that stuck out to me so much. And I think it was from that point, like thinking back on that made me start evaluating the relationship that like people have with the games and the characters, and how certain games like make you feel empathy for the characters, and other games you're literally just like, it's just a game, so you're gonna get over it and it doesn't matter. So I thought it would just be a really interesting role reversal for Monica to be making fun of like their misery and being like, it's just a game, it doesn't matter, because that's literally how she's feeling at this point, and she's expecting you, the player, to feel the same way because you're literally playing this game, but you don't, because if you're playing like a visual novel or a dating sim, it's likely for you to have like be caring about the characters and you wanting the best for them. Monica doesn't really understand that. So in a sense, she's like more detached than you are, and that's why she's like making these horrible comments and like just kind of laughing about like the horrible things that are going on. That's really what I was going for with that sort of behavior. I probably know a lot more than you think. Another thing about like music not playing during this part, I think the use of silence, I think I was probably partially inspired from Tsukihime, because there was like a lot of that. There were like a lot of tense moments where there was silence, and whether it was like a smart creative decision or it was simply because there was like not enough audio tracks in that game, to like, you know, have music everywhere, but like there was like really strong use of silence in certain scenes in Tsukihime that stuck out to me and made me like gave me that creepy feeling when you're like so used to hearing music. And so I think that like that was probably one of the feelings I was remembering when I was like making that decision to not have music in this scene, you know. And like when this poem comes up, it's like this, it like deserves silence when this happens, you know. And I really like this line too. A poem is never actually finished; it just stops moving. You know, I think it's not like I think it's based. You know, you hear people say things like a painting is never actually finished, or like a so and so, like a creative work is never actually finished. It's just like whenever you are no longer working on it, it's kind of like that, but it's just like a lot more morbidly phrased. It was interesting like seeing different people going into this scene like expecting different things, you know. A lot of them knew early on what was going to happen, and other people like just thought that like, you know, like, oh, like the game is trying to scare you, but this type of game would never do that, and so they didn't think it would actually happen. And it kind of like fakes you out several times. It's like first he goes in the house, and then like he knocks on the door, and it like takes forever for it to actually happen. Well, here we go. I spent like quite a long time designing the scene, like the various effects and, you know, the way it syncs with the music. I was really like I didn't know what sort of effects that it would have on people. Something I was constantly afraid of when making this game was that it was not creepy enough, or it was not disturbing enough. Like I since I didn't have the same perspective, since I was the one making the game, I didn't know if the effect would be there. I could only just do my best to try to make it happen. So, you know, that's kind of what was going through my mind, I think, when I was designing the scene. I was just like, I can do my best and hope that it's effective. A couple other things, I guess, regarding this scene. So I'm actually gonna roll back for the purpose of talking about it. Yeah, so the fact that there's no music and hardly any sound for this entire chapter until like the jarring sort of jump scare noise. I talked a little bit about it last stream too, but yeah, the decision to have that sound effect when you like view the scene is something that like something that you could do either way, because you can like have the sound effect to like to immediate like to add more gravity to the add more gravity to it right away, or you could like not have the sound effect and let the realization slowly creep in. Like I would be okay with doing it either way, and like, you know, it's going to give different people different experiences depending on how it's done. But one thing that it does in its current form is, you know, this is the turning point in the game where it starts to break rules, right? Because I spent the entire first act establishing how things work, from the structure of the game to how you as a player interact with it, right? This is the very first instance where the game does something without you clicking to advance, right? Because you click and the dialogue starts appearing, but it's all of a sudden interrupted by the scene. And that itself is a decision that's separate from like, should it or should it not be like a jump scare, you know? That's like the first rule that I decided to break in the game, was that things can happen when you don't click for them to happen. So that was very deliberate. When I was working on like the animation and stuff for this scene, I was there was a time where I was like working on it in an airport, and I had to like keep looking over my shoulder to like make sure no one was like you know, seeing like this like ridiculous imagery on the screen, or this horrible imagery of like a, you know, a character like committing suicide over and over. The visual effect here, like, I spent a long time playing with like the, yeah, the color levels and stuff like that, and like there's like some blurriness when Sayuri's like moving around, and I did that by taking a half transparent version of the same image and delaying its animation by like a, you know, by half a second or something like that, and so every time she moves it like blurs a little bit. It was a simple and effective way to achieve that. And that's the other rule that's broken here, is that like there is like all of a sudden there's like movement and animation, you know, and the whole screen is doing stuff. That's also something that like the game has not nearly done to that effect. At the most, it's been like a character, just like kind of a character animating, and not like the camera shaking or like, you know, stuff, you know, the entire screen having visual effects. This music was, I'm trying to think back to when I was designing this music. I definitely drew some inspiration from, I remember the feelings I had when I finished playing Yume Nikki, and I experienced that ending. For some reason, like, I mean, my playthrough was more or less blind, and I used like a spoiler-free guide to finish the last like 10 or 20% of the game, but I didn't expect the ending. But I just remember like it happening, and up until the very last point where I was like on the balcony, I didn't know what I was making the character do until she did it. And I just like felt so horrible, and like the music that came in and how it was like so different sounding from the rest of the game's soundtrack. Like, I remember the feelings I was having when I went through that. And I think I wanted to go for some similar feelings here. How it's just like, yeah. The music is kind of like sparse in its notes, and it's like creepy sounding, and just like, you know, makes you feel horrible, I guess. And then this whole thing, right, where the protagonist is like, what did I do wrong? I mean, this is probably pretty obvious, but I'm trying to tell the player, you did something wrong, and like, you can go back and make the right decisions. And whether or not you know, if you confess to her, if you turn down her confession, he's going to say something different here. He's like, confessing to her must have been what I did wrong. I shouldn't have done that. It wants you to go back and like you know, load that save and make the different choice. And for people who didn't want to stomach the remainder of this scene, you know, like if they just wanted to, if you're like me, like, and you have like a lot of empathy for these sorts of situations, just like hits you too hard, and you like, you don't want to, you like can't stand like being immersed in it for this long, and it's like, okay, like I don't want this horrible thing to happen, so let me like quickly like load my game and like do something else instead, you know. I think that's like sometimes when I have like played visual novels, I was like quick to do that because I like couldn't stomach what I ultimately caused to happen by making those choices. So I like this whole thing, I like, you know, I dragged out pretty far because I was hoping that certain players would not wait for this scene to end before going back and loading their game. Because of course, if you like try to load your game here, that's when it doesn't let you load your game and it like forcibly starts a new game. You can either do that or you can reach the ending and it takes you back to the title screen and the new game text is like garbled and it kind of entices you to click on it to see what'll happen. That was another thing I added like later on in playtesting because there were a couple people who thought that this is where the game ended because it just took you back to the title screen, and they there was nothing that immediately grabs them to try to like load their game or start a new game, you know. And especially for like non-visual novel players, they're just like, oh well, that's the end, and they didn't want to go do that, and so it made me feel like I needed that extra bit of like that extra nudge to tell them that the game is not yet over, and so I added the like the garbled new game text to help indicate that. Oh yeah, and what is it? Sayuri being glitched on the title screen. That normally, originally, that did not happen until like you're like one chapter into Act 2. So it was like the farther you got into Act 2, like kind of the glitchier the game would get outside of it. But you know, I realized that, one, for again nudging the player that something was different, and two, for the sake of continuity, because like her character file was deleted, it like made sense to just do that right off the bat. Yeah, so of course this is where it actually, you know, the scene actually ends. Another thing that I changed in like a more recent update was if you tried to quit the game during this scene, it gave you like a little scare of like this dialogue box looked messed up. But I later I later thought about it, and I was thinking like that is actually like slightly too cruel, because most likely if people are actually trying to quit the game during this scene, it is because like they emotionally are not able to handle it, and it's unfair to like make fun of them for trying to quit the game because of that, you know. I think that like that's actually approaching an area that's like wrong from like a moral standpoint. It's a very small detail, and that's why I like didn't really pay it much mind for a long time until like I started, you know, thought more about it and like more recently, and that's like why I changed that in a recent update. The coding behind like what is it? There's like a lot of stuff in code that happens like, you know, right when the scene presents itself. You know, it creates a file in the game directory, which is like the error file. It like, you know, deletes Sayuri's character file. It shifts the game the playthrough variable into Act 2. Or actually into Act 1.5 technically, because there's that in-between where you start the new game, which has like the messed up Sayuri before it again restarts itself into actual Act 2. And during this Act 1.5, that's when you experience like the inability to like load your game. So I see like a lot of people on Twitch and YouTube not go back and try to load the game because they obviously if you're doing a playthrough for Twitch or YouTube, you want to finish reading everything, and then it takes them back to the title screen, and then the garbled new game text grips them before they go back and try to load a save. And so, so a lot of playthroughs I've seen, they haven't actually tried to do that, but like, let's go ahead and do that here, where you know, try to load your save. Tells you the character file is corrupt or missing or corrupt, and then right from here, even before you go back to the menu or anything, it just tells you the save file is corrupt, and as a fail safe or whatever, the game just like starts a new game instead. And already like the music is already a little bit messed up. I tried to, like, I was afraid here when people like hit that point where they try to load and it's like starting a new game. I was afraid that people would be like, oh no, I don't want to start a new game, and they would like back out or they would quit or whatever. So I tried to have as many indicators like right on screen 1 that something was wrong. 1 was of course the messed up text at the bottom, and 2 was like the music started doing something weird, you know, just enough to entice the player to like go a little bit more forward and see like what would happen, you know, just to, you know, help them understand that there's like more stuff. There were, you know, and that was also, you know, probably some of those details were probably tweaked like during playtesting as well. There were, you know, 1, maybe 2 people who like during playtesting thought that the game was actually glitching out, and it was like a problem with their game files. And they had, you know, because I mean they have like the IT mindset, and so they thought that the game was like actually corrupted. And one of them I think at that point actually like reinstalled the game or tried to fix the problems. And I was like, okay, I really hope this is like an outlier, because that's like not the experience that I'm going for, you know. But that also kind of told me that I need to make it a little bit more obvious that like the game is like supposed to be doing what it's doing, which is unfortunate because like, I don't know, there's a balance there between like making it feel like actual bugs in the game versus like letting the player know that they should keep going. My experience as a ROM hacker, well, the thing is, most of the work that I've done has been for like GameCube and Wii games, you know, like the Smash games and things like that, and they don't experience the same sort of corruption that like NES games do, for instance, and Super Nintendo games. But you know, it's still very easy to draw inspiration from, like, you know, when something goes wrong in an NES game. Just the way the video memory works. You don't have to be a ROM hacker to like have, you know, a cartridge tilt scenario where things start to like really glitch out and like text is like replaced with other random sprites or like garbles up in certain ways. So that definitely served as like a bit of an inspiration, you know. And that stuff is like, you know, is like really creepy when it happens and you don't expect it. Like, I remember I got an email from someone who said that their fear has always been of like computers like doing unexpected things and like glitching out and like doing weird stuff. And I was like, wow, I relate to that so much, because I have weird memories of like just like on old machines, right? What is it, like sometimes you're playing like a DOS game and like the sound gets crackly and messed up, or the computer just blue screens out of nowhere, or like you get it, like, you know, you're in the middle of a game and all of a sudden it's like instant silence and you get an error message, just like while you're like playing in the dark or whatever. That's like so creepy. And even beyond that, I used to play on an Amiga computer, a Commodore Amiga. It was like my family's first computer, and I'm extremely fond of it still. It's actually right over here behind me. But the Amiga has really loud disk drives, as like a lot of old computers do, right? And so when you're playing on the Amiga, when you're like loading games from the disk, it makes these like really jarring grinding noises. And the noises always sound different depending on what disk you're loading or what game you're playing. And when there's a disk read error, it like makes extra grinding noises before the error message pops up, because it's like trying several times to like read the disc. It's like so creepy when you're just in silence and you're trying to play the game, and all of a sudden the disc like starts grinding up and down. You know, and it was a system I played. You know, I'm thinking when I was like 4 years old. You know, like when I was like a little kid and I was playing these games, those were the things that I was experiencing, and they like creeped me out. I think there was definitely like a good deal of inspiration that came from that. Another example was when I was playing Riven on old machines. Riven originally came on 5 CDs, and as you like move to different areas in the game, you'd have to like put different CDs in to like load that area, right? And so what the game would do is like you travel to another area, the game would go silent, and then your disk drive would just pop out and it would say please insert disk 4 or whatever, but the disk drive would like eject automatically, and in that sense like it felt like the game was like breaking the fourth wall a little bit. Of course it was just like a convenient feature that it would automatically eject itself, but like when I was like 8 years old and experiencing that, it was like so creepy to me, you know, because the game already had like a creepy atmosphere, and like it was all this just the tiniest bit, it was like leaving the game, and I always like got so tense in anticipation of the disk drive popping out, you know, just to like try to get past it and like move on with the game. Yeah, this was like a really long rant, but those sorts of experiences like I've had a long history with and have been, you know, very meaningful to me, and they definitely influenced in some way or another the development of certain effects in this game, because like that's the sort of thing that I was hoping to go for. They are things that you don't nearly as much experience on modern hardware, of course, because when things go wrong, they go wrong much more elegantly. So that's like a sort of creepiness or fear that I think is almost going to be lost when you know, in newer generations or whatever. I'm gonna roll back here. This was another interesting effect because this was the first time in Ren'Py that I was needed to exhibit like stronger control over the music. So this effect, if you have ever played an old Source Engine game, or I should say maybe pre-Source. I don't remember if Source does it, but if you've played Half-Life 1 or the old Counter-Strikes 1.6 or 1.5, the way the audio buffer would work is if the game locks up or if it's loading, it would take the last half second of audio and loop it, right? Just the sound effect or like the footstep noise, that's what it would do. Or of course, if the game crashes, it would do that too. And so that specifically was something I remembered from those old Source or pre-Source Engine games, and was another one of those kind of creepy things that I wanted to do in this game. And so I used some, you know, Ren'Py game engine trickery to create a new audio track by looking at the position of the current track, starting a new audio track half a second before that or a third of a second before that, and creating like that short loop. So no matter where you are on the audio track, it always skips the current like fake audio buffer. So that was like a really fun effect to create as well. I'll be right back. Gotta use the bathroom real quick. As long as I pause for a second, I really want to show you like what this disk drive sounds like on the Amiga, just real quick, and you'll like completely understand why I was so like creeped out by it when I was a kid. It's like really loud. Let me see. Let me mute that real quick. I'm gonna turn the gain up on my microphone and go ahead and turn the system on so you can hear it. How did you like that? Yeah, I love that computer, but I just really wanted to share that. So imagine being 4 years old and that being your first experience with a computer. Yeah, let's move on a little bit. Yeah, this is another instance where, what is it? Act 2 is starting in the game. I was afraid that people would, like, think that it's kind of the same thing again and they would just, like, click through the dialogue, you know? So I tried to, within the first, like, 3 lines, indicate that something was different. And of course, the protagonist says, "I've always walked to school alone." You know, I figured that would be enough for them to be like, "Oh my god, like, we are not, like, you know, there's no more Sayori." So, and some people got it right away. Other people, like, they, like, weren't sure yet until, like, you know, maybe partially through the first chapter when there's, like, no reference to her. Monica says there's only 3 club members, and they're like, "Oh my god, she's, like, actually gone," you know? You know, I mean, it's kind of cruel what I was going for, where I kind of made the player feel like it was their fault that Sayori did what she did, and then even if you want to go back and make the different choice, the game does not let you. It kind of laughs in your face and says that you have to, like, live with the consequences, you know? Like, this is not, you know, you can't just magically go back and give yourself a happy ending. And so, you know, I tried to, like, as I was making revisions to this chapter, like, I wanted to add, but just, like, a little bit more, like, creepy effects here and there to help indicate that, like, the game is still messed up and it's not normal anymore. because for people who are not a fan of like normal visual novels or dating sims, they've just like spent an hour an hour or two like playing through a completely normal game, and I want to reassure them that it is no longer that, and that they're like, you know, getting to the good stuff or whatever. So that's kind of for those players, I think. Like this is one, for instance. This is in effect the sort of screen, like the screen tearing effect that I use a pretty good amount as a visual effect. Probably part of the reason is that Ren'Py makes it quite difficult to manually create like visual effects on the screen. You know, it's extremely easy to change images or add animations or add like new objects or sprites to the screen, but I had a pretty hard time like taking what was on the screen and making visual changes to it. You can't like create like a pixel shader, you know, or I mean, I don't even have much like graphics, what is it, like graphics API experience, but if you can do stuff like that, like on a GL level, then it's just very difficult to do and like beyond my scope of knowledge. But Ren'Py does have some programmatic ways of modifying like a canvas, or at least a sprite. And so I think for those sorts of effects, what I did was I used programming, and I don't know if this is Ren'Py or it might be an extension of Pygame that Ren'Py like allows you to use. But yeah, I effectively took like a screenshot, added it as another image on top of the normal screen, and then I was able to you know, use some code to like chop it up or do interesting stuff with it, as long as you know, as long as it was within the bounds of the SDK and was within my skill level to do so. So it was like quite challenging to do stuff like that, and I would have liked to do more interesting manipulation, but it was just very difficult for me to do. So I was able to do kind of just enough to you know, make like a few interesting visual effects, but wasn't able to like go crazy with it. I wanted to add that too, like as she says, a literature club, just to make the introduction of the club itself a little more ominous this time around. You know, but another thing about these effects is as they happen, the player has no idea when or how they're going to happen, and so like it becomes, especially as they play like through the first couple chapters, it becomes a really tense and anxious experience just to click through the text, because you have no idea when something unexpected is going to happen. And so in that sense, even when everything is completely normal in the game, you still feel like this tension and anxiety, because you know that like the rules are now out the window and the game can more or less do whatever it wants, and you don't know when or how that's going to happen. So it just causes that anxiety. Like, you know, I've seen like a couple people play through it where like they're like visibly scared to like just continue clicking through the text and like making like so many pauses and stuff like that, because they just don't know when the next thing is going to happen. You know, the other interesting thing in that regard is things that are not normally like jump scares have an effect similar to jump scares, where you're like you know, you feel that kind of uncomfortable tingle and your heart starts to race when these things happen, because even though something's not like screaming at you in your face, when your mind is in the routine and it expects one thing to happen and something unexpected suddenly happens, whether it's like an unexpected visual on the screen or an unexpected like note in the audio, it has like a similar effect, despite it not being like despite it not like literally trying to jump out and scare you. So that's something that I partially discovered myself, because when I was playtesting this game, I actually forgot about certain effects that I added. And so, like, when they happened unexpectedly, I felt like, you know, they startled me when they happened. And I was just like, oh my god. So, you know, I would say this right here, this effect, is probably one of the closer things to what you would call like a jump scare, because it is a, what is it? It's like a flash on the whole screen. It's like a loud-ish sound effect. I try to balance the sound effect to be about as loud as the audio, so it's not like screaming, as the normal audio, so it's not like screaming at you. But I think the reason I decided to include that was, again, to like really insert that tension and anxiety, like, so that you can't shake the feeling, you can't shake the anxious feeling that like something different is going to happen that's like going to startle you, despite it. After this, it doesn't really happen, I don't think, for the rest of the chapter. Like, nothing really startling happens, but those couple effects like really insert that tension in there. And the other basis for that effect was, again, when I was messing with code level image manipulation in RenPy. One of the, you know, initial effects that I coded was inverting the screen colors, like making it a negative. And so that was an opportunity for me to use that effect as well. And I think I was probably hoping on using it a little bit more here and there, but that's just the one instance in which I used it. Like, here it is again. Yeah, the screen, like, it basically takes a screenshot and inverts the colors and displays it. And the other part of the effect is, it's once again something that doesn't happen when you click. It happens about half a second after you click. And so it feels like it's not something that you are instigating. It's something that the game just like does aside from your own control. So probably around half the dialogue in this chapter is like the same as the first playthrough, and a lot of people actually just kind of like skipped through this, or at least clicked very quickly through it, which I don't really blame them for doing, because, you know, for people who do more want to get to the point, there is a lot of redundancy. But if you do take the time to read it, there are some just interesting differences in the dialogue, right? The first one being right here, where, you know, it's like, I'm confident that we can all grow the club before we graduate, and you know, in Act 1, everyone was like enthusiastic about it, but this time around, Natsuki's like, well, I guess so. You know, she like doesn't really care. Because that ends up, I think I made that change because that ends up becoming a point of contention like later in this storyline, where everyone has like different ideas of like what they want the club to be, and like it causes some drama. And I think yeah, never mind. I think this is like the same as the first act. Let's see. This is the same, but I mean, this has some more context now, so it's pretty funny to like read it a second time in retrospect after like everything that's going on in this game. But here's the difference, right? When Yuri mentions that she reads horror, in Act 1, Monika's like, oh, I wouldn't expect that from you, Yuri. And in Act 2, now she's saying, I would expect that from you. It suits your personality. So that's another like interesting difference. This is all just about the same. I think one without Sayuri here, and two just because it like some of it's repeated. I removed some pieces of dialogue from this time around. Here's another interesting thing that I didn't bring up. So when the characters, you know, as the different characters talk, how they sort of come into the foreground, and then when they're done talking, they go back into the background. That's all stuff that like, what is it? I could not find a good way of automating that in Ren'Py, where having a character's sprite animate in a certain way when it's that character who's speaking the dialogue. I think it is possible to do, but like looking into it, I decided that like it couldn't really be done in the way that I wanted it to specifically. So there's a line in the script for every single piece of dialogue where a different character is talking, where I have like a script that says to animate one character coming out and animate the other character coming in. That's something I had to do like in between almost every single line of dialogue in the script. So you can imagine that itself being fairly tedious to do. However, oh, and to go along with that, I had to change the Z order of each character sprite, which indicates like how far, like which sprites go on top of each other, right? Because the character in front needs to go in front of the other sprites, because it doesn't make sense for them to like zoom in a little bit and then to still be behind like the other sprites. So they always have to pop in front. And it was just like, that's all stuff I basically had to script by hand. But I created some auto hotkey scripts to help with that. Auto hotkey is like a macro program that basically lets you like write mouse and keyboard macros. So for instance, you like hit a button on your keyboard and it like types something in for you, stuff like that. And so I created a bunch of shortcuts that was like, you know, where I could like type just one or two keys and it would like fill in the script line for me in order to speed up that process a little bit. But yeah, that was just some of the more tedious work that was involved in creating this script. Why not use behind rather than Z order? Because when using Z order, I know which Z order number means in focus in front of everything else, you know. So it's like, I think I had Z order 2 as the default, and then Z order 3 was like in focus. But when you use behind, you have to specify what they are going to be behind or in front of, you know. So I think like, you know, when they fade out, you have to say behind all of the other characters, and it's like it's just a little bit messier than just saying like Z order 2. But that you know, that detail, like the kind of the animation of them coming in focus, and like the you know, them kind of just like moving around, kind of syncing or hopping, stuff like that. Those were all things that I just, you know, I was trying to make the game feel, just trying to add those little details to make the game feel overall a little bit better, you know, like a little bit more professional. Those were probably inspired by, or that sort of animation, because you know, you don't see that in like a lot of visual novels really. You see it in some, but like probably most of them that you play, you don't see that. But it was a piece of detail that I noticed in Love Live School Idol Festival. When I was like, you know, playing through the visual novel aspect of that, and I was like, this feels really nice to just have that extra bit of animation and emotion in the characters. That's something that I want to do in my game. So that's what I did. but I think it helps a lot to have those sorts of animations. Just, you know, the focus and the way that they kind of fade in and fade out when they enter and leave the scene, stuff like that. I think it helps. Oh, and of course, this time around, like, in order to convince the protagonist to join the club, Monica's, like, kind of guilts him, like, we don't have enough members, so, like, please help us. It's a little bit different. It's like right off the bat, Sayori's not around, so Monica is already, like, getting a little bit more of a chance to speak directly to the protagonist, so she's already trying to be, like, a little bit more like flirty or trying to get his attention more. The special poems were really fun to add. It was another instance where when it comes up, I think it just in the context of what's going on in the game, it feels very creepy. You know, even though there's like nothing inherently creepy about this, it is breaking the routine. There was never an instance where something different happened between the end of a chapter and the poem minigame. And so it's kind of like all of a sudden, and there's no music, and it's just like this dialogue box, and that's it. I think, like, it instantly, there's like some creepiness to it. And it was a lot of fun to, you know, these little pieces of text, or interesting poems, about either the characters or other stuff about the game, or, you know, whatever that didn't have a place anywhere in the actual game. I loved being able to incorporate them in these special poem scenes. And the other thing that this does, of course, is there are a total of, I think, 10 different special poems, but you only get 3 of them in a given playthrough. And I loved the idea in DDLC of everyone getting like a slightly different experience. I think that once again drew some inspiration from Yume Nikki, because I remember, you know, reading a lot about just, you know, some of the effects that Yume Nikki did, where like there's only a chance of something happening, or specifically the game is like so vast that it's almost impossible for one single person without any guide to like find absolutely everything in the game. So I read about how kind of in the, you know, in the mid 2000s when the game came out, people were like on forums and they were like sharing their experiences with the game that like other players didn't have, you know. And although I didn't live through that because I didn't play Yume Nikki until much later, the idea of that, it being like sort of a collaborative experience in that way, where people get to like share the thing that happened to them in the game, that idea like was really enticing to me, and was something that I wanted to try to do a little bit with DDLC. And so that's where a lot of the inspiration came from, different things like happening in different playthroughs. And the special poems was like one way of doing that. And it also provided like a minor incentive to replay the game. I didn't really like design the game around having like really heavy replay value, but for people who really enjoyed the game, I wanted them to be able to like replay it and experience some different things. This special poem, I probably won't go into like full detail with all of them, because some of them are just like really deliberately cryptic and ambiguous, but this one was written from the perspective of Monica, because this is around the time where Monica is really starting to experiment with like mortality in her universe. And, you know, she's like so casual about the whole thing, because at this point she feels so detached from, you know, the universe that she's in, that it's almost like it doesn't really matter to her anymore, you know. And the feeling of her you know, like feeling physical pain, or doing that sort of thing to herself. She describes it as exhilarating because it's something that is her allowing her to feel something in this universe that has become so incredibly meaningless to her. So that's what this one was about. I'm not going to take a poll for these. I'm just going to go for Natsuki because there's technically a little bit more content to experience when going for Natsuki. So I'm just going to go for Natsuki in these scenes so we can kind of get those. Here's, of course, one of the random events that happens, but this one, what is it? The background that I use in these scenes, in Act 2, the classroom background is always a modified background that says that there's a 1 in 6 chance, I think, of that appearing, and so it's almost guaranteed that in any given playthrough, that is going to appear like at least once. But it's just up to like how long it's going to be there and if they have the chance of noticing it, you know? So it's always going to be there in like different times in any given playthrough. And the other stuff that I added here was like, you know, the music is slowly speeding up by 1 half tone throughout the loop. And also the screen is just really, really slowly tilting and slightly zooming in here. And so those effects are, again, like types of effects where, like, especially when you're trying, like when you're looking at other things that are going on, like the dialogue, and you know that could be affected with Yuri's face and the way that Natsuki comes in here, like the music and like the background, like the what is it, the camera, like they feel like off, but you might not be quite sure like what's off about them. This was fun to do as well, making Monica like appear in front of the text like that. Yeah, this makes me feel dizzy too. It's so slow. It's because it's so incredibly slow that your eyes can't track the motion, but you know the motion is there, and so it like gives you this like a really dizzy feeling. But I kind of like that. And that like snaps back to normal all of a sudden. Which I decided to do because what is it? If you are reading very quickly and you don't spend that much time on that scene, then you actually don't notice the screen tilt. But then when it snaps back to normal like that, that's something that you always notice, because even if you quickly go through that scene, it's tilted enough that it will snap back. This is a pretty famous line, right? Yeah, it was fun and interesting to replace like random lines with this messed up font to as kind of an indication that like Monica is directly trying to manipulate the dialogue in order to make the characters less appealing in certain ways, you know? Like using swear words or like saying other horrible things. So in this instance, like she is probably just not very good at it yet and is like, you know, like messing up, and that's why the text like appears kind of glitchy. It was also fun to have those instances and then go back in the history and it being like the normal text. Sometimes the history is the normal text and sometimes it's the modified text, just based on whatever my preference was for the scene. But yeah, that had to be hard coded too, where I would have a few lines of code where the text would appear and then I would access the history list object in RenPy, and I would delete the last history line and manually add a history line of like the normal dialogue. That was, of course, just another instance of that. Yeah, the normal line is, of course, don't judge a book by its cover. But the other interesting thing is, what is it? The text automatically advances onto the black text. Like you, from this line to the next line, you don't have to click in order for it to advance. And it's once again an instance of something happening that is not prompted directly by the player's click. Also, during this exclusive scene during Act 2, there were some bits of the dialogue that I removed compared to the Act 1 version, so it like progresses a little bit more quickly. I really love this CG, by the way. This actually did like such a good job with it. It's probably one of my favorite ones. I love all those facial expressions for it too. So we can once again infer that like Monica is trying really hard to make Natsuki like appear messed up in certain ways to the player, as to make them like uncomfortable around her. You know, but it's like really direct. It's very deliberately designed to make the player feel uncomfortable. This visual effect was really fun to make. You know, a couple aspects. One, the audio track. I just had a completely separate audio track for this effect, and so I just switched it over on the fly to the other track on the same position. The second being a modified font to make it look, it is actual text, but the font is black, and then it has like strong black outlines, so it just looks like garbled blocks to match her eyes and mouth. And this was really fun to make too. Ren'Py has like a good kind of system where you can create like particles of like custom size and specifications, and so I was able to create like particles of like black rectangles of random widths and heights, and just do that a bunch of times every frame. So I created kind of like a black particle cluster object, and added one of the correct size on each eye and on the mouth, and I had like enough variables that I can control to like get the look correct on that part. So that was like a lot of fun to make. It was effects like that where like as soon as I was done making them, I like recorded it and I like showed it to my friends. I'm like, yo, check this out. That's how I kind of like, that's how I held myself over when making this game for like a year and a half without talking about it in public to anybody. I just like showed my friends the stuff that I was working on, and that was enough to keep me motivated. I think the history is the history is like the actual garbled text, and the font is still black here. I guess what is it? Ren'Py uses the same font in history that the text was appearing as at the time, or not font actually. It's always using the same font for history, but I guess it remembers the text color, which is kind of funny there. That, of course, doesn't need to be patched. It's like inconsequential. All of the poem stuff in this chapter is the same as in Act 1, except for Monica, of course. So there's like nothing interesting about that. Even the poems that Natsuki and Yuri share are the same. I was thinking about adding some more differentiating stuff, but like for one, like I couldn't really come up with things that were justifiably different, unless it was like just for the sake of being different, and also like it was just would have required like a fair amount of work, and I was trying to like already limit the scope of the game to make sure I would get it done. So it was just something that I didn't really feel the need to add. And if you've like already seen it, then there's not really much of a problem with just clicking through it if you don't want to read it again. Might as well hit skip. Yeah, until of course we get to Monica, and she kind of starts off the same, but we don't have the skip button available because it's a entirely separate block of dialogue in the code in the script. And then of course Monica says some like really messed up things about Natsuki. And again, like, this has to do with the whole thing I explained before, where I was going for Monica not taking the game seriously because it's just a game, and she mistakenly thinks that the player sees it as the same way, where it's like okay to just like make light of it when like most likely that's not okay at all, and it's just like making the player feel really uncomfortable. Yeah, Monica's poem is different here too. This is like part 2 of her first hole-in-wall poem, where you put the two together and it like kind of finishes the story. And it's very obvious after the fact what the poem is about. It's about her like having her first glimpse into the universe outside her own, and it causing like her own perspective of her universe to like fall apart. And I guess this is the this piece is the same as in Act 1 as well. This scene with the argument. Oh yeah, I forgot the notes are a little bit different there. That was fun. Seeing some people stream and they're just like, wait, did the music just like mess up? They're like not paying attention to it, but then they just note it's like there's like one or two like wrong notes, and they're like not sure if it's actually messed up, and those are the only wrong notes, and even after the music loops, it's back to normal again. So it's only something that you get to hear once. So this is all the same, of course, as Act 1, up until, you know, the argument starts to escalate. One, because Sayuri is not here to help defuse it, and two, because, like, you know, Monica is causing it to escalate to the point where, you know, to make sure that you like the characters a little bit less based on the horrible things that they're saying. So here's the other thing about this, right? I spent a long time on the music, specifically the musical effect on this scene. So the track that you hear right now, it is not the full version of this track. It actually only loops the first half of the track over and over, because that's the only way to make it seamlessly transition into the modified version of the track, which starts right here. But it only actually starts, you know, once it like hits the proper loop point, and it makes sure that the previous track seamlessly transitions into the next part. I'm gonna like back up just so I can talk about that a little bit more. So that ultimately ended up being quite difficult to pull off, because there were like a lot of variables that had to do with like the position of the audio. Because when I click and go to the next part, I have to like log the position of this audio. You know, calculate the time between like when it's going to next loop, and start both the next audio track and and delay the visual effects that exact amount of time to make sure that it like stays synchronized with the audio. It was all like fairly meticulous to like pull that stuff off, but it was like that made it, you know, all that much more fun to design, to make sure that it was like a seamless effects transition like that. So, oh, I guess like it's not fully compatible with what is it, the like Renpai's rollback features, so it's like not properly syncing up now. Let's try going back a little bit more and see if it works. No, it's like not working properly now. I just broke it. There we go. Okay. Yeah, so like, I don't know. I loved, yeah, doing this thing with like speeding up the audio, and like, you know, I felt that it was like really creepy and like made you feel extremely frantic during this scene where they're like saying horrible things about each other as well. And like the static coming in. It was just really fun to like design this scene. I had a lot of fun with it. And at this point, they're kind of saying like what they were saying in Act 1, and so it kind of just like zooms through the what is it? Like the protagonist's like, you know, inner narrative, because the scene is messed up to the point where the protagonist like is not really involved anymore. So it kind of just like zooms past that. Oh my god, the loop got messed up. That once again probably just has to do with the rollback that I was doing in developer mode. That doesn't happen in the normal game. So initially, you know how when you click on one of these, it like zooms in slightly? In like an earlier beta of the game, I did not have that zoom in effect. But I think a couple people were having trouble with understanding that you'd have to like click it over and over again in order to move on. You know, because after some people, after they click it like 3 or 4 times, they're like, okay, it's not working, and they start trying to figure out like possible other things to do. You know, they don't just like desperately click on it like 9 times or whatever. And so, you know, the zoom in effect was like a good compromise where, again, it is something that the game has not yet done before. You know, like literally everything, including the UI, is zooming in, which is very jarring. But it's also, again, making you feel more panicked. And the other cool thing about doing that is when Monica's face appears, it's like dead front and center on the screen, and that was like a lot of fun to do as well. Yeah, so, and also to make that possible regarding like these choice boxes and the way that the game like responds to them, I had to use like features of RenPy that were not just conventional parts of like the script engine. I had to use some, I think, create you know, custom choice box objects or whatever in order to make that happen. And this was fun too, like making Monica's text conform to like make sure it doesn't go behind her sprite. That was like a fun little detail because Monica has control over that, so she wants to like make sure that you're able to read what she's saying. Yeah. So now, of course, she's like, oh, well, you know, like they're just terrible people and let's not get involved. She's really, of course, just finding excuses to like, you know, be alone with you. And I'd be happy to spend time with you instead of those other like horrible people. And like Natsuki runs out crying, and we never learn exactly what Yuri said to her. I feel so bad for Yuri because she's like so she's so desperate for you to like not hate her, you know. She's so self-conscious about how she comes off, and like this horrible thing that was out of her control just like happened, and now she has to like face you directly and be like, you know, like, please don't hate me for this, like there's something wrong. I really liked doing this too, like Yuri like kind of really indirectly trying to convince Monica to like let her just be in the room with you. You know, the characters are probably already starting to lose their trust in Monica for a little bit because there's no way that they can't sense that like something is wrong, you know, but they just wouldn't really be able to put their finger on it because they don't have the same perspective that Monica does. This effect was fun to do as well, since again it was something that happens in the middle of the dialogue rather than like prompted by a mouse click. And also that sound effect there was one that I lowered its volume in like a later patch because I accidentally made it like much louder than normal game audio. I don't think it was louder because of its like amplitude. I think it was louder just because of the type of waveform that sound is, like just makes it sound louder because it's like so sharp sounding. And so I had to like lower its amplitude to make it a little bit more in line with the rest of the game audio. This is one of the earlier fun effects that I added when I was like finding ways to mess with the poem minigame. I think it has a 1 in 200 chance of one of these appearing, but of course that's like times 10 because there's 10 words on the page. So that was definitely a fun one to add, and it's something that the player has control over. It's like, are they curious enough to click on it despite them knowing that like something bad is probably going to happen, or are they like too scared and they can avoid it? So it's like you're expecting something unexpected to happen when you click on it, you just don't know exactly what. So it was fun to design this. And this like messed up Yuri sprite, like once I you know, like with the hopping at it, it's so creepy that it's like still hopping. It's actually kind of gross looking, and it's like just really really uncomfortable. I love it. And then you know, the sound effects here, it's like sometimes there is sound, sometimes there isn't sound when you click on these, and there's like another like weird sound that only has a small chance of happening, for instance. So it was just like really fun to design this effect, and I think I made it so that it can only happen once as well. And there are a couple of other screens that have a small chance of happening at the end of the poem minigame as well, to once again like throw off, you know, break another rule that, you know, the poem minigame like fades out and the next chapter starts. Thank you for joining, Rebel Shifter. It was interesting to see how, like, Natsuki and Yuri being fully in universe, like, kind of react to, like, the weirdness that's going on, like, based on how they perceive it, you know? Just, like, not really understanding exactly what's wrong or like why they said or did certain things that's like out of their control. And of course the protagonist, like, it was deliberate to, as the chapters progress in this act, the protagonist has less and less dialogue because he is no longer becoming like a relevant part of the game at all. You know, Monica is trying more and more to directly reach the player. And so the protagonist like loses his role and thus does not really have any dialogue anymore. That's also the reason that the protagonist doesn't react in the same way that like Natsuki and Yuri do to like the weird stuff that's going on, because the protagonist like is not a real character. He is basically just like the convenient pieces of dialogue that allow, you know, that serve as you know, serve as just self-insertion for the player. So the protagonist himself is not really like, you know, the same type of in-universe character that Natsuki and Yuri are in that sense. This was fun to do as well, like making Natsuki forget about the events of the other day. Because, you know, I think Monica did that because she knows that, like, she can't make Natsuki and Yuri hate each other to the point where the club cannot continue. One, because, like, that would probably seize the progression of the game, which would foil Monica's plans, and two, like, Monica still cares about the club to some degree. you know, because she can't, like, you know, it's something that is still a product of her passion, and it's, despite her change in perspective, it's something that is, like, probably always going to mean something to her. And this is fairly similar to Act 1 when she talks about practicing piano. But there's one difference here. In Act 1, she says that, like, she's only just started playing, and in Act 2 she says that she's been practicing for a while, which is a very, very subtle nod to the fact that time is passing differently for her. And she makes a more direct reference this time around to that. She's, like, writing a song, because of course she is writing a song for you. So there are a couple of Natsuki related things that I added in a later update to the game after it was released, because I wanted there to be a little more differentiation between, like, selecting Natsuki versus selecting Yuri in Act 2. Before the update, it was kind of unfair that in going for Natsuki, you didn't really get, what is it? So after the first chapter, when you get Natsuki's exclusive scene and you get that scare with her, there was no reason to once again go for Natsuki the second time. Like, that next poem minigame just didn't matter at all, and I thought that was kind of unfair. And so I wanted to reward the player, or, you know, give them something different if they continue going for Natsuki, you know. Or that's, let me see, that's not entirely accurate, because I think if you go for her again, you get, like, the neck snap scene. I don't remember the exact triggers for that, but my point is that, like, if the player likes Natsuki that much more than Yuri, that they, like, want more content with her, then I felt like they deserved to have a little bit more content, despite you being, like, forced onto Yuri's path during Act 2. And so this was one of the, one of the things where the protagonist is like, oh, but, like, you know, I should be spending time with Natsuki or whatever. Yuri's like, she's fine, she's reading over there. Don't think about her, she's used to being ignored. It's, the sad irony is that, the way in which the game hints at her, like, facing a lot of neglect in her personal life, she is also being neglected by the game, you know, because you get forced onto Yuri's route and you don't get to, like, really spend time with her despite wanting to. And if you try going for Natsuki, Yuri and Monika, this is, like, after I updated the game, like, they're actually meaner to her as a result. Because that's kind of, like, in a way that's partially, like, how you learn a little bit more about her, and is another way of, I guess, making fun of the player, like, making the life of the character more miserable that, like, you're trying to go after. I don't know. So, this was fun too. Like, we didn't play through Yuri in Act 1 in this playthrough, but, like, if you're familiar enough, her description of the book changes based on like Act 1 or Act 2 to like make Yuri's interests sound like a lot more uncomfortable in Act 2, or more suspicious, that like that she's like, you know, like interested in like really weird stuff. So that was like a lot of fun to do. It was fun. It was fun to have those lines of dialogue automatically advance without you clicking the mouse, and then them either not appearing in the history or just like the normal version appearing in the history instead. Looking at, oh yeah, that was an effect I added, I think, a little bit later on in development, and that was an instance where I forgot that I added that effect. So when I was playtesting it, like, it actually startled me when it happened. But yeah, looking at the time, I actually am not sure if I'll be getting through the rest of the game tonight. You know, I didn't realize there was like so much for me to talk about like during Act 2, but yeah, there's some things that I'm going through really slowly just because I feel like I have so much to say. You know, I won't be able to like go too late into the night, so I might just have to do a third stream to finish up. So most of this is the same as Act 1. That is obviously not the same. It's so fun to like design these cute little scenes with Yuri where like you have an excuse for the characters to like scooch closer together and like, you know, hold the book in like these intimate ways and stuff like that. And this, of course, is different from Act 1. In Act 1, she's like, oh, what do you mean that I relate to the protagonist? But Act 2, she, like, all of a sudden gets, like, really defensive, as if she, like, you know, she, like, has read this book before, so she knows that, like, you know, there's probably, like, something really wrong with the main character in the book, and she's instantly like, no, I don't relate to this character at all, like, getting really defensive, as if she's, like, not, you know, really insistent that she's not, doesn't also have, like, something horribly wrong with her. And she rushes out of the room to get a drink of water or whatever she's doing out there. So this is interesting because the way Monica phrases this when she's like, did something happen just now? Monica obviously knows what's up, but she's almost playing innocent. So she's like, so you don't know anything. From the player's perspective, that's like Monica is saying, like, it sounds like Monica is equally curious to know what's going on, but really Monica is saying that almost as like relief to yourself, where she's like, okay, so you still don't know anything, like, you know, just confirming that you don't know this about her yet. So that phrase like means something different to Monica versus the player. This is also something where I had to like do some gymnastics in the code to like not have, you know, like Yuri's dialogue choice only appear after you talk to Monica first, and other various things about like the way the variables increment here to be based around that. All of the variables for the characters' poem responses and their appeal points based on like the poem minigame and stuff like that, that is all like a huge mess, because that was some of the stuff that I did earliest on in the game code. And I have a habit in projects of kind of like hacking things together until they work, and then going back later and cleaning them up. But like as it gets more complicated, I sometimes just like hack more and more stuff on top of it, and just like, well, it works, so I don't want to touch it. And that's something that happened with the poem responses and like the characters' different variables, where you know, the proper way to do it would have been to assign the variables to like a character object and have like, you know, appropriate data structures for that stuff. But instead I just have like a ton of global variables for like the characters' appeal points and their appeal in the current chapter based on the poem minigames and stuff like that. It's all like a gigantic mess, but it works, so. So, despite me having selected Natsuki again, for the second poem minigame, it defaults to her not liking the poem, because of course, like, you spent time with Yuri and not her, so it's impossible to get her to like your poem the second time. The most she can feel about it is neutral, and then she like kind of throws some shade at you for spending time with Yuri. Not that I care. I was taught never to expect anything from anybody. Low-key extremely sad, but you know. Here we go, baby. This whole part was like, of course, it was very fun to code and fun to write between, I don't know, the visual effects and making Natsuki say, like, creepy stuff. The audio track, in the same way that it fades in the poem minigame, it fades again into, like, an alternative version of, you know, of her poem audio track that just has, like, random note, like, some of the instruments are just, like, playing random notes, and there's other, like, weird sound effects in the background. It was, like, very fun to do that. That was so much fun. That was so much fun to make, because there was a lot that went into that. There was the effects. There was the black rectangles, like having to shift their position as her head moves. The animation, having her come in front of the text box. The sound effects as well, and designing those. Once again, just taking like different public domain sounds and like editing and combining them in interesting ways to get the sounds that I wanted. The whole thing was just like really, really fun to make, and it's definitely one of the effects that I enjoy more. And I'll do it again. You all know I have the rollback ability, so. The footstep noise was like, that was interesting to make too, because I think like I sort of partially took like normal footsteps, but not ones that sounded too realistic, and then I like sped them up a lot, and it's like this interest. It doesn't sound like footsteps, but it's one of those cartoony noises that like does sound like it. I don't know. It was fun to make. Let's go ahead and move on. Yeah, and here Monica, like, you know, is, like, meaner about Yuri as opposed to, Act 1. Detached from reality, totally given up on people, spends so much time in her own head, starved for social interaction. This, of course, is just a modification of the Save Me poem in Act 1. It's like in the way that her universe starts breaking apart and getting corrupted when you quit the game. As I explained yesterday, it's like the same thing is kind of happening to the poem. Of course, he just sneaks this little thing in the end, because that, at this point, obviously has personal meaning for Monica. One effect I wanted to do, but I guess just ended up not coding it, was like once you reach the bottom of the poem and it says delete her, I wanted it to be like you scroll back up and like the rest of the poem is just gone, like it's just blank. That would have been pretty cool. At this point, Monica just like gives up on like trying to explain her poems at all, because like she's getting to the point where she like really can't talk about them. So she's just like, I'm just trying to, well, never mind. It doesn't matter. There's no point. This was a lot of fun too, regarding, you know, Monica's writing tip of the day. I talked about that a little bit last stream as well, but like how you can like do fun stuff with like, you know, in Act 1, it just sounds like she's like a tutorial character where she's like giving you a tip to save your game. And she's like, what am I talking about? Just silly breaking the fourth wall is good comedy in a game. But now it obviously means a lot more than that. And now she's like, she's not laughing about it because she is, she's realizing that the game has given her a chance to talk to the player right here. And so that's why like her demeanor just completely changes, and she's like, can you hear me? Or tell me you can hear me. Because she like, you know, since the game itself is already trying to reach the player through that dialogue, Monica thinks that she can like actually like take this chance to like interact with the player in a way that is like part of the game. And she's like she's so desperate for that she like really wants to take that opportunity. But of course, the game will have none of it and just takes her right back out of it and moves on with the script. This is where, you know, Yuri is starting to get a little bit obsessive over you. And this poem was like really, really fun to write as well. It's like Yuri is, you know, it's kind of symbolic of the insane like whirlwind of thoughts and emotions that are like in Yuri's head as she's becoming more before she has gotten to the point where she's just completely off the wall, you know? It's like to the point where it's like influencing her poems, and her poems are becoming like really just really like kind of abstract and chaotic with like weird creepy imagery. I really enjoyed writing this. It doesn't really matter what it's about. Oh, she really likes the way that your pen writes. And then you get the next special poem after this. I think originally I just had it happen like at the end of every chapter, but or maybe no, you know what it is? I wasn't able to put it at the end of last chapter because I needed the scene from Yuri and Monica in the classroom arguing immediately snap to the poem minigame, right? Because it's like Yuri glitches out because Monica, like, you know, causes the end of the scene, and then it's like instantaneous poem minigame that was necessary right there. And so the special poem I put here instead. This is a fun little anti-climax or anti-jump scare. You know, people are like afraid to stare at the dot because this is a classic jump scare setup, and so it was just like a cute little thing that I wanted to do. Ooh, this is a rare effect. There's a pretty small chance of this one happening. It was very fun to design. The music just like sounding very muffled and distant. The pulsing veins on the side, I tried to you know, make look like the corners of your eyes, like, you know, being red and veiny. And there's like this disgusting squelching sounds that start coming in. It was just like really, really fun to design this. I wanted to do something here because this piece of dialogue is the same as in Act 1, but we're far enough into the game that like we can be doing some like really weird stuff. So yeah, this was one of the effects that I think I designed a little bit later on, but I had a lot of fun with it. And then it just literally completely fades out, like the audio and everything, and it's only until you click again that it just snaps back to normal. It was so much fun. I think there was someone who emailed me about that effect, saying that people who have certain types of color blindness, with that red overlay, they're like not able to see anything on the screen, and so it's like it ends up being like a negative experience for them because it takes a while to click through that, and so they like don't know what's going on. It was just interesting for me to read and think about, because it's something that I of course like didn't consider when designing that effect. But putting that detail aside, putting that detail aside, I enjoy the like overall design of that effect. So writing the end of this chapter was quite interesting because I needed to put some thought into, given all the weirdness that's going on, and like Natsuki and Yuri like just not really liking things and each other and being in like a tense mood. It's like, you know, what's this going to mean for the club? You know, it's like Natsuki already feels like so I guess neglected by the club that she's like, you know, she tries having more of like a voice here, and it causes some strife between the club members. But, like, you know, she's kind of just, like, telling it how it is right now. Where, like, you know, Monica's really the only one who, like, cares that much about the club, you know? It's like the player and the protagonist care more about the girls, and, you know, Natsuki has her preferences, and, like, you know, who knows what Yuri wants. Oh, this was good. If I remember, you weren't even given a choice not to join. Monica has not she has not spent that much time, like, very directly and deliberately breaking the fourth wall. But this is a statement that is kind of, like, it's, like, more direct. It's a little more difficult to interpret in other ways. The other interpretation, like, in universe would be that, like, everyone kind of guilted / manipulated you into joining the club, and so you weren't, like, given a choice in that sense. But she obviously very literally means the game did not give you a choice. So yeah, Monica's, like, she's probably been feeling this way a lot recently, but, like, Natsuki sort of brought it to the surface, like, you know, Monica feeling, like, really dejected, and that everything that she's doing is meaningless, and that she won't be able to get what she wants in the end, both with the club and in, you know, achieving her her romance with the player. Yeah, so it's, you know, it's what I was saying earlier, where despite everything that's going on, like, Monica still cares about the club in general, you know? It's still like something she was passionate about, like starting the club for what it is. So it makes sense for her to care about the club on that level, but maybe she also wants to get new members so badly because she thinks that there might be more potential new members that are like the player, you know, and she'll have more of a chance to reach out to the universe outside her own. These visual effects, aside from them being pretty fun to design, I wanted a way to show both sides of Yuri, I think. Because I wanted this scene to, like, play out fairly seriously, like, in universe, because one, it's kind of important for the progression of the plot of what's going on in Act 2 regarding, like, the festival and stuff like that. But, you know, I also wanted to show, like, Yuri's increasingly crazy side, and the best way of doing that was through these visual effects, I think. You know, as if you're, like, getting a glimpse inside Yuri's head for these brief moments. Yeah, now Monica is jumping in. Monica's probably not really being sincere right now. I think she's just trying to get on Yuri's good side again in order to convince her to leave the club room so Monica can have a moment of alone time with the player. Monica at this point doesn't really have any reason to be sincere with the other characters, because she probably fully believes that the other characters are just, like, you know, like autonomous and not real in the way that the player is and in the way that Monica sees herself as. Yeah, Monica is trying a little bit harder here to directly reach the player. She's like getting more desperate, and she's becoming less afraid of breaking the fourth wall and trying to like ease into it. She is ready to kind of reveal everything here, I think. She's just trying to like lead into it rather than dropping the bomb. But there's something in the game script that probably like understands where the end of each chapter is, and so the game, progresses. Like the game reaches the end of the chapter despite Monica having more to say, and so it doesn't allow her to finish her thought, and she just very sadly fades out while trying to stop the game from doing so. It's at this point where I don't think this poem minigame has any effect at all on like the outcome of the next chapter. But I tried to come up with more like interesting ways to like break the poem minigame, and of course this up here was one of them that was fun to do, and the occasional like Monica jumping at the bottom just out of complete randomness, as if she's like trying to force her way in yet another way. So that was just like some fun stuff that I did with this. Let's see. I would say this is a pretty good stopping point for tonight. We can definitely finish up in a third stream, which I think I would like for it to happen tomorrow, but I might actually need to put it off until Tuesday because I have a lot of obligations tomorrow. But I'm very glad that so many people were able to stick around for this second stream as well. I've been having a lot of fun, and I hope you have been too. I think like once Act 2 started, I was just like, I was so eager to like talk about so many things, because just as I play through, I'm like reminded of, all of the development that went into like the stuff that I was doing. So it's a lot of fun to talk about, and fun to see everyone else's thoughts and reactions. I know that I can't get to like, I can't answer every single question that people ask. Sometimes I just don't want to answer certain things because, like, of course, as with anything, it's more fun to leave certain things up to speculation, or there are certain things that I don't want to just off the top of my head or like on the fly just add to what people would consider as like the canon because I'm the developer or whatever, stuff like that. So there are some instances where I deliberately choose not to answer a given question, so I apologize for that. But aside from that, it's been really fun seeing what everyone else thinks of this. Monica mains Fox. There was a back like October of last year. There was a tweet on the Team Salvato Twitter account about who each of the characters would main in Melee, and it was basically like Yuri like mains Marth because she feels like a personal connection with him. Natsuki mains Pikachu because like Pikachu's like cute, like Natsuki likes cute things, but she can't be so deliberately cute as to pick Jigglypuff because like she needs an excuse to pick a character that's like cute but pretend that that's not why she's like picking the character. So she like picks Pikachu. And then Sayori says she likes to play as all the characters except for the scary looking ones, but if she had to pick like a main, it would be Yoshi because she wants to ride on Yoshi's back. And then Monica Monica just mains Fox because she like did her research and saw that Fox is like the best character, so she just like mains Fox because of that. Oh my god, more DK rap. I don't know what's with you guys and doing that. Oh yeah, I Taco Guy, I totally forgot to talk about the opening lines when you like start the game. And there's like a 1 in 4 chance of getting a different opening line or a disclaimer. And how one of them is PM died for this. That is very obviously a nod to Project M, but I thought it was funny because for people who don't know what Project M is, they have no idea what that disclaimer means, and it sounds like it could be a person's initials or something like that, so saying PM died for this sounds a lot more ominous than it actually is, which is literally just like a Smash meme. So I thought that was like such a like a funny thing to add from my perspective. The ghost menu, there is, I think there's a 1 in 64 chance of that happening, right? So that is almost a, that is a nod to Uboa in Yume Nikki, because there's a 1 in 64 chance of getting Uboa when you turn off the lights in what's her name, Pochiko, in her room. That's her name, right? Or is it I forget her exact name. Ponako or something like that. So that was like a nod to that. And I you know, the visuals on that screen I also like I designed like while thinking about that using, you know, what is it, one bit images with only white and black, to give it like that similar look. So that's like where I found the inspiration for that. That was kind of like a nod to Uboa, just based on how much Yume Nikki had meant to me. Thank you, Ponygo. I was what is it? I think I messed that up because I was thinking of Pochako from Super Sonico. How did the variant thing happen? That was interesting. I randomly came across one of Shoji's new tracks, and I was like, oh, this is great. I was like looking for 1 or 2 artists to do like a couple of DLC like style or like DDLC inspired or like remix songs for the soundtrack, just to, you know, just add a little bit more to the game soundtrack for people who buy it. So I reached out to Shoji, and Shoji liked the idea, and it turns out Shoji was kind of like friends with Varian, so I met Varian as well, which is really funny because I had heard Varian's tracks like years ago, so I like knew who he was, and based on that, like I became friends with Varian, and so he like added a track to the soundtrack as well. So that was kind of the story behind that. Yeah, Team Salvato is just me right now. The Sire image at the end of the poem minigame. That is like, I think, a 1 in 15 chance or something like that. It's like a very small chance. But that was, again, an instance of just like, it's so much fun for just having a very small subset of people like experiencing this one weird effect, and like it just becoming like, you know, when you're like talking with other people about the game, it just becomes like a very special and interesting thing to get like a rare effect, or have that different experience from other people. So it was one of those things that I just had a little bit of fun making like that. Yeah, a lot of DDLC I wrote before I had the art. You know, first I used placeholder art, and then you know, it took like, it was only like many months into development before I like settled settled is not the right word, but before I like hired Satchely to make the final art. But before then, like, it was just, I was mostly writing Act 1 stuff, and so it was like, it wasn't hard to write the story without having like the final art, because that's like, you know, remember, like, my perspective of the characters was like, my introduction to them was based on like my design and their writing and their personalities, and not like their picture first appearing on the screen. Oh yeah, the Sayuri mouse pointer. I just you know, when I was thinking of all the different interesting things that I could mess with in the game, I noticed like Ren'Py allowed you to set a custom mouse pointer, and I was just like, I need to do that for one of the effects, because that's just like another really interesting layer outside of the game to mess with. So that's where I got that idea. That was like really fun to do. Composing Your Reality, the game's theme song came first. And after I had the theme song, I was able to start working on lyrics for it, just based on the melody. And then I was able to, from there, I was able to create the final song, Your Reality, based on what I had in mind for it, instrument-wise. The fake blue screen. What I was talking about a little bit earlier in this stream, when about how, like, you know, things going wrong with computers is like scary. It probably felt very natural for me to add that like fake blue screen. Just based on that, it was fun to design, because the way blue screens happen in Windows 8 and later is, it doesn't instantly appear. It appears like kind of in several blocks, and so I had to like animate that in Ren'Py as well to make it look authentic. And I don't know if people like fell for the blue screen or how many fell for it, but regardless, it was still just like a fun and cool visual effect to do. And I designed it so that it only happens if you're playing in Windows, so like not on a Mac, and it only happens if the game is in full screen. So that makes it even, like, that makes it just that much less likely for people to run into, because it only happens when the game is full screen. So that's just another interesting tidbit about it. How did I find the voice of Monica? I had a few people in mind, but what it came down to was like, of course, the most important aspect of her voice was like how she sounds when she's singing, and I wanted her to like, you know, be like a good singer. So like, I wanted someone who was like, you know, kind of trained in like music or voice. But the other interesting challenge was I didn't want her to sound like a you know, like super professional. I wanted her to have kind of like the cutesy side of her voice. And so there were certain singers who do like singing for like, have done singing for like musical theater and stuff like that, or like, you know, more like jazzy stuff where like the way that they sing wasn't fully what I was looking for. And so I finally out of everybody I was considering, I went with my best friend's cousin, who has a lot of experience with music and has a great voice. But she was also a great fit because she was around Monica's age, and so like her voice naturally sounded like, you know, that age character, as opposed to other more professional singers who were like in their 20s and they sounded a little bit more like an adult. you know. So it just like ended up working out. She had like a really amazing like voice for it. So I'm quite happy with how that turned out. But a lot of that was like I was giving her a lot of direction as well, because of course in my head I had like an idea of how I wanted certain phrases to be, certain phrases to sound, and like singing and the way the inflection works and stuff like that. And so there was like quite a bit of re-recording, both in the song and in her little voice monologue beforehand, to make sure that it was like that it sounded like the way I did in my head. It was a very fun process. Yeah, if you want Monica and Blaze Blue, you gotta talk to Arxis about that. Parfait Girls was like the made-up manga series that was just like the moe slice of life that Natsuki likes to read. You know, or maybe there's also like some drama in there. I don't know. It just felt like nice and nice and like generic, and that's about it. There's not much to talk about regarding the fonts. I just found ones that I felt were like appropriate for the different uses in the game. Yeah, regarding the game being Satire, although it is something I talked about before, just to kind of summarize that, you know, the game, when the game is like aimed at, you know, like this Western anime culture where people love, you know, even people who love anime love to make fun of it, you know, the game is so obvious in being like a generic dating sim in Act 1 that it like becomes a satire in that context, you know, because it is asking the players to make fun of it in a way, being kind of aimed at or designed around that Western anime culture. It's like, despite the game not really making fun of itself in Act 1, it's kind of indirectly asking players to make fun of it, and so in that way, it's like a satire in that way. Yeah, Monica's name is like not a Japanese name because she's designed to like stand out. You know, there's something different about her, and that kind of shows in her name as well. Oh yeah, you know, Monica's topic in the space classroom where she like starts talking about Smash. Yeah, that's because like I have a history in the Smash community. A lot of my work was in like modding Smash, working on Project M and 20XX Tournament Edition, so it was like a big part of my history as a developer. But of course the game blew up, and you know, I just added that in there as like a joke for the Smash community because naturally like a lot of them know me and they're going to be playing my game, so it was like a joke for them. But then the game obviously blew up to be much larger than that, and I was getting tweets like every single day asking about like why Monica started talking about Smash, and I was just like, you know, it was, you know, like its purpose as an inside joke kind of like already played out, so it was just easier to remove instead of like confusing people in that way. I expected people to eventually find every hidden thing in the game, but it happened about 2 days after the game was released. I didn't expect that. It was thanks to a couple of crafty people in the Smash community who kind of worked together to like pull everything apart so quickly. It was extremely impressive. I had a pretty good weekend, thank you for asking. It was a little bit busy, but not bad. I still had some fun. I already saved the game, right? Yeah, there it is. Go ahead and here's the messed up Sayori. How much work was put into the trailer? I spent a pretty good deal of time on it. I had to come up with some like effects that I hadn't done before in like video production. So it was fun to make. I like learned a couple of new things while I was doing it, and I tried to take inspiration from other like generic visual novel trailers as well. Yeah, I would say that's about it for tonight. Don't worry, because I will be back. If not tomorrow, then Tuesday. I'll let you know tomorrow, like where I am with my other obligations. I might get the chance to stream in the evening. Just keep an eye on my Twitter account. Yeah, it was very fun chatting with you all and playing through the game as usual. I will finish up tomorrow. So thank you once again for joining. Get some sleep. I will see you again in a day or two. Hey, what's up? Let me know how my audio volume is, because I think a Windows update messed with some of my audio settings, so just want to make sure that I have like balanced audio. I could stand to be slightly louder relative to the game. How about... Let's try like that. That might be a little too low for the game volume. I always hate doing this. Can never tell. Alright. That's like in between. Stop giving me conflicting answers. And in my headphones it sounds really loud. Is this the All Melons run of DDLC? Nice meme. I wish it was. I haven't played Melee in like months at this point. Kind of sucks, but I don't know. Yeah, I plan on playing more Yoshi's Story. Especially, yeah, there's like a couple of categories that have been massively optimized since I last played them. Like 30 seconds of time saves. So I definitely want to get back to that. I'm still I'm active in the Yoshi's Story speedrunning community, more or less. I'm still helping out in the Discord server and giving advice to players and stuff like that. I have been doing okay, thank you for asking. I have you know, I have good weeks and bad weeks. Sometimes I just can't get anything done the whole week and it sucks. So, you know, sometimes the times are more stressful than other times, but we always make it through in the end. Okay. Guess it's about time to get started. How does it feel playing again? I don't know. It's super normal for me because, I mean, for the year and a half to 2 years that I was working on this, I just, I was always having the game open and playing it basically. So, I don't know. Just kind of feels like that. This is where do we leave off? This is the last chapter of the second act, actually. So it's at this point where I kind of start to pull out the stops, and I wanted everyone in the club to kind of be really uncomfortable with each other, or mean, and Monica, I wanted Monica to be very visibly kind of fed up and just wanting things to get to the point. And that also means that the protagonist is not really talking anymore. He might have 1 or 2 lines of dialogue in this chapter, but that's about it. Because since the protagonist is just a vehicle for like the fantasy fulfillment in the game, you know, for like the girls to fall in love with him basically. Since that's no longer a factor and the game is more interacting with itself and interacting with the player directly, that means like the protagonist just doesn't really have much dialogue anymore. And it was deliberate for me to try to give him less and less dialogue as the chapters pass in Act 2 for that reason. Thought it was appropriate for things to start off like, because every chapter sort of has, you know, kind of like an opening, and then the exclusive scene, and then the poem responses, and then like the closing. And the opening is usually like, you know, it's usually like a fun little interaction where you like learn a little bit more about the characters and stuff like that. But here it's like it opens up and they like immediately start fighting and making you uncomfortable. Like at this point, Monica has already had like a lasting impact on the health of the club. Right, this is something that I actually added in a later update to the game. There was one update where I wanted there to be a little bit more differentiation if you actually go for Natsuki the whole time in Act 2, because all you originally got was like kind of one extra scene with her, but then most of the other stuff was like the same. I wanted the game to punish the player for going for her more. And so if you continually go for her, then the other characters are actually meaner to her a couple times last chapter and this one. And that's what I did in this playthrough. So yeah, instead of them finishing their conversation, Natsuki just leaves, and this conversation here is slightly altered in order to fit that. Yeah, because like, right here, if you don't go for Natsuki when like, when Monica brings up the festival, that's when she's like, stops herself because she's like, oh yeah, I forgot we like left off on an awkward note, and then Natsuki kind of says like the reassuring stuff, but that just doesn't happen in this route. It's also funny because like Monica is the one who is trying to make Yuri so unlikable by having her give off these like weird obsessive tendencies, but it ends up backfiring because Yuri is just not allowing anyone else to spend time with you. It's probably around here that Monica resolves to do something about the Yuri situation. So since we went for Natsuki, that's the other difference. If you go for Natsuki, you get Natsuki exclusive, then Yuri exclusive 1, then Yuri exclusive 2. If you go for Yuri, then you get Yuri exclusive 1, then Yuri exclusive 2, and then for the third Yuri exclusive, it actually repeats the beginning of Yuri exclusive too, because each character only has 2 exclusive scenes in the game. And so the kind of glitch that happens if you go for Yuri all 3 times is that like the beginning of exclusive 2 repeats, but then once you reach the point where you go out in the hallway and find her, it diverges and something different happens. And that was pretty fun to do. But in this playthrough, we won't be seeing that. Most of this is also similar to Act 1, except that when the protagonist offers to walk with her, she actually turns him down this time. For obvious reasons. Monica, like, already knows what's up. She's just playing dumb by saying, like, oh, sorry for misunderstanding. I forget if this was added in a patch or if it was just added late in development, where the, what is it, where the music dims when you go out into the hallway. This is interesting. I think I brought it up before just regarding a couple of quotes in the game or things that happen where I forgot to consider that when people are narrating the game out loud, they oftentimes, you know, they narrate like a line of dialogue and are not sure what it means in context until the next line. And so streamers can either misinterpret something or have trouble like pronouncing an onomatopoeia because they're not sure what it is until the following line, which is something that, yeah, I forgot to consider when writing the scenes. I think because when I was yeah, when I had that playing in my head, I was kind of thinking like the way that a Japanese visual novel, or I guess a translated Japanese visual novel would do it, and they often just, you know, they have like a huge lexicon of onomatopoeia that they can use that, for the most part, like makes sense in just the context of whatever's going on. But, you know, when we use English phonetics to have like breathing or like, you know, a sound like inhaling through your teeth, it's a lot harder to represent it in a way that like the reader just immediately understands and it needs that context, and so they don't find that out until the next line. My favorite visual novel is Tsukihime. It's not the overall, it's not like the overall, I don't know how to put it, like best one that I've read, like production wise and just, you know, quality of writing wise, but I think given that it was my first visual novel, plus the way that the story was very like character oriented and character driven, like those were reasons that it really stuck out to me and meant a lot to me. I played through Fate Stay Night as well, and I thought that was great, but my preference was Tsukihime, because I felt it was like more character focused. I still enjoyed Fate Stay Night very much though. I played through all 3 routes. This was like back in college when I had nothing better to do except fail all my classes. That effect was very fun to design. I think that it would have been really cool to have the text go back. What is it? Have the text draw backwards too, where it starts as a complete line and it like undoes itself, which might be possible in Ren'Py if you really mess with the effects, but I think it would have taken a very long time for me to figure out, and it's pretty sufficient as it is. So this is one of those things where it's like, I think at this point, there are some viewers, especially ones who like spend a lot of time with Yuri, they might have like a hunch that she has issues with self-harm, because it's like kind of lightly referenced a couple other places in the game. But it's one of those instances where I don't think people actually expect the game to show it, and so when the game actually goes there, it's like it has like a greater emotional effect, I guess. I think just because like the art and everything about the scene is like so out of place that it's like very uncomfortable. The music rewinding was also a little bit difficult because I had to there's a second audio track in the game that's like playing in reverse and around twice the speed, and I had to calculate where the position of that audio starts and ends versus like the position of the normal playing forward track, and those calculations were kind of annoying to do. I'm still actually not sure if they're correct. And if you go back into history as well, that entire sequence is not in history either, as if it was like actually rewinded from the game. And all of this is pretty much the same as the dialogue in Act 1, up until you know what. Even the posture joke is still in there. It's so out of place at this point in the game. Yeah, there are always 4 girls. The general plot of the game and like the personality of the girls and stuff was pretty set in stone like really early on. It was so much fun writing these scenes where like the MC is just like like this magical scenario happens around him where he's like in this like romantic or like tense situation with the girl of interest. It was so much fun to do that, because that's like what the scenes are, most of them anyway. It's just like this scenario happens to magically happen around him. No, I never call the characters Dokis. For some reason, I didn't consider that this game would end up being more often referred to as Doki Doki, rather than like the full title or DDLC. And I always call it DDLC myself. That's just what it's been for me since the beginning. But I guess that's because in my mind, the phrase Doki Doki was just like a generic onomatopoeia, but for a lot of people, DDLC was like the main context in which they would hear that phrase, and because of that, people got to calling it Doki Doki, which is like a little bit more, I wouldn't say confusing, but like you know, since the phrase itself is like so meaningless, you know, like imagine calling Super Mario Brothers just Super. Be like, yo, you play Super for the Switch? That's kind of what it makes me think of. Which, it would make sense if there was only one, like, Super Mario game, you know? Like people could get away with that, but, you know, that's why it, like, works with DDLC, because there's not a million games with Doki Doki in the title, you know? Unless you count Doki Doki Panic for the Nintendo Famicom. Man. So happy that Donkey gives DDLC Game of the Year every year. At this point in the game, the player knows that it's bad news when the music stops. It's interesting because out of all the things that the game tries to do unexpectedly or tries to break the rules in some way or another, the game does set the expectation that when the music stops, something is going to go down. And that's interesting because, you know, when I see like players react to it, the music stops and like they get really nervous and stuff like that. It's just I don't know. I guess I thought that that specific detail was interesting in contrast to the rest of the game. And that's one of those details that like you could do in multiple ways. You know, the way that you use music as timing in the game, and doing different things with it could have a different effect on different people. So it was fun to see how people reacted to like the music changes in the game. Oh, there's not too much dust. You know, like you've seen that happen when what is it? When there's like a beam of light coming in like through the window and you can kind of see like the dust catching the light or whatever. That's normal. It was a lot of fun to design this scene as well. I think this was one of the first CGs that I designed actually. And yeah, I was really excited to just take it a step further and have it feel more like a little bit more alive. It always impressed me when you saw kind of those lightly animated CGs in visual novels. I think this scene is also one of the earlier scares that I designed. I remember being like after I would design things like that, I would like take a little recording of it and like show all my friends. I'm like, yo, check this out. Because it's so hard to go like such a long time without showing anybody like what you're working on, you know? So I had like my friends and I would like kind of just show off some of the cool stuff in the game. They would give me feedback on it. And the eyes, like, you know, I wanted to, you know, kind of mixing the art styles, like having realistic eyes, like that's one thing, but I really wanted to just take it a step further where like the eyes are animated, you know, and the pupils are like moving a little bit like actual human eyes do when you look at them. Because one thing that I try to put emphasis on in this game with regards to the horror elements is not just mismatch in art, but mismatch in animation as well, because you're not used to seeing that much animation in like a static visual novel. And so when there's like unexpectedly an animated element like that, I think it can really get to you. Yeah, before I had all the official art for character portraits, I had placeholder art. It was actually like the character art itself was not really done until like pretty late in development. So I just had placeholder art. First, I used just like very very generic sprites that I got from like an anime character builder. And then later on, I had the artist do rough sketches of the characters and their poses, and that allowed me to actually more accurately construct the scenes because I was able to size them based on like the actual size that would be and things like that. And then it wasn't until much later, or like over time, that I added the final art to the game. But you can get really, really far with just placeholder art. Thank you, Artie Sarah. It's very brave of you to share that in this chat, but it makes me very happy to hear that, so thank you. Why was Yuri's angry expression not used? There were a couple of facial expressions that there wasn't like a good place to use them in the game. I just used whatever I felt was most natural for the scene, and so if a couple ended up going unused, then that's just how it was. My favorite Yume Nikki room. That is really hard to pick. I really like the area with what is it? The area where you get the witch effect, where there's like all those creepy faceless black-haired women with like their hair blowing in the wind, and the music there is like so perfect for that scene. I know most people probably don't know what I'm talking about because if you haven't played Yume Nikki, but yeah, the music in that scene just like sets that atmosphere so incredibly well of you being like outside and it's like windy and just like really I don't know, unsettling. I really like that area. Did I get scared by my own creepy designs? No, I was never scared by it, but sometimes like I forgot that I added a certain effect in the game, and so it like startled me when the effect came up because I wasn't expecting it. I think having Natsuki like in the final chapters of the game, having her just being the only one who is just completely unaware and just like wants to have a normal club. I think that kind of helps out the game a lot, and it's also very sad, but I'm glad that I did it that way. Because it's like, you know it's bad when it gets to the point where Natsuki has to like come out of her shell, you know, and show her vulnerable side. And the other reason I like to have it is that, like, you know, just at what's the best way to put it? It's like, just as you feel like someone else has a bit of an understanding of what's going on and like what you're going through, like the uncomfortable feeling that you're going through, just when that's made apparent, like it's just immediately taken away from you. That was fun as well. You know, like, I've seen people sometimes ask developers of, you know, games or like TV shows or whatever, like, they're always asked, like, did you know that this specific thing would like become a meme or like become really popular in the fan community? Like with, I remember in the developer commentary for Portal, one of them brought that up. It's like, did you think that, like, you know, the phrase "the cake is a lie" or like the companion cube, etc., did you think that those would become like so, you know, such a big focus on like the memes in the fan community? And he said that there were things that they kind of expected and things that they didn't expect at all. That's the way it was for DDLC as well. I wasn't sure like what the staples would be for each character, like in the fan community, but I think that just based on the way I designed a couple scenes, I was able to take an educated guess sometimes, and I felt like, I'm trying to remember, it was so long ago at this point, before the game came out, I felt like the phrase "just Monica" was one that would probably be referenced. And of course it has, because it's become one of the probably one of the most important phrases in the game. The music right here is the normal music track. It's not, I don't think it's distorted. You know, I deliberately get a piano note wrong in like that little trill, but that's just because the game does that here and there to sound a little bit sillier. I think aside from the exclusive scene, this is the only line that the MC has in this chapter. I remember going through the chapter and being like, thinking like, all right, I have to keep this one line here because it's like important for the interaction, but the MC was not needed anywhere else for dialogue. Okay, we've breached the PG-13 barrier. Parents' permission now required to watch this stream. That scene was also like really fun to make. I knew going into Act 2 that I wanted Yuri's poems to get like more and more senseless and deranged like over time, until the point where it was just like meaningless scribbles on the paper with like weird stains on it. And Yuri's still like kind of jumping in and out of her like obsession mode, you know? Even that's kind of like an amplified version of her normal personality where, you know, when she's like talking about something she really cares about, she kind of like goes on too much about it, and then she like catches herself, and I'm like, and she's like, oh, I'm sorry, you know, I was talking too much, or like I wasn't thinking, or something like that, you know? It's like that still happens even when she starts to get like really out there, and it makes you feel really bad for her. When Monika talks about like the issues that Natsuki and Yuri have, you know, like Natsuki's, you know, like family situation, or how she like doesn't get enough to eat, and when Yuri's like self-harm issue, she like this was very difficult territory because it's really difficult to deliberately write a character to be insensitive about certain issues. And I think like I was pretty afraid of doing that, but I knew that since that's the whole point of the game, where Monika is treating it as just a game and the player is treating it as not, like having that dichotomy, it was important to approach it like that, you know? It's like in other video games when you like, you know, just laugh at, you know, other characters dying in funny ways, you know, like doing funny stuff in Grand Theft Auto, for instance. That's what Monika's doing in DDLC, but it's instead of the player going along with it like they would in something like Grand Theft Auto, they're like, I wanted the player to be like, that is horrible, you know? And I want them to be upset with Monika for saying something like that and for not taking it seriously. Like how Monika uses it as ammo to be sassy about the characters is like, you know, like the most despicable thing that you can do. But it's because, you know, she just sees them as meaningless characters, and she's the only one who's not. So it's like okay for her to do something like that because she thinks that you, the player, would just see it the same way. Okay, this piece of dialogue actually had to be different depending on the order in which you do things, because Yuri like takes your poem, so there had to be a little check for that. Monica has to like be like, I guess we won't worry about your poem or whatever. Not that the dialogue is very different if you do Monica's first. So this effect does something different only if you are playing on Windows and if your game is in full screen. If both of those conditions are met, then the game fakes a blue screen. I'm not sure if I can show that off. I think if I go full screen, I'm not sure if the game will still be captured by the stream. I guess I could try it. It's just the wrong size now. Let me see if I can like fit to screen. Okay, so that actually worked. So this is what it looks like. I didn't really care if it was like 100% convincing as a fake blue screen, but I wanted to go lengths to make it as like realistic as possible. So there are a few things that I did. One is the faint like buzzing noise you can hear in the background, because that definitely happens when your computer blue screens while there's sound playing, like during a game or something like that. Or at least that's always what I've heard. The second part of it is the way that the blue screen appears. It's not instantaneous, and it actually draws itself in like 3 chunks, right? That was another very subtle thing that I wanted to do to make it feel more like a real blue screen. So let me just leave full screen, get this back to normal. Okay. Yeah, so I wanted you know, the whole point of this poem is that Monica is actually trying to mess more strongly with the game code, and that obviously does not work in her favor. And regardless of whether or not you get the blue screen visual effect, you know, something very strange and non-poem-like still happens with the paper. Yeah, I think I was kind of inspired by like arbitrary code execution exploits, which I used for creating 20xxte, which is my melee mod. So that's, you know, it's effectively like, it's the way that you know, certain viruses work. Like if, you know, you open a PDF and that somehow like installs malware on your machine, it uses something called arbitrary code execution, which means that it gives a piece of data to the program that the program's not expecting and doesn't know how to handle it, and so it like kind of overflows, and normally it's supposed to cause the program to crash, but if the data you give it is like perfectly aligned, then you can actually like insert your own code into the program and cause that code to run. That's just in a nutshell what arbitrary code execution is, but I kind of designed that scene as if Monica was like trying to do that in a way, or at least that was like the inspiration for it, you know. It's very clear that Monica like has a little bit more control over the game, where she doesn't have to literally resort to an arbitrary code execution exploit, but you know, I was just saying that for constructing the scene, that was the inspiration. This is also really fun to do as well. I wanted to you know, this is again just like the special poem dialogue, but this time there's no text, and it was so much fun watching people like get really nervous when they're just given like a yes or no dialogue box and they don't know like what it does or what it's for, and it's obvious after you click it, but it was just one of those things where it happens like in an unexpected spot, like after after you finish the poems, and it's something that you haven't seen before. And I think this is the only one where if you click no, then it shows it to you anyway. I think the others, if you click no, it actually does not show the special poem to you. But almost nobody does that because like they're curious enough to click yes. Since this one has no instructions, like some people do click no because it's almost more like a 50-50 chance, and so that's why I made it show it to you either way. Okay. This poem is pretty self-explanatory. I don't really have much to talk about regarding it. The game has a total of, I think, 10 special poems, and you get 3 random ones every time you play. So everyone gets different ones. And I think that's decided, like, at the very beginning of your playthrough when you first make a new game. So you can't, like, at any point you can't save and load and, like, get new special poems. I like how in this scene Monika starts off with like her cheery "okay everyone," and then she's immediately just like, alright, let's get this over with. Like, she doesn't even care about the game anymore. She just wants to get to the point. And Yuri repeats this phrase in both Act 1 and Act 2. Stagnating air is common foreshadowing that something terrible is about to happen. In Act 1 it's played off kind of like comedically because like nothing truly terrible can happen in like a dating sim like this, but it has a bunch more sinister meaning, I guess, in Act 2. This is another instance where Monika is being meaner to Natsuki because we selected the Natsuki route during Act 2. I think normally Natsuki proudly says, "I'm going to make cupcakes," and Monika's like, "Yeah, that's fine." But going for Natsuki in Act 2, Monika actually says, "Natsuki can make cupcakes. I know you're at least good at that." Like, she's just says this horrible thing to her. And then this is another strong difference between Act 1 and Act 2, where in Act 1, Monika tries to come up with something to do for Yuri, but she has trouble, and then Yuri says, "I'm useless." But in Act 2, Monika doesn't bother. She just says, "It doesn't matter, do whatever you want." And Yuri says, "I'm not useless." And in this act, Yuri comes up with the idea herself, as opposed to Monika coming up with it. Just to put more emphasis on Monika, like, not really caring about the festival or the club anymore. And just very clearly interested in trying to get closer to you. It was really fun and interesting to just make the characters start swearing during scenes like this. That happens earlier on in the second chapter, like when Natsuki and Yuri get in the argument. But that was when like the game was actually starting to get messed up. Now the state of affairs in the club has gotten bad enough that they're just like doing it in normal arguments. This is a funny line. "I'm not abusing my power." She hesitates too because she knows what it means. Or she knows what it means to her anyway. this was another thing that was really fun to design, and was actually something that I wasn't sure if I could make possible in the first place. I had to do some weird trickery with, I think, like creating custom choice boxes that also insert the routine that moves your mouse pointer. And just a weird, interesting technical fact: if I had Ren'Py move the mouse pointer at 60 frames a second, then your mouse cursor would actually lock up completely, and you would not be able to do anything. I think even if you alt-tabbed out of the game or tried to, like, I think it like wouldn't work. I don't remember, but it actually broke the game, and so I had to make the mouse pointer move it 30 frames a second, so every other frame you have a chance to take control instead of the game of the mouse pointer. That was just a side effect of how the routine works in Ren'Py for like moving the mouse pointer. It's what he chose. I like how Natsuki and Yuri are like insisting that it's not fair, even though to them, like, nothing unfair technically happened. They're just like really upset by the situation. And of course, the music stops. It's time for things to go down. This dialogue was amusing to write as well, like, because now that Yuri's just completely off the wall, like, she is going to start saying some horrible things as well. Things that nobody should ever say to anyone else, like in any situation. I think this is also the first time you see her use these eyes in for a sustained period of time. I initially did not want to start using these expressions until this scene, but there were like bits and pieces of scenes earlier on where Yuri's in like her obsession mode, and the only way to fully portray that was to like just use these expressions just a little bit here and there. But yeah, I've played visual novels before where it's only like halfway through the game or in a very specific scene that you see a new character facial expression. And that like always creeped me out, like when it's used for a creepy effect. That's just another interesting thing about visual novels. It's like you learn what all the sprites and expressions look like, and so just all of a sudden, if like a new one hits you, then it's very unsettling, like it doesn't belong after all that time you've spent in the game. I really wanted this scene to be like Yuri in the back of her mind knows that like something is really horribly wrong. in the same way that Natsuki does, right? Just Natsuki is a little bit upfront about it, but Yuri is like only partially in control of herself, basically. I mean, not that Monika's taking direct control of her, of course, but Monika has elevated all of the issues in the game to a point where, like, Yuri is not fully in control anymore. And I wanted this to be, you know, Yuri's tipping point where this whole time Yuri has been trying to hold back, you know, and, you know, she's slipped through every now and then, but she's always kind of, like, pulled back at the last minute. But this is the instance where she is not able to do that anymore. Like, the thought is there, but she just completely disregards it now. And, gonna have some more inappropriate dialogue. I love this line. I guess the other thing to comment on in this scene is the music. The confession music was one of the only tracks that had not yet been touched. And so, like, you know, it's almost like the game wants to ruin the emotional attachment you have to each of the tracks in the game, where it's like, you know, this music was used in, like, some very endearing moments in Act 1, and now when it comes back, it's like, when these horrible things are happening and you're, like, really uncomfortable, it, like, taints your emotional memory of the track. And when you hear the track in the future, you might be thinking about both of those things instead of just the nice times. Most people probably know already, but the exact same thing happens whether you say yes or no. That was, like, very deliberate, because the point is, like, you know, if you say no, then Yuri does it in, like, you know, maybe the inability to get the thing that she wants, and when you say yes, it's either her, you know, maybe it's like her self-harm tendencies being pushed past the breaking point, but aside from that, another way that I like to think about it is Yuri's last-ditch effort to stop herself from doing something horrible. You know, like, she, it's gotten so hopeless that it's the only way that she can stop herself. That's another way that I like to think about it. You know, that it can be interpreted that way, or it can be interpreted as, like, her excitement just gets the best of her. I'm probably going to be rewinding and playing this scene, like, a few times as I talk about it. Yeah, so this scene, there was another instance where I was talking about, like, the inappropriate use of animation in a visual novel. I wanted this to be, like, the scene that kind of felt like things, like, something live action was going on without the player doing anything, you know? I think the entire rest of the game, things only happen one element at a time as you click your mouse for the most part, you know? Sometimes something happens where you like don't click your mouse, but it's usually just like advances one more piece of dialogue. This is really the only instance where an entire sequence of events occurs just without the player having control. And that's the way that I wanted to design sort of like this climax, if that's what you want to call it. And I spent a long time like talking to the artists about like, you know, these are the portraits I need from the character in order for this sequence of events to happen. And like this is, you know, this is the way the pictures are going to be displayed, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and this like this is how the scene is going to work. And so I made sure that all of the like adjustments to the character portrait like worked out in order to make that scene happen. I also had some fun like coding the particle effects for the blood, which is something that you also rarely or almost never see throughout the rest of the game, which makes the scene feel like more animated as well. And it was fun matching it up with the sound effects. I think it was only in the most recent patch that there were certain timing precise events in the game that like if your computer if you didn't have like a really powerful computer, then the visual effects would actually lag behind the sound a little bit, because instead of using proper clock-based timers, I was just using pause intervals that didn't take the clock into consideration. So it was only in a recent update that I kind of just coded my own little pause interval that uses the clock instead of like a duration of time for the pause. And so even if your computer is lagging, the different pictures still show in tandem with the audio properly. Because yeah, like you can go and watch like a lot of playthroughs on YouTube and stuff like that where the stab sound effect happens slightly before she actually moves the knife. So that's something that I just wanted to correct. The thing about her not having a designer knife was just a like an error with the art. I think I didn't give explicit enough instructions on like what the knife should look like and stuff like that. So it ended up being just the way that it is. This scene I was so excited to make from like a pretty early point in development. I had this scene in mind. I was like, I was thinking like Yuri's going to like stab herself and she's going to die, and the game script is going to be so broken that like you just can't advance, and you have to wait through the weekend like with her corpse basically, and like watch as the state of her corpse changes as the days pass, which is like so disgusting and like horrible. But it just seemed like such a good idea. So I was like really excited about that for such a long time, and to see how people react to it. And hoping that people don't just like try clicking through the text like this, which like actually a lot of people did. They just kept on clicking. So it ended up taking a while. That's not necessarily a bad thing, like that's just the way that those players experience the game. If they still had a good experience with it, then that's great. But there were many ways to skip this. The most obvious being the skip button, which, oh man, like I watched so many Twitch streams where the streamer like got to this point and the chat just started spamming like press skip, which I'm not a fan of, because I don't know. I don't like backseat gaming, especially with a game like this. The point of the game is for everyone to experience it in their own way. and other players don't have to like force their own experience on one given player, especially in a scene like this where there are many ways to figure out how to make this part go faster. And I will show you some of them now. Here's one. You can try loading your game. That happens. Here's one that I least often see, is going back to the main menu. Watch this. So all of these things cause one day cycle to advance, and so it's always immediately obvious when you do one of those things that something new is happening as you do it, and that is encouraging the player to just do that more. And so in order to it encourages them to keep on doing that in order to like make more changes in the game, make more time pass. So you can do those things instead of clicking through the text or clicking the skip button. Yeah, earlier on in development, I initially had it so those different actions, instead of just advancing to the next day cycle, they advanced X amount of dialogue boxes later. But I wanted it to be immediately clear that what you just did had an effect on the game, because I didn't want a player to feel truly lost during this part. And then the other one, which I won't show just because I don't know if it'll mess up my stream overlay. If you quit and restart the game, it immediately puts you back into this scene, and that also advances one day cycle. So you can even get past this by constantly quitting and restarting the game to make time pass. Oh, and this number here is just because I have developer mode turned on, and it shows you like the number of dialogue boxes in that you are, which just helps me design the scene. I helped a lot with the art direction in this scene too, like the way that Yuri's the specific features of her body and like the blood and stuff that change over time. I remember kind of giving direction on like, you know, like this is kind of how like her eyes and her skin like should look each day. And like it's the third day that I specifically asked for like her smile to disappear. And I think at this point, since the save game controls are gone, can you actually hit escape? You can't even hit escape here to go to the menu. I remember putting a line of code in Ren'Py where it checks if the quick menu is active, and if the quick menu is not active, then it does not let you go into the menu. And so that allowed me to just exhibit a little more control over the game. I got it. Oh my god. Yeah, while I was making this game, the whole point of the game is that it removes control from the player in various instances. And the developer of Ren'Py, the game engine that I use, was really against that. Many of his design decisions in the Ren'Py engine were specifically built so that the player never loses control of the game, because he's against that from like a game design standpoint. Like for visual novels anyway, because he didn't want people to make like, you know, these really long like cutscenes in visual novels they have to like sit through like unskippable text. He always wanted players to have control of their reading experience, which makes a lot of sense for traditional visual novels, but the whole point of this game was to like go completely against that. And so I like in order to try to remove control from the player, I dug up these like ridiculously deprecated and archaic variables that were still like just hanging around in the RenPy engine but weren't being used for anything. That were like variables regarding mouse clicks and game pauses and stuff like that. And when they weren't working as I expected, just based on the description of the variable, I would open up like a bug report or like a GitHub issue about it. And I could tell that Tom, the developer, was probably kind of annoyed because like this was some random variable that was like 4 years old that like nobody should be using anymore. And here I am like submitting a bug report saying it's not working properly. And he's just like, look, man, that stopped being used like 4 years ago. And it's not supposed to serve that purpose. But somehow, out of everything that I did in the game, I only needed to change one line of code in the RenPy engine. Everything else I was able to do just with deprecated variables and like stuff in the engine to like work around his desires to keep the player in control. And the one line of code that I changed was to make Monica's dialogue in Act 3 not skippable by clicking your mouse. That was the one thing that RenPy actually has no way of doing out of the box. Even with deprecated variables, I had to change a line of code in order to allow that. At this point, the way the scene is designed is to have not just no MC dialogue, but have very little narration dialogue as well, such as just saying, like, Natsuki runs away. And of course, Monica just, like, laughs at the scene. This I added when she says, wait, were you here the entire weekend? I think I wanted to make it clear to players that what they just did and the reason the festival's happening is that they were in the classroom for the whole weekend, and that's why the day-night cycles were passing, because that was like Friday, Saturday, and Sunday going by. And then finally she references the script, the game script. Must have been pretty boring. And this is the first time the command prompt appears as well. I had a little bit of trouble designing the command prompt. When text is actually being typed, the text cursor disappears, and that's because there's a routine for text being typed character by character, and of course it's the routine that's used for the normal game dialogue when the text appears like one character at a time. Initially, I wrote my own routine for text to appear character by character because I forgot or didn't consider that I could use this one. And when I wrote my own routine for it, it basically involved taking the text string and constantly like displaying a new string, like adding one additional character to the string and then adding the cursor at the end and then displaying it and doing that over and over to make the text appear character by character. But the issue was, I think the way RenPy renders text is that it basically like renders it to a texture and then it displays the texture. And there were performance issues when you try to display that many textures very rapidly. And so I didn't have much control over the speed of the text, and it was inconsistent depending on the computer that you played it on. And then I later got the idea to use this routine for it. But the side effect of that is that I can't have the cursor at the end of the text, or at least I can't easily. I think with some really, really clever coding, you'd be able to do something like that, but it would just be like a lot of effort. And I figured for just the tiniest little detail, it wouldn't be worth like, really slaving over like that. But aside from that, the command prompt was pretty fun to make. Like there's, like actually a line history area. It like, it accepts all the normal functions of like giving it a command and giving it the output, and like it kind of just does everything itself. Because I knew that I was going to be using it several times in the game, and so I wanted to have just kind of standard functions for it. Sorry, I'm getting like pretty technically into development, but I don't know. Since I'm just talking about whatever I want to talk about anyway, it's just like what came to mind. And of course this was fun now that Natsuki's deleted. Her name is garbled like Sayuri's was at the beginning of Act 2. I thought it would just be hilarious for, like, after all of that happened, Monika's just like, wait, I want to have one of these cupcakes first. These are the best. Alright, we're home, baby. Welcome to Act 3. Since I'm in developer mode, the text here will behave like normal text instead of the special, like, Act 3 text that goes more slowly and forces you to read every line. Like, I can actually click through it like normal text. I guess there's quite a bit to talk about with this scene in general. I had like a really strong image of the composition of the scene. You know, the way that Monika would be front and center, like across from you and just like staring at you. And in the background there would be like, you know, outside of the windows it would be like the universe has fallen apart, more or less. It was just a matter of like designing all of those effects, which was quite difficult. Ren'Py does not make this kind of thing easy. I had to like mess with several like mask layers, like alpha mask and color mask layers, in order to make this possible. I spent a really long time on that, and being able to kind of like tweak a value so that when it brightens up, the flames kind of like come in and then they go out again. You know, I spent such a long time on that because, again, it's the type of visual effect or animation that you just haven't seen in the rest of the game. And so when it's there, it has, like, more of a standout effect. So I wanted to spend a really long time on that. And even, like, the highlights on the Monika in the classroom and this little piece of glare, like, brightens as the clouds brighten, like that. So that's, like, all stuff that I spent a very long time getting to a satisfactory point. One issue is that Ren'Py for Mac is, I guess, not nearly as optimized as for PC. I'm not sure why, but Ren'Py for Mac really struggles with rendering this. I guess the hardware acceleration isn't as good, and so like if you play on a Mac, like it causes your fans to spin up, and your computer gets hot because it's like really pushing your CPU to make that happen. Which I also didn't know until like later on. I think I didn't know that until after release, actually, because I didn't really have a good way of fully testing on Mac, except like borrowing someone's Mac and making sure the game didn't break at any point. Alright, let's move on. Yeah, so Monika, of course, treats this as though the game restarted a third time, which it technically did, and this is what we're left with. So she's like, you know, we can skip over the introduction at this point. Okay, so... This is interesting because, as some of you may know, if you put your in-game name as something different from your actual name, then Monika actually calls you out, and she says, or do you actually go by, like, real name? That only happens in a couple of scenarios. One, your name has to be different from your Windows login username, which is what she uses to call you out. So that you may not have known. Some people thought that she like took your Steam username or something like that, but she actually takes your Windows login username, which is very easy to get just from pulling like a Windows environment variable. Which is also funny because some people who like buy a laptop from the store or whatever, like their username is like admin or user or something like that. So she's like, or do you actually go by user? Or do you actually go by admin or like something silly like that? I knew that would happen to some people, but it's one of those things where even if it was successful on like 1 in 10 people, it still would have been worth it. Because it's just, that's one of the things that I think you last expect the game to do, is to actually somehow know your real name. And so I was I was really excited to see that actually work on people, even if it was a small amount of people. And the other reason I wanted to do that was, this is the point where like Monica has fully left the game, and she is like, she's interacting directly with you, and I think breaking down those final barriers between you and the game was something that I really wanted to try to do. That's the whole point of Act 3, where, Monica's talking to you now, and the stuff that she talks about is like stuff that pertains to real life. I designed most of her monologues to make you feel uncomfortable in some way or another, because her final act of leaving the game is in making you think uncomfortable thoughts about yourself and your own life, which we'll see later with some of her dialogue. And of course, since my in-game name is Dan and my Windows username is Dan, she doesn't call that out. But the other reason that she doesn't call it out is I'm live streaming, and if you were live streaming this game, she detects like your running processes, and if it detects OBS or XSplit or some others that I added later on, then she does not call out your real name, because there are many live streamers out there who do not share their real name, and it is very unfair to not warn the broadcaster about that sort of breach of privacy. There are like, there are just a few, just kind of fringe cases where that doesn't work, because some really professional streamers, they have the stream software on another computer, and the one that they're playing on is just like outputting the video to the other computer, and then Monica can't detect the streaming software because it's not running on the computer that they're playing the game on. So that's one instance. Or if they're using some obscure streaming software and the name of the exe doesn't get picked up, stuff like that. So it can happen, and I recognize that, but I wanted to like make it as unlikely as possible for it to happen, so that it like didn't end up being an issue. Even though it's just like first name most of the time, I just wanted to play it safe. This is where Monica starts just giving the explanation of everything that she knows. This was fun too. I even told you right on the game's download page, which is true. If you go to the download page, she calls it a game, which is just one of those details where like I wanted it to sort of come full circle. Like the game started before you even started playing the game. This monologue was actually like a little bit difficult to write, because when when it's just like a long monologue and it's in visual novel style where like basically only one sentence is appearing at a time, pacing it and like getting the correct information in the correct order and like keeping the mood with like how Monica's feeling about everything, it actually felt like kind of difficult to do. So I think that's kind of why she jumps back and forth between explaining things about the game and her own emotions, because I think I was just trying to keep the pacing balanced between the two. I realized that you have the same perspective as I do, that it's all just some game, and I knew you would get over it. That's like the key element where she's wrong, which I've of course brought up a little bit earlier as well, but here she basically like spells it out. I decided there's like, as far as like weird effects and stuff go, like, you know, for the game, there wasn't all that much to do at this point, except let the player click on yes. You know, it's like Monica knows that there's no other option, so you're gonna do it unless you like quit the game. That was the other thing. I was really considering the idea of Monica trying to prevent you from quitting the game, but that was just one of those things where I felt like I should not be approaching that territory, because that could like cause problems, you know. I can't literally take control away from the player. They have to be able to quit the game and like return to normal life, and the game cannot interfere with anything in their normal life. So that's why, like, you know, I mean, this is a piece of computer software. You can do like literally anything with it as long as the player grants like permissions to do so, you know. You can put files anywhere you want. Like, I could have put files on the desktop. I could have like done all kinds of weird stuff, but that was just, you know, you can like read the registry, I think anyway. That was just territory that I did not want to get into, because it's that's when it's like really starting to approach malware territory. From a design standpoint, the game needed to be contained within itself, and at the very outermost layer of the Windows application, the player needs to be able to quit and like regain control over their computer. So that's the line I did not cross. This is where she spells out like the character folder in the game directory. It was really, really hard to decide how much hinting I should give to the player about like what to do, because there is such a wide range of like the types of players that will be playing this game. You know, lots of very technical people are going to be playing the game, but then lots of very non-technical people are going to be playing. And in order to make sure that everybody can figure out what to do, like, you had to get pretty obvious. So yeah, it would have been fun to do this, have like this elaborate ARG type thing set up that made it more difficult to figure out exactly what to do, or have it more subtle. Like, that would be one approach, but keeping the audience in mind, I opted to like make sure that everyone at least knew how to finish the game, or at least the majority of people. You can't really get like 100%, but like, 99.9% maybe would be good. For the rest of the people, they can like look it up, But yeah, that's kind of why she goes on about it. Like, imagine if you could delete your own existence with the click of a button. On the plus side, it gave me an easy out if things didn't go my way. So she's already like indirectly implying that she can be deleted in order to remove her from the game. Totono was a game where I was only made aware of its existence after I was already working on the DDLC. But it's not surprising that, like, other visual novels have done at least something similar. It's like it's not the most like unique and creative idea in the world to have like, a dating sim character break the fourth wall or whatever. And this is the last poem minigame. Not really all that much to say about this, I guess. Except sometimes you get Monka S. But actually, I just, I just had a little piece of code, like, generate these on the fly. Like, randomly deciding if the letter should be, like, a letter in the word Monica, or if it should be replaced with, like, a random symbol. And of course, you finally see Monica's sticker. The other sticker of her bouncing up and down does not appear in the game at all. I'm pretty sure. It might appear off screen at the end of Act 3, but you never actually like really see that in the game. But it's still in the game files. I just didn't use it. I preferred her to not bounce here because a lot of people would just be like, quickly clicking through these, and it would be very strange to see her just like, I don't know, bounce to that. I thought it would have more of an effect if there was no sound when you clicked on these, and if she like didn't react to it. And of course, this is Monica's last poem. I kind of yeah, it's sort of designed as like a little conclusion to her. All of her other poems are like about the game anyway, or about the player, and so her last poem is like the happy end to like this little saga that she was writing in her previous poems. And this is another instance where I actually wanted to reference the lyrics to Your Reality with In a World of Infinite Choices, Behold This Special Day. I just thought that would be fun to, fun to have a little reference there, like it was on her mind when she wrote this poem. She talks a little bit about her poems. I didn't want to ruin the game or anything. You might have even deleted my character file. So of course, this is where her stream detection comes into play. This is the one scene where I was like, let's just have some fun with streamers, you know? Like the rest of the game, I very rarely thought about how it would like play out on a live stream. That was like not a priority of mine at all when making the game, but this was like the one thing where I'm like, this is like a shout out to streamers and let's do something fun with them. That's funny, the timing was actually off a little bit because I'm in developer mode and the text is going faster than it's supposed to during this scene. So the "Did I scare you" text appeared like before it actually did the jump scare. Now that I don't need to play again. There's nothing interesting about that visual effect. It's just a like an edited version of this image overlaid on top of the original image. This is another reference to the lyrics to Your Reality. It's when you're here, everything that we do is fun for them anyway. It's looser. I guess it's looser. It's not. It's less exact, but I had that line in mind, I think, when I wrote this piece of dialogue. So this is where her actual monologues start. There's a lot of weird and interesting stuff that went into the code for this, with the amount of time that you had to wait for the next monologue. I wanted that to be randomized. I needed to make sure that if you quit and restarted the game, it like kept track of your monologue progress. Make sure that she doesn't repeat any monologues until she exhausts all of them. So a lot of stuff like that, I had to pay attention to exactly when certain variables would get set and things like that. I think in developer mode I can click to skip this pause here. So, oh, I can't. That's funny. I think that's because of a recent code update that I did, which changed the way that the pauses work here. Oh, maybe it did work. Oh yeah, that's right. Because earlier on, like in previous game updates, it would be one long pause, like one 30-second pause or 25-second pause or whatever. But I changed that because I wanted the game to check for her character file deletion at 5-second intervals. And so now instead of doing one 30-second pause, it does like 6 5-second pauses and checks her character file every 5 seconds. So it looks the exact same to the player, except it is more responsive when you delete her character file because you don't have to like wait the full 30 seconds for her to talk again before the game responds to deleting it. It was just a very minor quality of life improvement that I added post-release. The other thing about her monologues is I added a bunch more of her monologues like in a later game update because I underestimated the amount of people who actually liked spending time on this screen with Monica. And so basically just for them I added a few more pieces of a few more monologues of hers. And the other thing is that to go along with that, most of what she had to say was like mean or depressing or anxiety inducing in some way. Not all of them, but a lot of them. And so I wanted to, I just wanted to give her some nicer things to say, just because of that perspective that people had on her, where they actually liked being in the classroom with her. So she has like 50 something possible monologues. I like how we got this one because it's about depression. I think I wanted to this game is fairly in touch with like mental health issues, just in like the non-conventional way of making you really uncomfortable regarding it instead of kind of like tiptoeing around it, or being nice about it, because like I said earlier, Monica is like horrible when she talks about like the other characters' mental health issues, and I wanted I wanted a monologue that raised awareness for it in a more positive light, I think, and when it comes down to it, it's not like Monica is a horrible person. She, I think she's a very considerate person and is always thinking about other people, but when those people are not real and it's just a game, and she's effectively being tortured by being trapped in the game, she starts taking really drastic measures, and that gets to her. But I felt that it was really important for people who cared a lot about like Sayori, or people who related to her, to have a monologue like this. I'll go. I'm not gonna go through every single monologue, but I'll go through a few of them. One thing that I actually wanted to show off, which some people might not be aware of, I think this works in, what the heck is this? Did I add that when I was testing something? I must have added that when I was like testing out stuff with the menus. I have no idea. I'm guessing that. Oh my god! Look, you made me crash the game. And now it's giving me a different piece of dialogue. So yeah, this is an effect that not everyone discovered, and I think it should work. But yeah, so if you click on skip, she actually calls you out for trying to fast forward. And that was like another thing that was just a lot of fun to make. And then she just returns to the previous dialogue that she was talking about. Yeah, so that was really fun to do. And now, even having this option enabled, the skip button is permanently off. It's funny because I think, yeah, when I was having a friend playtest before release, he actually got through. He got through most of her dialogue by abusing the skip mechanic, because, for one, skip did not get permanently disabled, and two, instead of returning to the thing that she was talking about, she moved on to the next dialogue topic, and the one that she was like previously talking about got marked as red. So before release, I corrected that like potential abuse mechanic. Make sure there's like actually zero way of skipping this. This one was fun to write. She's just like calling out the weebs. I feel a little insecure because you're playing this game in the first place. Dang, dude. But I talked about this in one of the earlier streams. A really strong theme in this game being just respecting people for like whatever they're into, and that it's never worth and it's never right to look down upon someone for the things that they're into, because you know, as long as they're enjoying themselves, then you know, like you shouldn't feel the need to take that happiness away from them, or you know, feel superior to someone because you enjoy something different from them. That was like quite a strong theme in this game, especially between Natsuki and Yuri. You know, it was about like how each of them feel that way, and then they sort of like come to terms with each other's interests by the end. But another big reason that theme exists in this game is to comment on the game itself and the person playing the game, because you know, I've talked about this before, but a lot of people who play this game are people who like to make fun of anime and make fun of dating sims and things like that. Like some people do it just tongue-in-cheek, like if you're actually into anime, and it is like a meme to make fun of that stuff, but you know, it's different for someone who actually looks down upon and ridicules you know, visual novels or like dating sims or the people who play them, you know, like genuinely ridicules it. And you know, I guess I wanted to make the point in this game, and I think even one of Monica's dialogue choices talks about it too, that it's just like, you know, like if people get enjoyment, and if it makes them feel happy to become attached to you know, like fictional characters, then you know, what's wrong with that? You know, that's what they enjoy, you know, and it's worth respecting. Now this is where she calls out like the game taking place in fake Japan. that was deliberate too, for me to like, be like the low budget Western visual novel that doesn't understand enough about Japan to like literally say that it takes place in Japan, but like since Japanese visual novels are all the developer knows, like everything just kind of has hints of Japan in it, because that's like how they know how to construct the story. So it was kind of fun to like point that out as well. I'll probably be deleting her soon. I'm not gonna like go through all of the monologues. Yeah, this is a pretty interesting phenomenon. It seems like, especially through adolescence, every like couple of years, you look back at like 2 years ago and you're just like, oh my god, I can't believe like I was that way. Like I can't believe I was that person, you know? It's like such a period of rapid change that like you're not able to look 2 years into the future and like look back at your behavior and change your mind about it. She has a lot of monologues that are like a tad what's the best way to put it, like philosophical, not like intellectual philosophical, but I mean like they touch upon like different philosophies about life and the universe and whatever. And this one was a fun and interesting contradiction to play with because like her the dichotomy between like being vegetarian but also not really caring about the killing animals part. I just thought that would like be, you know, interesting food for thought, no pun intended. Just like a different angle on it, you know. I wanted the whole point of, you know, Act 3 to be Monica putting strange and sometimes uncomfortable ideas into the player's head, making them feel uncomfortable about certain things, you know. Things where you're like, well, like, you're not wrong, but that's so far removed from the way things that actually worked that, like, the way things actually work that, like, I don't want to think about it, that sort of thing. This was very fun to add as well. And this was also like pretty relevant to the game, like with kind of the stuff that I was talking about before, like respecting other people's opinions or listening to the way that Natsuki and Yuri argue with each other. This whole monologue is about using subjective language, you know. When using objective language by saying something is bad, or, you know, it did X poorly, or it's gross, you know, say you don't like a certain food, for instance. The phrase, you know, even if you say I think it's gross or my opinion is that it's gross, that's still using objective language because you are commenting on the objective state of the item that you're talking about. Simply by saying I think or my opinion doesn't make that language subjective. And when you are using objective language, the other person with a differing opinion can feel personally attacked because you are making a statement about the objective state of the thing. What's the best way to put it? And so it makes them feel as though you're trying to invalidate their opinion, because regardless of what they think, this is how it is. You know, that's like, I mean, I guess that's, I mean, it's not like really over, like saying that you think a food is gross, for instance, like that's not really as strong as like a lot of other, you know, opinions where you use objective language about things. But I think that's the way that people react to it, and that's why people can get really defensive, or like arguments can get heated, because I think it's a result of using objective language. It's the difference between it's the difference between both of you like trying to state something as fact and that the other person is like wrong for having their opinion, versus putting it on the table as information to share. So not liking a certain food, like you could say I don't like it, but then that doesn't take it far enough, because people could say I don't like it because I think it's gross. You could say you know, that kind of flavor doesn't appeal to me, you know, or it's just not my taste, things like that. I think that's the same with like, you know, movies and games and things like that. You know, you could say that like you know, I think the plot like was weak in that movie and I didn't like it. You know, and someone else could be like, well, I thought the plot was like really awesome, you know? And there you have the dichotomy, and people start getting defensive, as opposed to saying like, you know, I wasn't a fan of the way that the plot progressed. That's introducing a point in conversation, because then you can actually start talking about the plot, and why one person liked it and why one person didn't like it, and like what elements are causing that dichotomy. And that provides an informative discussion, as opposed to saying, as opposed to using objective language. That was like a really long personal tangent, but it's something that, I don't know. I guess it's because it's something that I try to closely like observe and consider on like a daily basis. You know, in both the way that I personally come across and the way that I see others come across in conversation, and in a social and political climate that is as turbulent as it is today. I think it can go a long way to use subjective language to get ideas on the table, and use that to respectfully inform other people and respectfully inform yourself about other people's opinions. That defensive barrier and the objective language, I think, is partially what causes people to shut down and not want to listen to the other side, because you always feel personally attacked when talking about those things. So that's where I think using subjective language can go a really long way. All right, let's delete Monica. Where the heck? Okay, here we go. Yeah, apologies again for that long tangent, but I don't know. I'm like Yuri. If there's something that I care really strongly about or feel passionate about, I just tend to like go on and on about it, you know? And when I'm on a live stream where I can't read the body language and responses of the person on the other side, then it's like harder for me to find a stopping point. Yeah. So this is, you know, after you delete her, it's like the whole universe just like falls apart. It's like it can't be held together anymore. In context of the game, it doesn't make much sense for her to be like banging on the screen like that, you know, because that's not exactly the way that she's interacting with the game. But for the sake of, like, I really wanted her to be able to express her, like, her rage. So that's why I had that effect. And yeah, that's one of the I guess you could say game design shortcomings is that if you put her back, what is it? There, she tries twice to search for her character file, and both times it says it's not found. If you put her back, then like it's still gonna say not found if she searches for it. So I ultimately just decided like once you trigger the end game, I don't really want to work out the use cases or the cases where like that can be undone. You know, I want the player to go through like the consequences of what they just did. This was also interesting to write. The way that she says like you win and you can stop playing. I really wanted like through this scene, I wanted Monica to use like language that you haven't heard her use before, because for the majority of the game, she's like really keeping it together. It's only like the last chapter of Act 3 where she like starts to become visibly frustrated, but she is never like furious, you know, or like truly disgusted. And that's the sort of language that she's using during this scene. Because I wanted the weight of what the player did to, you know, she is trying to make that sink in. I always wondered if people would actually quit the game after she said goodbye. I know it's like a really short waiting interval, and I think most people are trying other ways to interact with the game during that time. I think it's like 10 seconds. So I think very few people are actually going to like quit the game. But if you do quit the game during that period of time and you start the game back up, then you just get a black screen again for 10 seconds. And once you wait through those 10 seconds, this comes up. And then she starts feeling remorse. This is another instance where that little piano in the background uses the same rhythm and general note progression as in the poem minigame, but the notes are not the exact same. But I was hoping that like it was enough of a shared motif to throw back to that anyway. how did it feel writing this scene? Yeah, there were certain heavy hitting scenes that like I at least I felt like emotional when I was writing it, um, especially like Sayori's confession scenes. I think the line where I felt most emotional when I was writing this was this one when she says, "And I love the literature club." I really did love the literature club. That was the line that helped me most like get uh, like feel that sort of empathy with her. That helped me through the scene. I'm sorry to hear that, Crazy Draken. Yeah, the help button in the game is one element that I never actually messed with. Um, but it's funny you say that because um, early in early playtesting, there were a couple of people who were very technically minded people who after Sayuri died and the game like glitched up, they thought that the game was actually bugging out, and so they like reinstalled the game and just started over. Yeah, so Monica's gone now and everyone else is back. There is actually one little Easter egg. I think I added this after release, like in a later update. But let's see. If you choose right now to put Monica's character file back in the characters folder, now is when you get a special little acknowledgement when you hit new game. And then she just like redeletes her character file. So this choice of dialogue in this scene, the way I wrote this dialogue is, what is it? The very beginning of the game in Act 1 starts off with Sayori, shouting at you. Act 2 starts off with this line, "It's an ordinary school day like any other." So by the time the game resets itself, I wanted there to be like just a tiny bit of uncertainty about Sayori, like you have to go through a few lines of dialogue before she suddenly appears and you like feel your heart lift that she's back. And now she's like waking up on time. Which, after the confession scenes in Act 1, we know means a lot more than what it initially did at the beginning of the game. And, like, the MC is still kind of, like, blissfully unaware. He's like, oh, whatever, like, yeah, good for you, you're, like, waking up on time. Yeah, I'm proud of you. But this is also the timeline where MC is like not as much of a jerk as like he normally is to Sayori, because like he actually goes out of his way to like join her club and everything. He's like, I feel like I should do something special for her. For once. The other thing about this was I really wanted to have enough unique dialogue in this epilogue to like make it worth like going through and paying attention to, because there are a lot of people who like kind of rapidly click through it because it would be the third time that they're reading it, because like it's the third time the game has like restarted to this opening. So I wanted to try to differentiate it enough, like from the beginning and through the dialogue here to at least help engage people who care. You know, and of course, even Natsuki and Yuri are nicer to you from like the moment that you walk in. So maybe that's just a side effect of Sayori being the club president. Who knows? And by coincidence, Natsuki made the cupcakes. Let's see, this dialogue is the same. The only modifications were, of course, Monica not talking in these scenes. Let's see. This is also written a little bit different right here. She doesn't say, it's not like I made them for you or anything, because she didn't make them for you. In the other timeline, she made cupcakes because Sayori devilishly said that they had a new member, so Natsuki made cupcakes, and then she lured you with the cupcakes. In this, the cupcakes are a coincidence, so she says something different. And it also gave a chance for Natsuki to use her little catchphrase, I'm a pro. Which, like, I don't really hear people reference that, but she does say it quite a few times throughout the game. Not as much as Monica says, like, okay, everyone, for instance. But yeah, she does say that quite a few times. This is just about the same, except I think now it's like Natsuki who says this to Yuri instead of Monica. This is about the same, except that she does not mention here that she likes horror. So that is, yeah, three different little changes for that. The first one, she says she likes horror, and Monica says, I wouldn't expect that from you. Then in Act 2, and she says it, Monica says, oh, I would expect that from you. And now finally, she just doesn't bring up the fact that she likes horror. And this is where the dialogue diverges, because this is where Natsuki and Yuri get into a little conversation. This extremely cute conversation about how they convince each other to try out their own interests. Thanks to Sayori, of course, because Sayori is amazing at helping everyone get along and conflict resolution. You're right as usual, President. And even here, Yuri is still called out for disrespecting Natsuki's interests. She's like, I have to read manga? Natsuki's like, come on. I said I was gonna read books, so, like, you know, it's hurtful that you're treating it this way when it's something I care so much about. Yuri corrects herself. This scene warms my heart so much after all the arguing that they did through Act 2. I really wanted to give the two of them that sort of happy ending. I think this was also a change I made in a future update where if you actually turned on skip unseen text and you skipped through all of that, skip would automatically disable here, because someone could actually inadvertently skip through the entire end of the game if they just let the skip run and not stop it in time. So that's just another minor quality of life improvement. And the music stops, of course. The player's already been conditioned to feel uncomfortable when that happens, but who knows, maybe at this point, like, we've had such a happy epilogue that they can't possibly think that anything more could go wrong. Even this is like ambiguously innocuous. When she says the truth is I already knew you were going to, she might mean like, oh, I don't know, like maybe you accidentally slipped up somehow, or maybe she had faith in you that like you were going to do that for her. But those hopes, of course, get dashed very quickly. And here we are again. F. I think this was really just the type of game where it would not have had the same effect, or the effect that I wanted to go for, if I gave it a truly happy ending. And it wouldn't be worth giving it a happy ending because Monica's gone, you know, because she's not like, you know, it's not a black and white picture with her as an antagonist. So I think it's truly a situation where there isn't a true happiness for the club. And if you can't have an ending where everyone can be happy, then you just shouldn't have an ending at all. Just, you know, delete everything. That's your only escape. All right. Are you ready for the final stretch?
Can you hear me? Hi, it's me. So you know how I've been like practicing piano and stuff, and not really any good at it yet, like at all. But I wrote you a song, and I was kind of hoping that I could show it to you because I worked really, really hard on it. So yeah. Every day I imagine a future where I can be heart. But in this world of infinite choices, what will it take just to find that special day? What will it take just to find that special day? Have I found everybody a fun assignment to do today? When you're here, everything that we do is fun for them anyway. When I can't even read my own feelings, what good are words when a smile says it all? And if this world won't write me an ending, what will it take just for me to have it all? Does my pen only write bitter words for those who are dear to me? Is it love if I take your, is it love if I set you free? The ink flows down into a dark puddle. How can I write love into reality if I can't hear the sound of your heartbeat? What do you call love in your reality? And in your reality, if I don't know how to love you, I'll leave you be.
All right, we're back. I might actually go back and play that again so I can talk about it while it's running. Because there's a lot of stuff about the song, the design of the end credit sequence, all of that stuff. Also, I was for some reason when games quit themselves, it's like just I don't know. It's like the tiniest bit creepy, and I thought that it was such an appropriate way of like just ending the game. The game quits itself after everything gets deleted. And then of course, as you know, if you've played it, upon restarting the game, it just takes you back to this screen. Yeah, I thought that this was the just the best way to tie all the loose ends in the game. Like if the ending is not going to be like a happy ending, then this is the closest you can get. Like between the letter and the end credit song, it's the closest that you can get to having some kind of conclusion. Let me see if I can still use developer mode to rewind. No, I can't. Not at this point. So I think... let me think. How do I... So if I... Dang, I have to check the game code real quick to make sure I can reverse this and watch the end credits again. do that, and then let's why can't I make the console disappear? It must have been, oh, it's probably because I deleted all the key bindings. Well, let me see if I could just, I still can't, I can't quit the game now because the console's in the way. Oh, man. And I was just saying that you can't take control away from the player. That's funny. But this is obviously not something that's supposed to happen in the actual game. So let me just go ahead and end this task. Oh, I ended the wrong task, dang it. There we go, okay. Now let's bring this back. I made this a lot harder than it needed to be. Yeah, we're back. Let's do it all again. I talked about this in a previous stream, but I knew that the moment Monica's voice came in, so many people would be like, wow, that's not how I imagined her voice. Because that's just what happens when you have when you invent a character's voice and have it in your head all this time, and then all of a sudden, like, you hear them talk, you're like, that is not what I imagined. So I had to weigh that against the, the potential positive impact of having her talk at the end. And I decided that that outweighed the potential negative of, like, people not liking the way that she sounded. So I decided to do that. Yeah, I really wanted I wanted her voice to be introduced to you, like, before the actual song, you know. So I had that little segment of her, like, you know, kind of sounds like a recording of some sort, of her, like, going over to the piano and saying that she wrote the song for you. I really wanted, like the dialogue, when she talks, like, I really wanted to make sure that it sounded, like, actually natural, like the way that a person would talk, because this whole game you have, like, visual novel dialogue, and they are, like, the way the sentences are formed are, like, just not natural for actual spoken voice. And so when she finally does speak, I wanted to make sure that the dialogue felt and, like, sounded natural, like a that she was, like, feeling shy and anxious and, like wanted to show you this song that she wrote for you. So I spent a long time on getting the exact phrasing and the pauses correct, and, like, making sure, and, you know, the recording with the voice actor. It was, like, a very specific and deliberate process.
Can you hear me? Hi, it's me. So you know how I've been, like, practicing piano and stuff, and not really any good at it yet, like at all. But I wrote you a song, and I was kind of hoping that I could show it to you because I worked really, really hard on it. So, yeah.
Okay, here we go again with commentary this time, so you can't actually listen to the song. Yeah, I really wanted when I was thinking about the song in my head, the point where the credits would actually start was very clear. It was like when the guitar came in, I wanted to like show the logo and have the credits roll. Before then, it just felt appropriate to kind of like write the lyrics onto the screen as she was singing the song. The first line of the song I came up with before anything else. Every day I imagine a future where I can be with you, because in just humming the melody of the theme song to myself, the words kind of just they like naturally flowed with the syllables of the words naturally flowed with the rhythm and melody of the song. So I came up with that first very easily. But some of the other verses were a little bit more difficult to come up with, like, because each verse is kind of like a progression through the game, you know? And then the third verse is like the most lonely sounding, so I really wanted to kind of get that down in the lyrics. In this second verse here with Monica just expressing her uncertainty and her inability to reach you. Another line that came really naturally was, what do you call love in your reality? Which is, why the song is called Your Reality, of course. But I really, really liked the way that the line sounded. When I'm thinking about like song lyrics, and oftentimes I'm talking about songs that I like, just the flow of the syllables and the phonetics like always really stand out to me. And that was a line where I really loved the way that it flowed. I can't really explain it any better than that. Oh yeah, this little interlude in the credits roll, how I have the 4 chibi stickers bouncing around, I really liked that as well. I was hoping that it would just give people that little additional pang of emotion to like see all the 4 characters lined up and having fun together.
I'll leave you be.
The last line is like very literal and deliberate. I figured just given the state of the game, like she doesn't need to beat around the bush about like, like this is the ending that I'm making for you right now. If this isn't gonna work out, then like I'll leave you be, and I will make the game no more. And then let's see, other random comments I can come up with. Another line where I really loved the phonetics was when you hear everything that we do is fun for them anyway. Just the way that the words kind of like bounced through the line. I just I don't know why, I just really, really love the phonetics in that line. You know what sometimes when I talk about this end credits song, I talk about Portal as well, because Still Alive was the first time that I heard like an end credits song, and it's very easy to draw like a tie between like that and this game as far as the end credits go. Just the fact that that's another famous example of the game using an end credits song to conclude the game. But what I most strongly remember is the emotions that I felt when going through those credits and how GLaDOS's words and the way her inflection changed, like, changed the way that I felt throughout the song, you know? Because first it's like a little comedic, and then it's like, you know, you don't feel bad for her until like the third verse when she says, "Go ahead and leave me. I think I prefer to stay inside." Like, I think when I heard that line, I felt like so much emotion. And you know, it was that sort of all-encompassing conclusion that gave me the full range of emotions that like made me never forget the concept of having an end credits song and using that to appropriately conclude a game. And I thought it was such a great choice for this game. Um, what else? I think that's most of what I had to say about it. Um, you know, it was really fun to design. You know, the deletion of the pictures as the credits roll happened. Um, just a fun little like additional element that like it's this nice credits song, but then she's like, you know, deleting the game as the credits are rolling, and I feel like that might add an additional emotional layer for some people. Now I'm not gonna like go back and do the good ending, but you know, that was just, it was one of those things where like I knew there would at least be like a few players who wanted to see everything the game had to offer, and it would be like, it would be so sad to not reward them for their efforts in doing so, you know. um, when will I release my cover of the DK rap? I should submit a DDLC run to AGDQ. And these are just all memes now, come on. There are some speedrunning strats for DDLC though. The problem is RNG is too much of a factor, because it's more worth randomly clicking through the poem game or button mashing through it than it is to like deliberately pick the words, because you can save so much time by doing that. But then you just have to get lucky and get the shortest exclusive scenes with the characters. So it would effectively be replaying until you just got the shortest combination. I don't know why I've thought about that before, but tell about the rest of Team Salvato. There's nobody to talk about, because the only member of Team Salvato is me. At least right now, anyway. Oh yeah, I saw the Zero Punctuation review. It was very entertaining. It was an honor to receive a video from them. Zero Punctuation, they go way back, right? That was like, yeah, that was like early YouTube days. I don't know much about their beginning, but yeah, they go like way back. And I have a soft spot for like the OGs, Zero Punctuation, Boogie2988, Angry Video Game Nerd. Yeah, I love those guys. They like they were like pioneers of not just YouTube culture, but like video game content creation culture. You know, they like invented video game based like video entertainment in a way. I'm sure there's like a million others that I'm just not giving credit. I'm only naming the ones that I've been like familiar with, if that makes sense. Now everyone's asking like, have you seen X and Y and Z? Um, yeah, I've seen the game theory videos, and it was also an honor to receive so many videos from them, and they were very entertaining to watch. And, really happy that they were able to make those contributions to the fan community. Was I friends with the artist before the creation, or did I go out and scout? I had to search for artists, so I went out of my way to find them. How long have I been designing games? That's I don't have like a good answer to that because I've like messed around with game design since I was like a kid, you know. Um, but the point at which I started seriously trying to make games was probably like in college. Um, and you know, it's not like I released anything else as far as like games go, but I at least got, you know, some game design experience through like various failed projects. The strongest piece of advice that I always give for people like starting out in something like game design is to like make the scope of your project as small as absolutely possible, because you're almost guaranteed to very strongly underestimate the amount of work that goes into it and the amount of motivation you'll have from start to finish. Um, and the one of the strongest skills you can have is the ability to think realistically about a project and everything that will need to go into it, and the scope of it. So by deliberately limiting scope, or by taking your more ambitious projects and putting them on the back burner for the future, you can actually, you know, work on things that have a really good chance of getting done. Things where they're small enough that you can make tangible progress on a daily basis, and you never feel lost or like you're not getting anywhere. Um, and the other component of that is making a game is a learning process in itself, and I think it's one of the best ways to learn the skills that you need to make a game is to do it. But in order to do that, the scope has to be small so that you can learn just the couple of skills it takes in order to reach your end goal. And by that point, once you do reach the end goal, you have learned those skills, and you can build on top of them for the next project and slowly increase your scope as time goes by. Um, DDLC took me about a year and a half to make, maybe closer to 2 years, but sometimes the project was like off and on, so I can't give an exact time period. But that can also help put it into perspective because, you know, one, it's a visual novel where the game engine like just existed for me, so that was a lot of development effort saved. Um, there's not nearly as many moving parts in visual novels. And it's a relatively short game. It's like 4 hours long for maybe like average reading speed, 4 or 5 hours long. And that's still something that took me like almost 2 years to make. So, you know, putting that into perspective, like think about the scope of DDLC and, you know, try to relate it to the scope of like a project that you might have in mind. And that might help you assess how difficult it would be to make something like that. Not directly, because you're like, unless you're making a visual novel as well. And it also depends on like, you know, the skill sets that you have versus the skill sets that I had when I started making DDLC in assessing those things. But it might give you a general idea of like how easy it is to underestimate the amount of work that goes into it. DDLC was made in the Ren'Py visual novel engine. The game was free because even if the game was $1, there would be so many people who would not bother. Like people who are not normally in the audience or demographic for visual novels or dating sims, those are the people who are way more likely to play it if, like, oh, they're hearing about the game and they hear it's good, but they don't normally play these games and it looks stupid on the surface, but it's free and it's short, so you might as well check it out. I think there are like so many of that people, and it benefited tremendously from being free for that reason. I cared more about the ability to share a visual novel experience with an unlikely demographic than I did about like trying to charge money for the game. Will I stream more often? I would love to stream more often. Once I get my life together, maybe, and I can like at least stream regularly, maybe once a week or something like that. I don't know. I would love to do that. It just requires, being like a responsible human being, which I'm very bad at. My favorite Smash game, considering every factor, I think my favorite Smash game is Smash for Wii U. I've of course put the most time into competitive Melee, and I love playing Melee, and it feels so good to play, but Wii U is closer to the experience that I most look for in a game like Smash, and Ultimate is even closer to that. So Ultimate is easily going to be my favorite Smash game once it comes out. And I'm going to main Link, of course. Unless Ashley is announced as a character, then I'm maining Ashley. Melon % will reach a GDQ once I route an alternative to it. Right now the run is too long, so I plan on creating a modified Melon % that's like sub 1 hour and is only half the levels. And I think that would get accepted if it was like sub 1 hour. No, I don't plan on modding Smash Ultimate. I didn't do any modding for Smash Wii U. That was just a thing that I wanted to do for Melee, but that's kind of behind me. I don't plan on doing that for Ultimate. Have I thought about using Patreon? It wouldn't make sense for me because Patreon is for like, or I think the platform works best for like content creators who like regularly put out content, and like strongly engage with the community and stuff like that. It's more about the person and less about the thing. I like being more about the thing. I like it when there is a community around, or there is appreciation for things that I make. I like when my accomplishments are recognized, but I don't like the attention being on me, myself. It's like I am not able to handle that. I think that's oftentimes like why I like can go for a while without tweeting, because like even just like tweeting can be stressful for me. Even if it's just like a stupid or silly tweet, for some reason it's just like it incurs like some deal of stress. And so, in an ideal world, like when I have everything together, and I'm in a good mood, like, yeah, I can happily tweet, and it's great and it doesn't affect me that much. But, and like, when you're like bogged down by things, things that would normally not really be stressful or be just the tiniest bit stressful, like negligibly so, become like much more much more to handle. That's kind of the way it is like that. That was a tangent, but my point is like it's really hard for me to handle like the attention being on me as opposed to just the things that I do. Yo, Silva Gunner's awesome. Thank you for your contributions to that. Plans for Team Salvato. I mostly want to kind of get things in order with like the business itself, so that I can focus more on making games again. So I'm taking steps to obtain assistance with like business related affairs. So that's kind of where it is now. So yeah, as far as DDLC goes, you know, it would be really great for there to be some kind of like additional content for, you know, the franchise in general. You know, this is like when I talk about this, like I'm being 0% cryptic. I'm just like being, you know, fully upfront with, you know, the stuff that I have going on. You know, and that's, you know, the way that I feel is that it would be really great to have like additional content for the DDLC universe in general. I know how much it means to people, and like that they, you know, want to get more out of the characters and the universe, you know, there is some like stuff to expand on. You know, does that mean that I'm gonna make like a sequel to DDLC? Probably not, because I think a sequel just would make zero sense given the story itself. And it was something that I, from the beginning, wanted to be like a, you know, a one-off complete experience. But that doesn't mean there's no room for like some additional content somehow. The question is like, how would it appear? Through what medium? Through like, you know, what kind of like through what means, and, you know, what kind of content. That's you know, something that I would really love to make happen. And so you know, I think that it will happen eventually, but it's just going to take time, you know, like everything else. It feels like once you enter the world of business, everything moves more slowly. It takes so long to like get a lot of things done, and because of the additional responsibilities, I have less time to you know, focus on actually making games, as I mentioned before. But these are all things that I feel like I'm starting to get in order, and so things like will start moving along fairly nicely, and I'll be able to you know, give things like DDLC and my future projects like the attention that I would like to. So that's kind of how I feel about the whole thing. But yeah, I am working on other stuff. I'm working on a new visual novel. I have like a couple of random side projects, but my next big project is going to be another visual novel. You know, I think that's pretty much all I have to say on it right now. You know, I've wanted to talk about this all in like a blog post. I've even put that off for a long time because that was stressful to think about. So, you know, I'm not trying to you know, I'm just trying to like casually talk about like the stuff that I have going on. I'm not ready to like make any big announcements about anything. But it's like people deserve to have an update. I wouldn't really expect anything this year, because the timeline that I had in mind before I released DDLC was very different. Because my expectations for like, you know, the response of DDLC and the attention that it would get was very, very different. And I did not anticipate all of the changes that I would have to make in my life and in my business. That ultimately would result in like a different timeline for my future projects. It took, you know, it's taken like a very long time to get fairly basic things in order, and because of that, I would really say that it's that nobody should like hold their breath regarding my future projects. You know, I will be ready to talk about them like when I'm ready, and right now I just can't really say when that is. So, you know, that's the I guess the general update that I think that you deserve. I will talk about that in a blog post fairly soon as well, just to give everyone like a general update with where I am. You know, I don't want to like disappoint anyone, because, you know, the fact is that I am working on stuff, and it like these things will happen eventually, but it just takes time. And I'm, you know, very grateful for you know, everyone's patience and respect, and their enjoyment of the stuff that I do, and their willingness to contribute to it with, you know, additional fan content and things like that. You know, that all means so much to me, and that's the reason that I want to keep doing these things for everybody. So yeah, that's my little monologue on the state of Team Salvato and where I hope to take things in the future. So thank you, everybody. I think before I sign off, I just kind of got like a kind of got my Stepmania setup updated a little bit, so I feel like it's worth showing that off for like 10 minutes or so before I sign off. If you're not familiar with Stepmania, then it's in your best interest to stick around. It's some really cool stuff. Let me just see if I can get the scene working.